Got fanfiction. What if Daenerys was reborn with her memories and 3 dragon eggs at age 12? Welcome back, dragon-blooded readers. If you enjoy this story, a Daenerys reborn at 12 in Pentos with 3 already cracking eggs and the memories of a queen who burned a city, please drop a like, leave a comment with your favorite line or moment, and subscribe for the next slow burn AU. Tell me which chapter cut you cleanest. With 3 dragons and 1 second chance, the author. Chapter 1, The cracking. The first thing the Queen of the Ashes noticed, waking, was the weight of her own hands. Too small. Too soft. The bones inside them were the wrong bones, narrow girl bones with the tendons of a child who had not yet drawn a bow or held a man's throat or signed a death warrant. Her palms were unscarred. The thumb she had broken at 14 on a galley rope between Volantis and Karth flexed without complaint. The little finger she had dislocated against Dario's jaw the second time he forgot which of them was the queen lay flat and unbothered in the bedclothes. 12, she thought. I am 12. She lay in the dark and waited to feel mad, because feeling mad would have explained things. The mad part of her, the part that had ridden Drogon over the Red Keep, the part that had heard the bells and chosen to keep burning anyway, that part was not gone. She found it where she had always kept it, a small banked coal in the chamber beneath her sternum. She had walked around with it for half her life and pretended it was a hearth. It was not a hearth. It was a forge. The forge had melted the world's last city. It had not, evidently, killed her. A boy's voice, somewhere down the corridor, was shouting in High Valyrian about dragons. Once, she thought. Not again. She sat up. The room around her was Illyrio's. She knew Illyrio's like she knew her own scars, pillared in white marble veined with gold, low couches of green silk gone tired in the seams, the shutters of cedar that opened onto a garden where someone had been pruning fig trees badly for 30 years. The smell of silver polish and old fruit. The smell of a man who had decided to buy himself into the histories. Outside the room, Pentos. The free city that was not free. Below the manse, a slave girl carrying water who did not know she was a slave because the law called her a bondservant. In a stable 100 yards across the courtyard, 9 horses Illyrio had bought to impress the Dothraki delegation that would arrive in. She counted backward through the chronology her 35-year-old mind insisted on, 3 days. Possibly 4. The wedding was in 11. The wedding. She breathed, the way her septas had taught her in another life, the way Missandei had taught her in this one. She breathed slow until the part of her that wanted to set fire to the cedar shutter subsided to a hum. Then she looked at the table. The eggs were on the table. 3 of them, in a brass dish lined with red velvet, with the posture of objects that had been recently placed there by a man who wished to be seen placing them. 1 onyx. 1 jade. 1 the color of cream gone yellow with age, the cream of teeth in old skulls. They were the size of her child fist. They were too hot to be jewelry and too rough to be lacquerware, and they were not, she realized, the eggs Illyrio had given her in the other life. In the other life, the eggs had been petrified. Cold to the touch. Stone. Illyrio had presented them to her on her wedding morning as a curiosity, a relic, a kindness from a fat man who wished to be remembered fondly when the dragon girl was queen. He had not believed they would hatch. Neither, in the truest part of her, had she. She had walked them through 3 deserts and a salt sea before they had remembered their own nature. These eggs were not stone. She crossed the floor. The tiles bit her bare feet with the cold of a Pentoshi spring dawn. She stopped a pace from the dish and put her hand near the onyx without touching it. A pulse came up out of it. Not heat exactly. A pulse, like a second heartbeat 1 room over. A long fine network of cracks ran through the shell, hairline and silver, as though the egg had begun the work of hatching and then paused, waiting for permission. She put her hand on the onyx and a thread of fire walked up her wrist into the place under her sternum where the forge slept. Oh, she said, very quietly. The forge took a slow breath. She knew then, with the certainty of a queen who had ridden a black dragon over a city of 1,000,000 souls, that she had been given the same gift twice. Differently this time. Earlier. Without the price. There would be a price. There was always a price. She had paid hers in another lifetime. The accounting had not yet been settled in this one. A door opened, 2 rooms over. Where is she? She closed her eyes for half a heartbeat and put her hand back at her side. Daenerys. Where is she? Wake the dragon. He had always sounded loudest first thing in the morning, when his throat was raw with whatever the night had done to it and his head was full of the dreams in which he was already crowned. She had hated him for it for 10 years and pitied him for it for 20 more. Pity, she had learned, was a worse poison than hate. It made you slow. It made you keep people who should have been put down out of mercy or cleanliness or simple political arithmetic. She had buried him already, once. In the molten gold of Khal Drogo's cauldron. Whatever was about to come through her door was a ghost of the brother she had buried. The ghost did not know it was a ghost. That was the shape of the problem. She walked to the bed and sat on the edge and folded her child hands in her child lap and prepared to be 12 at her brother in a way she had never managed the first time. Viserys came through the doorway like a thrown cup. He was 20. She had forgotten how thin he had been at 20. She had spent her last years remembering him as a swollen thing, the gold flowing over his hair, the eyes going first wide then perfectly empty in the time it took an iron pot to tip. The boy in front of her was only thin, only pale, only loud. His hair was the color she remembered hers being before the white had begun to bore her in mirrors. His mouth was already open on a syllable. You will not lie abed when I sit down. He stopped. Not because of her tone. She had not tried tone yet. He stopped because she had not, in 12 years, ever interrupted him. The novelty of it landed before the offense did. There was a window where the boy who was about to swing at her was, instead, reorganizing his expectations. She used the window. Sit down, brother. She gestured at the second couch. I have something to show you, and you cannot be standing when I show it to you, because you will fall over, and one of us breaking his head on Illyrio's tile this morning would be politically inconvenient. His mouth worked. Politically inconvenient was not a phrase she had used at 12 in the other life. In the other life she had still been mostly silence, a long pale silence with violet eyes, the kind of silence that boys like Viserys took as permission. He had never learned what was inside the silence. He had died believing she was a vase he had mislaid. You, he began. The dragon does not, the dragon, she said, is on the table. Sit down. He looked at the table. He saw the brass dish. He saw the 3 eggs. He saw the silver hairlines through the onyx shell. He did not yet see what they were. He had been raised on dragons as theory. He had been promised dragons the way other boys were promised swords. He had spent 20 years believing a dragon was a thing one would, eventually, be given. He did not look at the eggs and recognize the gift. He looked at them and recognized the dish. Illyrio gave you those. His voice had gone childish. Where are mine? In the other life, this would have been the moment she lowered her eyes. In the other life she would have said, very softly, he has not given me any, brother. In the other life he would have hit her across the mouth and called her a whore of savages and gone back down the corridor. In this life, she watched him for the half-instant in which he was a frightened boy and not yet the man who would beg in a Dothraki feast hall for a crown. She watched the frightened boy come up to the surface of his face and submerge again, and she made a note of where she had seen him, because she would need to fish him out again later. Viserys, she said. Sit down, please. He sat down. He did not know why. He sat because for one half-heartbeat she had spoken to him the way their mother had spoken to him, in the stories he half-believed and half-invented, when their mother had still been alive and the world had not yet been a series of small rooms in other men's houses. She put her hand near the onyx egg again. Watch. The onyx pulsed. A finger of warmth came up off it that even Viserys, with his dragon-as theory mind, could not pretend was the warmth of a hot stone. The hairline cracks in the shell brightened. They were not silver, she saw now. They were red, and the red was the red one saw at the very heart of a forge when the smith had been working at it for an hour. Viserys made a sound. It was not a word. It was the sound a boy makes when the world has, in one moment, agreed to be the thing he had been demanding it be for 20 years, and he discovers that he had not, in fact, prepared to be a man on the day his demand was answered. The shell broke. She had seen this before. She had seen this on a pyre in a Dothraki Sea, with her own hair burning and a horse king's bones beneath her bare feet and a witch woman's screams in the smoke. She had been older then. She had been stronger. She had also been, on that night, mad in a way she would only later, looking back from a different country, learn to call madness. This morning she was 12 and not mad, and the dragon came out of the egg the way a dragon ought to come, in one long unfurling, like a velvet rope being pulled out of a small bag that was now no longer required. He was the size of a kitten. He was black with veins of red running down the membranes of his half-folded wings. His eyes were the color of a forge at full work. He looked up at her the way her mother in the stories had looked up at her, and she understood, not for the first time, but with a precision she had not had at 14, that what had hatched was not an animal, and not a tool, and not a son, but something for which the language of houses and queens and beasts did not yet have the right word. Drogon, she said. Not aloud. To the small black thing. A name out of an old life. A name she had given for a horse king who was not, in this life, going to be hers in the way he had been before. She kept it anyway. She had earned the right to keep it. The name belonged to the dragon now, not to the man. The dragon climbed up her child arm with claws that knew, somehow, not to draw blood. Daenerys. Viserys' voice was somewhere far away. Daenerys. Yes, brother. That is, yes. Where is, mine? The word sat between them on the air. She had not raised her voice. The dragon on her arm took one heavy breath, like a bellows, and a small puff of soot-smelling steam went up from his nostrils and stained Illyrio's ceiling. Viserys put his hands over his face. She had expected fury. She had even, in the 30 seconds it had taken for Drogon to come up her arm, prepared for fury. Fury she could work with. Fury was Viserys' preferred climate. Fury was the wind he sailed in. He was not furious. He was crying. She watched him for some long count of breaths and considered the shape of the problem in front of her. The shape was this: there was a boy under the man who was under the prince. The boy had been told, since before he could remember being told, that one day the dragons would come back and his life would begin. The dragons had now come back, and they had come back into the hands of his sister, and the life he had been waiting for was not, on its evidence, going to be his. In the other life, this was the moment he had begun to die. He had not died yet, of course. He had walked around for 2 more turns of the moon, eating Illyrio's lamb and shouting at slave girls and beating her on the days he could find no one larger to beat. But he had died, on some inner accounting, the morning he had understood that the prophecy was not for him. She knew, with the precision of a woman who had spent her last years thinking very carefully about every man she had loved badly, that if she let him die on this inner accounting he would also die on the outer accounting, in a Dothraki tent, of a hot pot. And then she would have to walk the rest of her long second life with the knowledge that she had been given a brother twice and let him be murdered both times by his own decision. Once, she thought. Not again. She put her free hand on the back of his bowed head. The hair was thin. He smelled of the Pentos wine he had been drinking for 3 days because he was nervous about the Dothraki delegation he was about to sell her to. Brother. He flinched, because she was 12 and had never before put her hand on the back of his head as if she were the older one. Listen to me. The dragons are not for me alone. They are for the blood of the dragon. There is more than one of us with that blood in this room, even if there is, at this moment, only one egg with a name I have given it. He raised his head. His eyes were red. The dragon on her arm had begun, calmly, to nibble her wrist as if her wrist were a particularly disappointing piece of bread. The eggs, she said. You see 3. There may be a future in which one of them answers to you and not to me. There may also be a future in which it does not. I cannot tell you, brother, which future we are in. I can tell you that we will not learn the answer if you go on shouting at me in corridors and breaking Illyrio's furniture. The dragons do not hatch, brother, for men who break furniture. They have never hatched for such men. Read the histories. She had no idea whether this was true. She had read more dragon history in her second life than any maester in her first, and the dragon history was not nearly so coherent as people pretended. The dragons had hatched, in the Targaryen records, for everyone from Enar the Exile to a 4-year-old Aryan Brightflame. They had hatched, possibly, on temperament. They had hatched, possibly, on luck. It did not matter whether what she was telling him was true. It mattered whether it would change his behavior for long enough to keep him alive past the next moon. Viserys looked at the dish. 2 eggs left in it. The cream one and the jade one, both of them now showing the same hairline silver-red cracks the onyx had shown an hour ago. You, his voice was small. You believe one of them, I believe one of them might. He swallowed. I have not been a good brother to you, Daenerys. She had not, in either of her lives, expected him to say that. She had to take half a moment to file it away, because anything she said back to it would matter for the rest of his life and possibly the rest of hers. You have been, she said, the brother our father's death and our mother's death and the murder of our family made you. We will speak about whether that is the brother you wish to remain. Not this morning. This morning we are going to put this dragon back into the dish, where he will sleep and eat such little things as Illyrio's cook can provide, and we are going to discuss the Dothraki. The Dothraki. Khal Drogo's blood riders ride into Pentos in 3 days. I will speak to him in 11. I will ride east with him in 12. You will not. You, listen, brother. I will go east. I will marry the horse lord. I will come back with an army. You will remain in Pentos. You will not, in these 11 days, sell our last name for a fat merchant's coin and the price of a Norvashi whore. If you do, the dragon will eat the merchant, the whore, and you. In that order. He has a delicate palate. He will need to work up to it. It was the first joke she had ever made to her brother. It was not, even by the standards of her late-life dry humor, a very good one. He laughed anyway. He laughed in a wet, surprised way, the laugh of a man who has not laughed honestly since before his mother's death, which by her count was 19 years ago. The little dragon on her arm made a noise that was, just possibly, the dragon equivalent of a laugh. She took a breath. She put the next part of the morning very carefully in front of her, the way she had once put the map of the Slavers' Bay in front of Tyrion at a long table, and considered it. Now, she said. Send for Illyrio. Crossed swords, Illyrio Mopatis came up the corridor like a barge. He had always come up corridors like a barge. He arrived with his beard freshly oiled, his rings on, 2 boys in white robes behind him, and the practiced astonishment of a merchant who had been rehearsing astonishment in a polished bronze for half an hour. My queen of queens. He spread his arms. Word has reached me of a dragon, Magister, she said, because she did not have the patience this morning for the shape his sentences took when he was inventing surprise. There is a dragon on my arm. Do come and look. He came and looked. She watched him while he looked. The astonishment thinned and the calculation rose under it, the way the bone of a man's face appeared under his skin in a long fast. Illyrio had always been transparent to her in retrospect. In her first life, she had thought him sly because she had not yet known sly. He was not sly. He was a man with one strategy, which was to be the second most important person in any room. The spider had taught him this strategy. He had executed it for 30 years. Magister, she said. Sit down. He looked at her. The eyes above the beard were small and clever and very, very interested. The lady is generous to her host, he said. But the host stands. The host, she said, sits this morning, because what we are about to discuss is the next 10 years of his life, and he will hear it sitting. He sat. In the other life, she thought, this was the morning Illyrio gave me the petrified eggs. Cold, dead, decorative. He gave them to me because they were a beautiful object and he liked to give beautiful objects to women he was selling. He had already sold me to Khal Drogo. The eggs were a courtesy. Today he did not give them to her. Today she had the eggs already, and she had a dragon, and she had, the cleanest of all weapons in negotiation, knowledge. Magister, she said. I will tell you what is going to happen, and you will tell me whether it is acceptable to you. My queen, Khal Drogo arrives with his blood riders in 3 days. He will require 11 days of feasting in Pentos before the wedding. His horsemen will drink your wine and break your fountains and offend your magisters. You will lose some money. You expected to lose this money. You will recoup it from the favor of the spider, who is in correspondence with you and has been since I was 9, and from the trade rights with my future husband, which will improve if I survive the step. Tell me whether so far my arithmetic agrees with yours. His mouth had opened a little. My queen, yes or no, Magister? Yes. Good. She tilted her head. Now. The arithmetic that has changed this morning, I will explain to you slowly, because I know you have been awake only a short time and the morning is unusual. Your arithmetic this morning rests on the assumption that I am a virgin princess to be sold for the use of her uterus and her brother's claim. You have assigned me the value of a dowry. The Khal has assigned me the value of an heir. You have negotiated my price somewhere between the two. Yes. Illyrio's beard moved. He inclined his head. He had been a slaver before he had been a merchant. He could take a transaction described accurately. He could not, in this morning's lighting, do anything else. Yes, my queen. Good. The change is this. I will not be sold to Khal Drogo. I will treat with Khal Drogo. Do you understand the difference? My queen, the Khal, will treat with the woman who has dragons hatching in her chamber, Magister, or he will not be Khal long enough to ride home. I do not say this to threaten him. I will not threaten him. I will offer him a better bargain than my brother offered him. The bargain I will offer him is not a wife. It is a queen in exile and her 3 dragons. He will recognize the difference, Magister, because Dothraki Khals are not, despite the songs your scribes write, stupid. He will hear that the bargain I offer him is more profitable than the bargain my brother offered him. He will hear me out. She looked down at the little black dragon on her arm. He was sleeping. He looked, she thought, very peaceful for a creature who had been an egg an hour ago. You, Magister, will support this arrangement. You will not whisper to the spider. You will not write to the Sea Lord. You will not poison my brother in an effort to simplify the politics of the manse before the wedding. You have been planning to do all 3 of these things. You will not. He had stopped breathing for a polite count. My queen, he said. Magister. She leaned forward. The dragon on her arm did not stir. I am going to be queen of Westeros before you are 60. You are 54. Do not, please, mistake me for a girl. Do not, please, mistake my brother for the dragon. I am the dragon. He is, at this morning's count, a young man with much potential and 3 days of a hangover. You will treat him as such. You will not have him killed. You will, at my request and out of the mercy of your house, have him fitted by your tailor for clothes that do not embarrass me at the wedding. You will assign him a tutor of Valyrian, because his is poor. You will treat him as a brother of the woman who will, in 8 years' time, decide whether your man stands. Illyrio looked at her for a long, careful moment. He had calculated, she thought. He had calculated quickly. He was not a slow man. He had calculated and he had reached the conclusion she had wanted him to reach, which was that a girl with a dragon and the manner of a queen was, at minimum, worth being alive in 8 years' time to find out about. "My queen of queens," he said. The astonishment was gone out of his voice. The arithmetic was in it. "I had hoped to propose certain, additional, arrangements regarding the Iron Bank. Perhaps these can wait until, they can wait, Magister, until I have hatched the second dragon. Which, if my eyes do not lie, will be tomorrow at the latest. Will you join me for breakfast?" Crossed swords, breakfast was a small political rehearsal. Illyrio had laid figs and honey and a cold quail in aspic and a flask of summer wine she would not, this life, drink before noon. She ate the quail and asked him 3 questions about his correspondence with Varys. 2 of the questions had answers Illyrio knew. The third had an answer he did not know and would not, after this morning, ever try to find out, because she had asked it in a tone that informed him the next question would be more uncomfortable. After breakfast she walked the courtyards. The slave girls watched her from doorways. The stable boys watched her from the haylofts. The Norvashi captain of Illyrio's house guard, who had been planning, in some detail, a small private accident on the road to the wedding, watched her from the gate tower and adjusted his planning to involve no accidents at all. None of these adjustments were spoken. None of them needed to be. She had walked, this morning, through Illyrio's manse with the carriage of a woman who had stood on the steps of a dead red keep, and the people who lived by reading carriage had read it. She practiced, in private, on a horse Illyrio had bought her for the wedding. The horse was the color of dusk. It hated her on principle. She rode it for the better part of an hour. Her thighs would, by evening, be in the kind of pain that had been absent from her body for 30 years. The horse, by the end of the hour, had stopped hating her. They had reached an arrangement. She had reached an arrangement with worse animals than horses. At dusk she went to the courtyard with the dry fountain and the jade egg. She hatched Regal at dusk. She did it alone, in a courtyard Illyrio did not use, beside the small dry fountain where, in the other life, she had once cried at 15 for a brother who was already dead. She put the jade egg on a folded silk, and she put her hand on it, and she said in a Valyrian her tongue did not yet have the muscle for, wake. "I have called. I am here." He came out wet. Wet, the way kittens were wet, with his wings folded close against his small green body and his eyes already curious, already roving the blue Pentoshi sky as if he were committing it to memory for some later use. She had not, in the first life, been able to tell her dragons apart in their first hour. She could tell them apart now. Drogon was rage, Regal was the question that came after the rage, Viserion would be, when he came out of his shell, the watchful thing that knew how to wait. She named the green one Regal because Rhaegar had loved harps and she had decided, half a life ago, that the brother she had never met deserved to have a creature with curiosity in its eyes named for him. She kept the name. The name had been a good decision. Some of her decisions had been good. She let Regal climb her arm. She put him on her shoulder beside Drogon, who was twice his size despite being a half-day older, and who showed no inclination to murder his brother, which was useful information about Drogon's temperament and possibly about the temperaments of dragons in general. She watched the cream-yellow egg. It pulsed, slow, steady. It was waiting. For what? In the first life she had not understood why the eggs took so long. In the second life she had had time to wonder. The eggs, she thought now, were not stones one cracked open. The eggs were animals one negotiated with. They wanted, before they came out, to be reasonably sure that the world they were coming into would be one in which a small dragon would be valued. She put her hand on the cream egg. "I have not yet earned you," she said, very softly. "Wait. I will." The egg pulsed. The hairline cracks in its shell shimmered, briefly, and then went still. She nodded to it. She set it back in the brass dish. She picked up Drogon and Regal and went up to the bedchamber where her brother had, against her expectation, gone obediently when she had told him to. He was asleep on the second couch. He had drunk less than half of what he usually drank by sundown. He had washed his face. He had begun, in some part of him, the work of becoming a slightly different person. Brother. He woke. He saw the green dragon on her shoulder. The look that went across his face this time was not envy. It was something rarer in him. It was something close to gratitude. You said, his voice was hoarse. You said one of them might. I said it, brother. I did not lie. The cream one will hatch when I have earned him. Or when one of us has. He looked at her for a long moment. What do I do, sister? She sat on the edge of the couch. She was 12. She was 40. She was the woman who had failed him once and burned a city for it, and she was the girl who had not yet failed him at all. You learn Valyrian properly, she said. You learn to ride without hating the horse. You stop drinking before midday. You meet Khal Drogo on the day he arrives, and you do not call him a savage in his hearing or out of it. You speak common when there are Westerosi in the room and Valyrian when there are not, and you do not, in either tongue, ever again say the word whore. Not about a Dothraki woman, not about a Lyseni dancer, not about me. The word is dead in your mouth from this hour. He swallowed. And in 3 years, she said, if the cream egg has not hatched for me, I will let you put your hand on it. And we will see. She had no idea if it would hatch for him. She suspected, in the deepest part of her, that it would not. The cream dragon was Viserion, and Viserion in the first life had been hers, completely, the watchful one, the dragon who waited beside her chair when the others flew. The cream egg wanted, she was fairly sure, the queen. But it would not cost her anything to give her brother a hand on it in 3 years. By then he would either be the man she was trying to make him, or he would be dead by some method that was not her doing, and in either case the gesture would be safe. He nodded. Sister. Yes, brother. What happened? Last night. Why are you? He did not finish. He could not articulate it. He had only the half-grown sense that she had become, in one night, a different sort of sister. He could not name the shape of the difference. 12-year-old girls did not, in his experience, deliver lectures to magisters or set terms with khals or hatch dragons in courtyards. She could have lied. She had, in the first life, been a great liar by the end. She had lied to Tyrion about Cersei and to Jon about the wall and to herself about the city and the bells. She did not lie this time. She did not tell him the whole truth, he could not hold the whole truth, not yet, possibly not ever, but she gave him, for a gift, a fragment. I had a dream, she said. A dream in which I was old and I had failed everyone I loved. I woke up this morning in this bed, brother, with the sense that the dream had been a warning. I will not fail you in the way I failed you in the dream. Viserys looked at her. The candle by the couch made his face very young. What did I do? He said. In the dream. You died, brother. Stupidly. For a crown that was not coming. I do not blame the boy who made that decision. I propose to make sure the boy never has to make it. He said nothing for a long while. Then he said, teach me, then. Teach me what you saw. She nodded. She did not weep. She had not wept yet, in this life. She suspected she would not weep for some time. The grief of the first life and the grief of the second had compacted, somewhere under her ribs, into a small dense thing that no longer answered to tears. It answered to other things. Action. Patience. The naming of dragons. The pressing of one small hand against an egg in a brass dish in a courtyard at dusk in Pentos. Outside the manse, 3 days east, Khal Drogo's blood riders had crossed the Rhoyne ford. They were singing a song about the woman the call would be given. The song was old. The song had named her, in advance, the Silver Mare. The song had not been written for the woman she was. The song had not been written for the dragons. The song would have to be rewritten. She put Drogon on the pillow at the head of the bed. She put Regal beside him. The two of them curled together like a pair of strange cats, one black and one green, and they slept. She sat by the brass dish for a long while, looking at the cream egg. Once, she thought. Not again. The egg pulsed under her palm. Outside the manse, the bell of some dark temple sounded the first hour of full dark. Pentos slept. Illyrio slept. The slave girls who would not be slaves much longer, if she had her way, slept. Her brother on his couch slept the lightest sleep he had slept in 19 years. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, 12 years old in this counting and 40 in another, did not sleep. She set her hand on the cream egg and made it a series of small, exact promises she meant to keep, and she began the long arithmetic of how to walk into a Dothraki camp on a horse she had not yet learned to ride and walk out of it queen. 3 days east, a horse lord she had once loved badly was riding toward her. She would meet him this time, she promised the cream egg, as an equal. As a queen. As something the songs of the steppe had not yet been written for. The cream egg pulsed once, slowly, as if in agreement. She closed her hand around it and watched the candle burn down. Crossed swords, she did not, in the end, sleep that night. She was lying on the bed with the dragons in the hollow of her shoulder when the woman came. The woman was not in the room. The woman was in the corner of the room where the woman had always been, in dreams, since the first time. She wore a red lacquered mask. Her robes were starlight. She did not, this time, speak first. Daenerys spoke first. Kaith. Daenerys. You are early. You came to me in Qarth. We are not in Qarth. We are in Pentos and I am 12. You are in Pentos and you are 12 and you are not, daughter, 12. No. A long pause. The mask did not move. The eyes inside it were the eyes of a woman who had been watching Daenerys, somewhere, since before Daenerys had been born. Remember who you are, Kaith said. I remember everything. That is a heavier remembering than the first one. Do you understand the price? I will understand it when I have paid it. I always do. The mask moved very slightly. It might have been a nod. It might have been a bow. It might have been the shadow of the candle reaching it across the floor. Beware the perfumed seneschal, Kaith said. Beware the lion, the kraken, the sun's son, the mummer's dragon. Beware, I remember the list, Kaith. I have learned it in 2 lives. Tell me, this time, what I should not beware. There was a silence the length of an old woman's breath. Beware the part of yourself, Kaith said, that wishes to be merciful so that the histories will say you were merciful. The other one, daughter, the part that is merciful because mercy is the harder choice, that part you may keep. The mask was gone. Daenerys lay in the dark and listened to her 2 dragons breathing. Once, she thought. Not again. She closed her eyes. Chapter 1 end. Chapter 2, the Dothraki bargain. The Khal arrived at sunset on the 4th day, which was a day later than her arithmetic had predicted, which meant her arithmetic had been improving. Memory was a frayed thing. She had spent 3 decades in the first life telling herself she remembered exact dates and 3 decades being wrong about them. She watched the column from the 3rd floor balcony of Illyrio's manse with Drogon under her sleeve and Regal on the railing. The column was 40 riders. She had expected 50, then revised down because Khals did not, in her experience, ride into Pentos with their full-blood riders for a delegation. They sent the small numbers, the political numbers, the numbers that said we honor you and we do not, yet, fear you. Drogo rode at the head. He was, she noted with the half-detachment of a queen examining a man she had once loved badly, smaller than she remembered. He was the size of a horse lord and not the size of a legend. The legend had grown around him in her memory the way ivy grew around a column once the column had fallen. He was beautiful. She allowed herself the observation. She allowed herself, for one half-breath, the older woman's grief for the man she had once burned a city in the name of. The grief was a small clean thing. It did not interfere with her arithmetic. Sister. Viserys had come up beside her. He had bathed. He had cut his hair. He had put on the green silk Illyrio's tailor had recut for him 3 times in 2 days, and the silk did not, on this 4th occasion, look like a costume. It looked like clothes a man wore. He was 20 and he was pale and he was, for the first time since she had known him in either life, sober at sundown. Brother. He is, Viserys breathed out. He is the largest man I have ever seen. He is not. He is not. You will see Gregor Clegane in the histories your tutor will teach you next week. The mountain. Almost 8 feet. Drogo is 6.5. He carries it well. The Dothraki, brother, are not a tall people on average. They are a people who ride. Drogo is unusual among his own. How do you, brother? She did not look at him. Stop asking how I know. I have told you the shape of how I know. I have not told you the details. The details would not, at this stage of your education, be useful. Watch the man. Tell me what you see. He watched. He did not see what she saw, of course. He saw a horse lord in a leather vest with a long black braid and gold rings on the braid, and he saw the bow at the saddle and the arak at the hip, and he saw the 4 blood riders behind him and read them as 4 men. He did not see the 7 slaves on foot at the back of the column with the bound wrists and the eyes on the cobbles, because he had been raised in Pentos and slaves were the color of Pentoshi cobbles to him. He did not see the absence of 3 particular kinds of saddle gear that would tell a Dothraki who knew that this was a marriage column and not a war column. He did not see the small white scar at the line of Drogo's hairline that meant the man had survived a scalp cut as a boy, which meant the man had been a boy who fought above his weight, which was the kind of thing it would, in a year's time, be useful to mention to him in a quiet voice across a fire. I see a horse lord, sister. You see a horse lord. Good. Do you see the blood riders? 4 men with curved swords. 4 men, brother, who would die for him before his next breath, and whom he would die for in the same breath. The bond is older than ours. Older than Westeros. They are his because they chose him. Note this. Note also that the blood riders have made themselves 4, not 3 and not 5, and that this is because Drogo has lost a blood rider in the past year and has not yet replaced him, and that the missing blood rider is the question I will ask him in our 2nd hour together, because it will be the question that tells me the most about him. Viserys looked at her. Sister, he said. How do you? She put her hand, very gently, on his wrist. Listen, brother. I will go down to him. You will come down a quarter hour after me. You will bow. You will not bow low. You will say Khal Drogo, you are welcome in this house, in common, and that is all you will say. You will not say my sister. You will not say the wedding. You will not, brother, say anything that contains the word crown. Do you understand me? Yes, sister. Good. She pulled her sleeve down over Drogon, who was sleeping the dragon sleep of a creature that had eaten 3 quail eggs at midday. Regal hopped from the railing onto her other shoulder. He had taken to riding her shoulder the way some children took to riding the necks of large dogs. He had refused, this morning, to be left behind. She had made one decision overnight that she had not made in either of her old lives. She would meet Khal Drogo with a dragon on her shoulder. It was a calculated risk. The histories of the Dothraki were full of Khals who killed messengers. The histories of the Dothraki were also full of Khals who knelt to the right kind of stranger. She had decided, lying with Drogon and Regal in the hollow of her shoulder, that the difference between the 2 outcomes was not the size of the stranger but the size of the gift the stranger appeared willing to give. Drogo was a man who took. The mistake of every Westerosi negotiator who had ever met a Dothraki, the mistake she herself had made in the first life by walking in as a sold object, was assuming that a man who took could not also receive. Drogo could receive. She had married him, in the first life, as a thing to be taken. She had taught him, slowly, painfully, while breaking her own pride to fragments, that she was a woman to be received. He had learned it. He had loved her for it. He had been killed for the lesson. She would, this time, walk in preloaded. She would walk in as the woman to be received. She would skip the breaking of her pride. She would skip the lesson he had paid for in his life. She came down the marble stair with Regal on her shoulder and Drogon under her sleeve and her hair in 2 long silver plaits and a Pentoshi gown the color of dragonflame at the heart of a forge. She had picked the gown herself. Illyrio had wept silently when she had picked it. He had wept because the gown had been intended for the wedding day and she was wearing it on a Thursday. Drogo was in the courtyard. He was standing with one hand on the bridle of his stallion. The stallion was the color of the dawn over salt water. The stallion would, she remembered, throw a foal in 3 months' time that Drogo would gift her for her own riding. The stallion did not yet know this and neither did Drogo. She knew it because she had named the foal in another life. Silver, she had called it then, because she had been a child and a child gives plain names to creatures she loves. Khal Drogo. He turned. He looked at her. He looked at the green dragon on her shoulder. The blood riders behind him drew rocks in one motion, for blades singing free of 4 sheaths in the same half-breath, and Drogo himself moved his hand from the bridle to the curve of his own Arrakis hilt. The horses in the courtyard caught the smell of Regal and went sideways in their hooves. Illyrio, halfway down the steps behind her, made a small noise that was not, technically, a word. Daenerys did not move. She watched Drogo for the half-second in which his arm continued moving and the half-second in which it stopped. It stopped. She knew, before he made the decision, that he would stop. She knew because she had watched, from 40 years away, the man she had buried decide, in a different courtyard, that the woman in front of him was worth one more breath of patience. He had been the patient kind of killer. She had loved him, in the first life, for being the patient kind. He was not yet, in this life, her husband, her friend, her dead. He was a stranger who happened to have, in his face, an architecture she had memorized in a tent over the course of a year. He stopped. He looked at the dragon. He said, in Dothraki, in the low rumble she had once felt against the back of her neck in the dark of a felt-walled tent, "Hashir Duthri check." It was not the greeting she had expected. It was the greeting one Dothraki gave another after a long ride. "Do you ride well?" It was, technically, an insult to give to a Pentoshi noblewoman, because it presupposed she rode at all. It was, technically, an honor to give to a Dothraki woman, because it acknowledged her as a creature with a horse. It was, she thought, neither. It was a question. He was asking what she was. She answered him in Dothraki. Anha Duthrak Chek, Khal Drogo. Anha Duthrak Chek Vosma Anha Veka Hrazef Vosma Anha Veka Zavorsa. I ride well, Khal Drogo. I ride well, but I have no horse, but I have a dragon. The blood riders did not lower the Araks. Drogo did not move at all. He looked at her with the precise attention of a man who has been told, somewhere on the road, that the woman he was riding to marry might be a bargain larger than the bargain he had agreed to. Illyrio had, of course, sent a rider ahead. Illyrio had, of course, told Drogo about the dragons. Drogo had, of course, believed that this was a Pentoshi merchant's lie of the kind he was paid to find amusing. Drogon, under her sleeve, woke up. He stuck his head out of the cuff. The black dragon and the green dragon looked at the call of 40,000 riders, and the call of 40,000 riders looked at the two of them, and after a count of 3 breaths Khal Drogo took his hand off the hilt of his arak and put it, very deliberately, palm out at his hip. The blood riders sheathed. Drogo said, in common, in the broken common of a man who had learned the language only well enough to insult traitors, you speak my tongue. I speak your tongue, Khal Drogo. Not well. Better than your common. We will speak in mine, when we know each other better. Tonight, in your honor, we will speak in yours. I am the woman of the dragon. The dragon is my horse. The dragon is my child. The dragon is my road. He took 2 steps forward. The blood riders moved with him at the precise distance of blood riders. He stopped 3 paces from her, which was the polite distance for a Dothraki to stop from a stranger. He tilted his head at the green dragon on her shoulder. He is yours. He is mine. He came out of an egg. He came out of an egg, 3 days ago. I have another. I will hatch the 3rd before the moon turns. I have not, Khal Drogo, told this to many. I tell it to you because the woman you have written to take as wife is not the woman in the message you were sent. The woman in the message you were sent was a girl. I am not. The woman you have written to take as wife will not be taken. She will be received. He looked at her. The blood riders looked at her. The slaves at the back of the column, who had been keeping their eyes on the cobbles since Astapor, looked up. They did not understand the Dothraki. They understood the music of the words. They understood that a woman in a dragon flame gown with a dragon on her shoulder was speaking to a Khal in his own tongue and was not lowering her chin. Drogo laughed. It was the laugh she remembered. It was the laugh that came up out of his chest like a small thunder, and it was, she had once thought, the second best sound in the world. She had thought, at 15, that the best sound in the world had been her own dragons in the air over V's Teloro. She had been correct on that point. The order had not since changed. Hrazef, he said. The word meant horse. The word also meant, in Dothraki idiom, a woman a man might keep. Zavorsa, she said. Dragon. A woman a man might not. He tilted his head the other way. You are a strange one, silver woman. I am, Khal Drogo. I will be stranger. We will speak in your tent tonight. We will speak with my brother present. We will not speak of bride price tonight. We will speak of bride price in 3 days, after you have eaten in this house and ridden the boy's horse my host will lend you and seen the 3rd of my dragons come out of the 3rd of my eggs. After that, Khal Drogo, you will know what you are taking and what you are receiving. You will tell me which of the 2 you wish to do. And if I wish, silver woman, to take. Then we will not, Khal Drogo, marry. And I will give you, as a gift in honor of your visit, one of the 3 eggs. And you will go home to your Khalasar with a dragon's egg, and you will wait for it to hatch, and it will not hatch, because the egg does not, Khal Drogo, hatch for one who takes. The egg, in that case, will be your reminder that the woman you did not receive was the woman who could have made you a king of all the rivers between here and the Bone Mountains. The blood rider on Drogo's left, the oldest one, the one with a silver tooth where his canine should have been, Kotho, his name had been, she had killed him in the first life with a fever knife in the same year she had buried Drogo. Kotho made a small sound in his throat. The sound was not approval. The sound was not disapproval. The sound was the sound a blood rider made when he heard, in a courtyard in Pentos, a small Pentosia-looking girl tell his call what would and would not happen with the gold of his future kingdom. Drogo looked at Kotho. He looked back at her. 3 days, silver woman. 3 days, Khal Drogo. He inclined his head. It was not a bow. The Khals of the Dothraki did not bow. It was the inclination of a man who had decided to look at the woman in front of him for the second of the 4 meetings he would, in his life, give her. He turned. He led the column to the stables Illyrio had prepared for them. The blood riders followed. The slaves followed the blood riders. Illyrio came down the last of the steps with the practiced smile of a man who had been silently composing, all the way down the marble, the report he was going to write to Varys about what had just happened. Crossed swords, Viserys came down the steps a quarter hour late. He had been, she suspected, in his room composing himself. He found her in the small library where Illyrio kept the books he wanted his guests to think he had read. She was sitting by the window with Regal asleep in her lap. "Sister. Brother. You spoke to him in his own tongue." "I did." "You did not speak to him in his tongue yesterday." "I did not." "How?" She looked up. "Brother. We must, very soon, have a difficult conversation. Not now. Tonight, after the feast. I will tell you, in private, the part of the story that is mine to tell. Until then, I ask you to do me a favor." "Anything, sister." She studied him for a half-breath. "Anything is, brother, a word a man should not use until he has heard the question. You have used it, in this hour, generously. I will not abuse it. The favor is small. When we go into the feast tonight, you will sit on my left. You will not speak unless I touch your wrist. When I touch your wrist, you will say only what we have rehearsed. You will not, brother, drink. The Khal will drink. Illyrio will drink. The Blood Riders will drink. The first of you to be drunk will be the first to be killed. I do not say this to frighten you. I say it to inform you." He looked at her. He had in his face the clean kind of fear, the fear that was not panic. The fear of a man whose sister had become, in 3 days, a creature he did not understand and did not, in the warmest part of him, wish to disappoint. "Yes, sister." "Good." She let her hand rest on his wrist for a moment. She did not, as their mother in the stories had done, kiss his temple. She had not yet earned the right to kiss his temple, because she had not yet, in his memory of her, become the kind of sister whose kiss meant anything more than oil. She would earn the right slowly. She would earn it by not poisoning him, by not selling him, by not letting him be killed in a tent in 9 moons' time. "One more thing, brother." "Yes." "Jorah Mormont arrives tomorrow." "Jorah Mor, the Bear Islander." "The exile." "Why?" "To swear to me." Illyrio sent for him. The Spider sent for him. Both in the same week. He is to be my sworn shield, my guide, my translator, and, incidentally and from the second hour of his service, a spy in the pay of the Spider. Viserys went very still. "You, sister. You know this." "I know this." "Then he must be, she said, "received. He must be received and used and, in a year from now, when I judge that the time is right, he must be confronted, in front of as many witnesses as I can gather, with the work he has done for the Spider, and he must be given the choice between 2 kinds of life. He will choose, I believe, the better of the 2. I have, brother, done him this service before. I will do it better this time." Viserys looked at her with the look of a younger brother who has begun to suspect that his older sister is, in some way that goes beyond what his eyes can show him, older than he is. "Sister. Who are you?" She did not answer at once. She looked at her hands. They were small. They were unscarred. The thumb she had broken at 14 on a galley rope was unbroken and the little finger she had dislocated against Dario's jaw was undislocated and the palms had not yet held a sword or a child or the cooling cheek of a man dying of his wound. "I am," she said, "the blood of the dragon. I am, brother, a girl who has dreamed, possibly, more than the body of a girl is meant to hold. I am, brother, your sister. I will be, in 7 years, your queen. The first 2 of these you have always known. The third is what we will make of the months between now and then." He nodded. He did not, this time, ask the question further. He had, she thought with a small unworded gratitude, the discipline of a boy who had not yet, in this life, been crushed into a man. Crossed swords, the feast was the disaster Illyrio had been afraid of and the triumph she had paid him to make it. The Dothraki ate. The Pentoshi watched them eat. Drogo's blood riders gambled their bowls of horse meat against each other for second helpings. Kotho stared at Daenerys across the table for the first half of the meal. By the second course he had stopped staring. He had begun, instead, looking at her sideways, the way a man looked at a woman whose conversation he wanted to be the one to repeat to his sons. She had, in the course of the feast, said 3 things. The first, in Dothraki, a riddle she had heard from Irri in the first life, about the difference between a stallion and a saddle. Drogo had laughed. The second, in common, to Illyrio, that the eel in green sauce was the best he had served her in her recollection. Illyrio had been delighted. Illyrio had not yet noticed that in her recollection was a phrase a girl of 12, who had been in his manse for 9 months and had been served eel in green sauce 3 times in those 9 months, ought not to have used in the way she had used it. He would, she thought, eventually notice. He would not, she thought, ever ask. The third, in Valyrian, to her brother, that he should drink the cup of water the slave girl had set beside his hand, and that he should eat a fig, and that he should not, for the next half hour, look at the blood rider on the Khal's left. He had drunk the water. He had eaten the figure. He had, with a discipline that pleased her, not looked at Kotho. The Khal of 40,000 riders had, in the 4 hours of the feast, addressed 2 questions to her and 1 to her brother. To her, the first question, in Dothraki, what does the green dragon eat? She had said, what I give him. The second, in common, what does the woman of the dragon want? She had said, in Dothraki, because she had decided in that moment that the conversation belonged to his tongue and not his guests, the same thing the Khal of 40,000 riders wants. To eat what I have hunted, to ride what I have broken, to sleep beside whom I have chosen. He had looked at her for a long count, and then he had turned to her brother and said, in common, boy. What does your sister want? She had set her hand, lightly, on Viserys' wrist. Viserys had said, with the kind of careful courage she had not believed him capable of since their mother's death, Khal Drogo. My sister wants the sun and the moon. They are large. She will accept, in lieu, your respect. It was not the line they had rehearsed. It was a line he had improvised. It was, she thought with a small interior delight that was the first interior delight of her second life, an excellent line. It was, possibly, the best sentence her brother had ever said in his 20 years. Drogo had laughed. He had laughed for a long time. He had laughed and slapped the table, and one of his blood riders, the youngest one, had laughed with him. Kotho had not laughed. Kotho had narrowed his eyes at Viserys and noted, in the long and careful ledger Kotho kept inside his head, the boy who could improvise. Crossed swords. After the feast she walked in the garden under an early Pentoshi moon. She walked alone. She had asked Illyrio for 1 hour alone in his garden, and he had granted her 1 hour alone in his garden. She had not believed Illyrio would be honest about granting her 1 hour alone in his garden, but she had also had Drogon under her sleeve, and the Norvashi captain of the house guard had reached, in his planning, a careful private decision to stop planning anything at all. She walked among the badly pruned figs. She thought about her brother. She thought about the line he had improvised. In the first life she had buried her brother in the 8th moon of her marriage, when the gold came down over him. She had, on that morning, told herself that he had not been her brother for many years. It was true, and it was also the lie a woman told herself when a man she had once loved was killed in front of her by a man she had also loved. The truth had been more boring. He had been her brother. He had been a frightened boy with no guardians and a dead mother and a dead father, and he had been raised on a story that had eaten him from the inside, and his sister had been 12 and had had no power to save him. His sister was 12 and now had power to save him. The arithmetic of it was unfair. The arithmetic of every second life was unfair. She had lived once and learned and been killed and had been given the chance to learn again. The boy in the green silk who had improvised a line about the sun and the moon had not had this chance. The boy in the green silk had been given, instead, the chance of having a different sister. He would have to take it. She would have to give it to him. She would not, she decided, walking among the figs with the little black dragon stirring in the cuff of her sleeve, kill her brother. She would not, she decided, let him be killed. She would, if it came to it, take a wound from Drogo to keep him alive. She would, if it came to it, send him back to Pentos with Viserys when the time came. She would, if every other plan failed, marry him to a woman who would be more dragon than he was, and she would charge that woman with the keeping of him. But she would not, this time, watch him die. Once, she thought. Not again. Crossed swords, Yora came up the road the next afternoon with rain on his cloak and a horse he had borrowed in Volantis. She received him in the small audience chamber Illyrio had converted, very recently, into something that resembled a queen's hall. She wore the dragon flame gown a second time. She had Drogon on her shoulder and Regal on the back of the chair, and she had her brother seated, very upright, at her left hand. Illyrio was not in the room. She had asked Illyrio not to be in the room. Illyrio had been politely surprised by the request and had then complied, because Illyrio had been doing arithmetic of his own, and the arithmetic now told him, in clear digits, that the woman in the dragon flame gown was no longer, technically, his to manage. Yora came in. He bowed. He bowed the wrong amount, he bowed the amount a Westerosi knight bowed to a Pentoshi merchant's daughter. He had not been told what he was walking into. He had been told, in 2 letters from Illyrio and 1 from the Spider, that he would be sworn to Princess Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, and that the princess was 12, and that the princess was about to be sold to a horse lord. He had not been told that the princess had dragons. He saw the dragons. He did not bow more. She liked him for it. She had always liked him for it. He had been, in the first life, the only man who had walked into her hall and been surprised and not adjusted his bow. He had bowed, always, to the same mark. He had bowed to who she was, and not to what he had just learned about her. It was a small virtue, and she had spent 20 years undervaluing it. Ser Yora Mormont, of Bear Island. Princess. Stand. Look at me. He stood. He looked at her. His eyes did the thing a northerner's eyes did in a southern room, they catalogued exits, weapons, drafts, persons. He counted the dragons last, and only because they were the most likely items in the room to require his attention. Ser Yora, she said. I have been told that you are to be sworn to me. If you will have me, princess. I will have you, Ser. With 3 conditions. I will tell you the conditions before you swear. You will accept them, or you will not. If you do not accept them, I will give you a fresh horse and a purse of silver and a letter to a friend in Et, and I will tell no one in this manse where you have gone. He looked at her. He did not, she noted, look at the dragons. He had, in the 4 breaths since he had come in, decided to treat the dragons as background and the woman as foreground. It was the correct decision. It was also, she thought with a private gratitude, the decision he had made the first time, and the first time it had taken him months to make it. Speak, princess. The first condition. You will be in my service from this hour. You will not, from this hour, write to any other man about me. You will not write to Lord Varys. You will not write to King Robert. You will not write to your wife in Lys. You will write only the letters I tell you to write, in the words I give you, to the people I name. If a letter comes for you, you will give it to me unopened. You will receive nothing from any hand without my knowledge. The pardon you have been promised, Ser, by men who have no right to give it to you, is not a pardon I can give. I can give you a different one. I will, in time, by the writ of my own hand and the seal of my own house. You will earn it. You will not, in earning it, write to any other man. His face did not change. But his eyes had gone very still in the way the eyes of a man went still when a woman who was not supposed to know a thing had announced, calmly, that she knew it. The second condition. You will not, Ser, lie with me, ride me, kiss me, court me, or look at me in the way a man looks at a woman he intends to lie with, ride, kiss, or court. I am 12. You are 42. The thought has, possibly, not yet occurred to you. I tell you in this hour not because the thought has occurred to you but because I know, sire, what shape the future could take if certain mistakes were made early. Your service to me will not be the service of a man who hopes. It will be the service of a knight to a queen. You will be welcome in my hall. You will sit at my councils. You will not be welcome in my bed at any age I will be in this life. He had gone, very slightly, pale. The third condition. You will, on the day I tell you to, kneel before my full council and confess, in your own words, that you spied for the spider in your first months in my service. You will be honest. You will be detailed. You will give me the names of every other agent in my circle whom you have, in the course of your espionage, identified. After your confession, I will pardon you. Publicly. By my own hand and my own seal. You will be, from that hour, the only knight in my service whose loyalty I have tested in front of witnesses and confirmed. He took a breath. It was not a breath of shock. It was the breath of a man who had spent 20 years carrying a heavy thing and had, this hour, set it down. Princess. Sire. How do you know? Sire. You will, in time, learn that there are some questions I will not answer. The shape of how I know, I will share with you in the second year of your service. The details I will keep. I have been given, sire, a gift larger than the dragons. The gift is the kind that is not, by its nature, meant to be displayed. I am displaying a small part of it to you because the alternative is that you serve me badly and die badly, and I would prefer that you serve me well and live. She watched him. He went down on one knee. He took his sword off his hip. He laid it, the way a northerner laid a sword, across his upturned palms. He did not, this time, give the long-sworn shield speech of the Mormonts. He gave, instead, 6 words. My queen. I am yours. Always. She took the sword. She handed it to her brother. She said, in common, brother. Return Ser Jorah his sword. He will have need of it. Viserys took the sword. Viserys gave the sword back to Jorah. The two men's hands touched briefly. The boy in the green silk who had improvised a line about the sun and the moon was the boy who, in another life, had thrown wine in Jorah's face on the road from Pentos. The two of them, this time, exchanged the smallest of nods. She had, she noted, repaired one small thing. There would be many more. Crossed swords, the cream egg hatched on the morning of the 11th day. She had carried it with her, in a sling under her gown, for 4 nights. She had spoken to it in High Valyrian. She had told it the names of her dragons, the names of her dead, the name of the brother she did not intend to bury this time. She had told it, on the 3rd night, that it would be the watchful one. She had told it, on the 4th night, what she meant by watchful. It hatched, in the end, in her hand. She was in the small courtyard with the dry fountain. The sun had not yet come over the wall. The sky was the color of an oyster shell. She had set the egg on a folded silk and put both her hands on it, and the cream shell had come open in long calm petals, and Viserion had come out of it with his eyes already open. He looked at her. He looked at her for a long, uninterrupted count. He climbed onto her hand. He did not, like Drogon, rage at the cold of the morning. He did not, like Rhaegal, ask the sky a question. He sat in her palm, the cream and gold of him still wet, and he watched. Viserion, she said. He blinked, slowly. She walked back to the manse with the 3rd dragon on her wrist. On the 11th morning of the 11th day, she went up the marble stair to the great hall where the wedding had been laid out for 250 Pentoshi guests and 40 Dothraki bloodriders and 1 fat magister who had been weeping discreetly into his beard for the last 3 sunrises. She walked in with 3 dragons. Drogon on her left shoulder. Rhaegal on the back of her right hand. Viserion in the cradle of her left elbow, watching the door. The dragon flame gown was the dragon flame gown. She had not changed it, because Illyrio had not had time to make her another. Drogo was waiting at the dais. He looked at the 3 dragons. He looked at her. He did not, this time, reach for his arak. He tilted his head. He said, in the Dothraki she had taught the heir to expect from his mouth, silver woman. The third of 3. You said 3. There are 3. There are 3, Khal Drogo. There will be no more in this generation. There will be more in the next, if there is a next. The hatching of dragons is not a bargain that may be repeated cheaply. I tell you this because we are about to make a different bargain, and I want you to know what is in the room. He looked at her for a long time. Then he said the line he had said in the first life, in this same hall, on this same 11th morning. He said it in common because he wanted her to know he had learned to say it in her tongue. Moon of my life. You are the last of your kind. Perhaps. Perhaps not. We will see. Tonight, we see. She did not, this time, lower her chin. She said, in his tongue, the line she had been composing, in the back of her mind, for 9 days. Sun and stars. You are the first of your kind. Certainly. We will see, tonight, who is first of mine. Drogo laughed. The Blood Riders laughed. Kotho, who had not laughed at any of the previous jokes, made the small sound in his throat again. The sound, this time, was the sound a Blood Rider made when he had decided that he was not, in fact, going to kill the Khal's bride before the moon turned. The wedding began. Crossed swords, she sat through the Dothraki wedding rites with 3 dragons on her body and her brother on her left and Jorah Mormont 2 steps behind her and Illyrio at the back of the hall composing the next of his many letters. She was offered a cup of horse blood. She drank from it. She did not, this time, drink the whole cup, she drank the polite half. She had, in the first life, drunk the whole cup and made herself a small sick wonder of the thing. She had been showing off. She had not needed to show off. She had been 12. She watched, because she had to, 2 of the Dothraki couplings on the floor between the tables. She did not watch the third because the third was a coupling against a slave woman who had not, in the dialect of the steppe, the right to refuse. She turned her face away. Drogo, she noted, watched the third coupling with the indifferent eyes of a man who had grown up watching such couplings and had not, in his life, yet been given the language to understand them as anything other than custom. She would, she thought, give him that language. Not tonight. Not next moon. The year after, perhaps. She would give him the language slowly. He would learn it. He had been, the first time around, a man who could learn. The slave women were given, at the wedding, as gifts. She received 4. Doria, the Lyseni. Iri and Jiki, the Dothraki. A 4th she did not recognize, a Norvashi girl with a scar above her eye, perhaps 14, who had been given by a magister whose name she did not know. The Norvashi girl had not been part of the first life. She had been added, this time, by some shift in Illyrio's accounting. Daenerys filed the girl away. The girl had a quick eye. The girl had a face that had, in the not-distant past, been struck. The girl was hers now. She gave gifts in return. To Drogo, a small dragonglass dagger she had asked Illyrio to procure for her in the 3rd week of her stay, 3 years before she had, in the first life, even thought of dragonglass. She handed it to him on her open palm and said in Dothraki, for the things that ride from the ice. He had no idea what she meant. He took the dagger. He admired the work. He fitted it into the loop on his belt that had, until that moment, held only a smaller knife of bone. The dagger would, she suspected, save his life. She would, in due course, tell him for what. To his blood riders, for bridles of Lannisport leather with silver bosses. She had ordered them in the 2nd week. Even Kotho, who had not laughed at the jokes, ran his thumb along the boss of his bridle and inclined his head. To her brother, nothing. She had told him beforehand that she would be giving him nothing. He had nodded. He understood, by the 11th day, why the silver-haired girl was not going to give the silver-haired boy anything in front of the Dothraki. He understood that he was, in this hour, going to remain the prince at her left who had improvised a line about the sun and the moon and was now smart enough to be silent. To Yora, a sword. The Volantene smiths had, at her request, copied the hilt and fittings of Heartsbane. The blade was not Valyrian. The blade was Volantene steel, well folded. It would do, until she could buy him better. She had given him, in the gift, the rough knowledge that she knew what his ancestral sword looked like. He had accepted the gift on one knee, with his eyes wet, and he had not said anything at all. Crossed swords, that night Drogo did not take her. She had asked him, in the small private hour that the Dothraki gave a husband and wife on the wedding night, the half-hour the writers called the asking hour, for one further thing. She had asked him to wait. She had said, "Sun and stars. I am 12. The body of a girl of 12, I will tell you, was not built to carry the seed of the call of 40,000 riders. I will be 15 in 3 winters. I will be ready, in 3 winters, in the body that I will then have. You will, until that day, sleep in my tent. You will not, until that day, lie with me. You will not, on any of the days between, lie with another woman of your Khalasar. You will lie with the slave women I have not yet bought, and we will buy none. You will, sun and stars, find your patience. The patience will be repaid." He had looked at her. He had looked at her for a long time. He had said, "You ask for a strange thing, silver woman." She had said, "I ask, sun and stars, the only thing I will ask for that will cost you anything. Every other ask I have, and there will be many, will give you something larger than the asking. This one will cost you the small comfort of a girl's body that you would not, in your own bones, have enjoyed taking. You will tell me, sun and stars, that you have not enjoyed taking the bodies of girls of 12. The call of 40,000 riders does not need to take such bodies. The call of 40,000 riders waits, in good honor, 3 winters, and is repaid by a queen." He had said, after a long count, "And in 3 winters, silver woman, the queen is mine." She had said, "In 3 winters, sun and stars, the queen is yours. And you, in 3 winters, are the queen's. And the dragons, sun and stars, are no man's." He had laughed. He had not laughed loudly. He had laughed the small private laugh of a man who had been told, more than once across his years, that he was about to wait for something that would be worth waiting for. He had taken her hand. He had kissed her knuckles. He had gone, that night, to his own bedroll 3 paces from hers. She had lain awake with 3 dragons in the warmth of her shoulder and listened to his breathing in the dark of the felt tent and waited for the strange new feeling in her chest to resolve into a name. It had taken some hours. The name, when it had come, had been gratitude. Once, she thought. Not again. She closed her eyes. The first leg of the long road east began at sunrise. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Khalasar of the Mother. The Grass Sea began 3 days east of Pentos and ran, with a few interruptions, to the salt-bone steppes of the Bone Mountains, and across all the country between. The wind moved. She had forgotten the wind. She had remembered the grass and the horses and the smell of charred meat at sundown, but the wind she had let go, somewhere in the years between Meereen and her death, and the wind came back to her in the 3rd hour of the first day of riding and went into the hollow of her sternum like a key into a lock. The forge in her chest answered the wind. She rode at the head of the Khalasar with Drogo on her right and Yora on her left, on a silver mare she had been given by the call of 40,000 riders, who had given her, on the 5th day, the foal she had named Silver in the first life. She had given the foal a different name this time. She had named him Patience, in common, because she had decided that the names of horses, the small and private symbols of her second life, would mark the small and private corrections she was making. The foal would, in 3 years, be the horse from which she gave the speech that bound the Khalasar to her after Drogo's wounding. She had no intention of letting Drogo take that wound. But the foal was the foal. He was beautiful. He had his mother's silver and his father's black-tipped mane. He was, on the 5th day, asleep in his mother's shadow, and she had, very quietly, named him Patience into the hollow of his ear. Crossed swords, the first crisis came on the 7th day. A rider of the Khalasar, not a blood rider, but a man of 30 winters, broad and slow-eyed, named Mago, had taken issue with the absence of his accustomed comfort. He had taken issue, that is to say, with the new edict. The edict had been hers. She had, on the second night, asked Drogo for one further small gift, and he had granted her the gift, and the gift had been this: in the Khalasar of Khal Drogo, the women taken in raid would be the property of the Khaleesi and not the property of the rider who had taken them, and the Khaleesi, as the property's owner, would forbid the use of the women's bodies by any rider in the Khalasar without the Khaleesi's express permission. Drogo had granted the gift, after some thought, because he had read it as a vanity. The Khaleesi, the silver woman, did not yet understand the customs. The Khaleesi would tire of her vanity within a moon. The Blood Riders had repeated this analysis to each other in the low voice with which Dothraki men discussed the eccentricities of Khal's wives. Mago, on the 7th day, had not waited a moon. She had been sitting on the silver mare with Viserion across her saddle bow when the screaming started in the long grass 40 paces from her. She had ridden over. Mago had a Lazarene woman in the grass. He had not, yet, opened her clothes. He had, by the position of his hand, perhaps 4 breaths before he opened them. The Lazarene woman was perhaps 30. Her face had gone the color of a stone in cold water. She had stopped screaming because she had realized that screaming was making him angrier and that angrier was, on present arithmetic, worse. Mago. The rider looked up. He saw the silver mare. He saw the dragon on the saddlebow. He saw the Khaleesi. He smiled. He did not, that is, scowl. He smiled. He smiled the smile of a man who had been waiting for the daughter of Westeros to come over and find him at this work, because he had decided, in advance, that the daughter of Westeros could be made to look small in front of the riders at this work. She had ridden into Lazer with him in the first life. She had known him in the first life. He had been, in the first life, the man who had openly defied her over precisely this thing in precisely this kind of grass and had been put down by Drogo and had not, in his dying, repented. She had not given him another thought in 20 years. She gave him a thought now. Mago, she said, in Dothraki. Take your hand off the woman. Stand. Walk 3 paces from her. We will have a conversation. He did not stand. Khaleesi. His Dothraki was the rough Dothraki of the eastern Khalasars. She is mine. I took her from the village. The taking was clean. Her people are dead. By the law of the riders, the woman is mine. By the law of the call of 40,000 riders, the woman is the Khaleesi's. Stand, Mago. Walk 3 paces. We will have a conversation. The two of them looked at each other. She had, in the first life, ridden away from this kind of moment and asked Drogo to sort it. She had asked Drogo to sort it because she had been 15 and afraid and because she had not yet learned, in the year of her first marriage, that a queen who asked her husband to sort her things was not, by Dothraki accounting, a queen. She did not, in this life, ask Drogo to sort it. She got off the silver mare. She put Viserion on the silver mare's saddle, where he would not, she knew, be in the way of what was about to happen. She walked 3 paces and stopped 4 paces from Mago, with the Lazarene woman between them in the grass. Mago. He stood. The smile had not left his face. He had decided, somewhere in the few breaths of conversation, that the silver woman was about to embarrass herself by attempting to slap him, or to threaten him, or to make a Dothraki rider afraid of her. She did not slap him. She did not threaten him. She drew, from the sash of her riding leathers, a small dragonglass dagger that was the twin of the dagger she had given Drogo on the wedding morning. She had had 2 of them made. She set the dagger on the grass between them. She took 2 steps back. Mago. The Khaleesi does not duel her own riders. The Khaleesi does not, in the law of the steppe, draw blood. She speaks. Riders fight on her behalf. This is the law. I respect the law. I will give the law a small adjustment for this hour, because the law was written for queens of horsemen and was not written for queens of dragons. The grass moved in the wind around them. You will pick up the dagger. You will use it on me, if you can. I will not draw a blade against you. I will not raise a hand against you. I will not summon the Khal to defend me. I will not summon my dragons to defend me. I will stand here in the grass with my hands open, and you will, if you wish, kill me. The whole Khalasar is watching. The Khal is watching. If you kill me, Mago, you will be famous. You will be famous in this hour and you will be dead in the next, but for the hour between, you will be famous. Pick up the dagger. He did not move. She could see in the half-second of his face, misplayed his arithmetic, but only by a small margin. He had not believed she would refuse to fight him. He had not believed she would offer him her own death, on the grass, with the dragons watching. He had not believed she would understand his shape. He stooped. He picked up the dagger. He weighed it in his palm. He looked at her. She did not move. A long silence opened in the grass. The riders of the Khalasar, perhaps 30 of them within shouting distance, had drawn around in the loose half-circle the Dothraki drew when something was happening. They were silent. The silence of the Khalasar was a thing she had heard once before, in the first life, in the hall where Drogo had killed Viserys, and she had forgotten how complete it was. Mago looked at the dagger. He looked at the silver woman with her hands at her sides. He thought. She watched him think. She had, in her training of the man on the grass between them, perhaps 10 heartbeats to win him. Mago. Her voice came up out of her chest as the voice of a queen of 40 years and not a girl of 12. Listen. I do not, this morning, want your death. I want your custom changed. The custom you have followed all your life is a custom that, in the lands we are riding to, will lose us battles and gold. I will tell you why. The Lazarene are a people with priests. Their priests do not, on principle, fight us. Their priests will, if we leave the women unraped, sell us their grain at half the price they sold us last year. The Khal does not yet know this. He will learn it. The first Khal to learn it will eat better, this winter, than every Khal of the eastern grass. I am telling you the secret of this winter's wealth in front of 30 riders and I am asking you to be the rider who carries the change. You will be remembered, Mago, as the first rider to take the silver woman's edict on his shoulders. You will be remembered. The histories of the Khalasar will not forget you. The histories will forget the man who killed me in the grass, because he will be killed in the next hour and his name will go into the night fires unsung. Choose. He looked at the dagger. He looked at her. He did not speak. She had one, she could see, perhaps half of him. The other half was the half of him that had decided, 2 minutes ago, that the silver woman was a creature he could humble in front of his peers. She gave the other half its escape. Take the dagger. Keep it. It is a gift. It is the gift of the Khaleesi to her first edict rider. It is the same dragon glass with which the Khal opens his meat. You will eat your meat, this winter, with a dagger that is the twin of the Khal's. You will be marked, in every Khalasar from here to the Bone Mountains, as the rider whose blade matches Drogo's. Take it, Mago. Walk away from the woman. Drink with me at the night fire. Tell the riders the new way. He took the dagger. He looked at her. He stepped over the Lazarene woman without touching her. He walked past Daenerys at a respectful distance. He walked, slow and careful, to the place at the edge of the grass circle where his horse stood. He did not, on the way, look back. The riders parted. Daenerys breathed out. She had not, until that breath, allowed herself to be 12. She allowed herself to be 12 for 1/2 second. She allowed herself the small private terror of a girl who had stood 3 paces from a man with a dagger and her own hands empty. The terror was small. The terror was useful. The terror would, she suspected, return at unhelpful hours over the next year. She would manage it. She turned to the Lazarene woman. The woman was still on the ground. The woman had not, in the long minutes of the conversation, moved. Daenerys went to her. She knelt. She did not, this time, send for a Dothraki to do this. She herself put her arms around the Lazarene woman's shoulders and lifted her into a sitting position and said, in the Lazarene she had begun, for years from now in the first life, to learn, sister. You are safe. You are mine. No man rides you again. The Lazarene woman looked at her. The Lazarene woman, who would be Mirri Maz Dur, who would have been, in another life, the witch who had bought the death of Drogo with the sleep of Daenerys's first son, looked at the silver woman with the dragon eyes and saw a queen. She did not weep. She had been a Magi for 30 years and she had not wept since she was a girl of 7. She did not weep now. She inclined her head, in the slow Lazarene manner, and she said, in her own tongue, Khaleesi. The Lamb people remember you. Crossed swords, she did not, in this life, take Mirri Maz Dur into her service. She took her into her circle. There was a difference. She had Doria teach her common. She had Irri ride with her on the long marches. She had Jiki braid her hair on the nights when the Bloodriders came to drink. She had Mirri Maz Dur she sat, with quiet courtesy, at the back of the line of the Lamb women whose lives she had bought, and she did not, in any private hour, ask Mirri Maz Dur for a counsel or a remedy or a charm. Mirri Maz Dur watched her at the campfires. Mirri Maz Dur was, Daenerys knew, weighing the silver woman against the silver woman of her people's prophecies. The prophecies of the Lamb people had been, in the first life, a thing Daenerys had not understood until she was 26. The prophecies were that a silver woman would come out of the west on a horse, and the silver woman would bring fire, and the silver woman would either lift the Lamb people out of the grass or grind them into it. The prophecies were not hopeful. They had had room for 2 outcomes. In the first life, Daenerys had ground them. She had not meant to. She had, in not saving Mirri's village, ground them. She had, in losing her first son to Mirri's spite, lost the prophecy's good outcome. In this life, she would not lose the prophecy's good outcome. She did not, however, trust Mirri Maz Dur. She did not need to. She did Mirri Maz Dur the small ongoing kindness of feeding her, of leaving her unmolested, of not sending her back to the village to die. She did Mirri Maz Dur the larger kindness of not asking her for a child. The child would come from the silver woman's body in the silver woman's own time, attended by the silver woman's own midwife from Pentos, and Mirri Maz Dur would not be in the tent. Crossed swords, the Khalasar reached Viz Dothrak in the first moon of the new year. She was 12.5 by some counting and 40 by another, and the sun in the morning had begun. The further east they rode, to come up earlier and earlier, until on the morning of the 73rd day it came up at what had, in Pentos, been the 3rd hour of full dark. Viz Dothrak was a city that was not a city. It was a long shallow valley with a dozen broad streets of beaten earth and a series of monuments stolen from the cities of the south. It had a gate of horsebone. It had a market where the Dosh Khaleen ran the trade. It had, at its center, the squat round dome of the womb of the world, the lake from which, in the songs of the steppe, the first rider had come. She rode in with 3 dragons. The Dosh Khaleen received her at the steps of the Temple of No Walls. They were old, all of them, white-haired, eye-cleared. They had not, in their lifetime, had a Khaleesi enter Viz Dothrak with 3 dragons on her body. The eldest of them was a woman whose name she had, in the first life, never bothered to learn. The eldest's name was Dorian Ahesh. She was 91. She had been the wife of Khal Drogo, who had ridden against the wall of Old Edi and had survived him by 60 years. She looked at Daenerys with the eyes of a woman who had been waiting, since she was a girl, to see whether she would live long enough to see what had now ridden into her city. Khaleesi. Dorian Ahesh's Dothraki was the slow Dothraki of an old woman. You come to us with 3 children. I come to you, mother, with 3 children. I will give you a 4th, in due season. Of the 4th I will speak privately with the Dosh Khaleen, not in this hour. The eldest woman smiled. The smile was small and grey and almost private. Sit, Khaleesi. Crossed swords, she conceived Rego on the 17th night of her stay in Vis Dothrak. She had not, in the first life, conceived him in Vis Dothrak. She had conceived him in the 3rd moon of her ride, in a felt tent under a thunderstorm. The conception had been violent and had been, in a way she had been too young to understand, an act of love and not of marriage. Drogo had been her sun and stars. She had been, on that night, the moon of his life. Their child had been spoken into being between them. He had been a son made out of words as well as flesh. She had not, in the first life, kept him. In this life, she meant to. She conceived him in Vis Dothrak, in the small stone room the Dosh Khaleen had given her for her stay, and Drogo, whom she had asked to come to her bedroll for the first time in their marriage, had come to her with the slow careful hands of a man who had been told, 11 months before, to wait, and who had spent 11 months waiting, and who had, in the waiting, learned a shape of patience that the histories of the Khals of the Eastern Grass had not previously recorded. She had not been 12 when she had asked him. She had said to him, on the eve of their entry into Vis Dothrak, in the felt tent in the long grass, sun and stars. The body of the silver woman has, in 3 winters of riding and of growing, become the body of a woman. I am, by your reckoning, the moon of your life. I am, by mine, the queen of 3 dragons. Tonight I am, in addition, the wife of the Khal of 40,000 riders. Come. He had come. He had been, that night and the nights after, a man she had loved before and would now love again, slower and less savagely, and with the difference between a marriage and a taking laid out, by her own hand, in the grain of every breath between them. In Vis Dothrak, in the 17th night of their stay, in the small stone room with no windows and a candle of mutton fat, the seed took. She knew, before the moon turned, that the seed had taken. She told no one. She did not tell Drogo. She did not tell Yora. She did not tell Dorian Ahesh. She told, in the end, only Viserion. In the small private hour she gave the cream dragon every morning before the rest of the manse woke, and Viserion had, in the cream and gold of him, blinked slowly and watched her. Crossed swords, she would announce the pregnancy in the first moon outside Vis Dothrak. The announcement, in the first life, had been a celebration. The Dosh Khaleen had pronounced the child the stallion who would mount the world. Drogo had wept. The blood riders had drunk. Mago had not been at the announcement. Mago, in the first life, had already died at the wedding. In this life Mago was alive. Mago, in this life, sat at the night fire on the eve of the announcement, with the dragonglass dagger she had given him on his belt. He had become, in the moon since the grass, the rider who carried her edict. He had ridden into 3 Lazarene villages and had, in each of them, taken not one woman by force. The Lazarene had, in each of those 3 villages, let the Khalasar pass without a fight. The grain had come in at half the price. The riders had eaten well. Mago, who had been promised by the silver woman that the histories would remember him, had begun to believe the promise. She announced the pregnancy at the night fire of the 3rd moon. Drogo wept. She had not expected him to weep this time. She had expected him to laugh. He had wept in the first life at the prophecy of the Dosh Khaleen, the stallion who would mount the world, and had laughed at the simple fact of the seed. This time the Dosh Khaleen had not yet pronounced. Drogo had wept at the simple fact. He had wept because he had waited. He had wept because the silver woman, his moon of his life, had asked him for a thing he had given her, and had returned the thing, in due season, with the largest gift any woman in the country of his birth could give a man. She had not, in the first life, made him wait. She had not, in the first life, given him this hour of weeping. She had given him, in the first life, a dozen smaller hours of weeping that had, in the aggregate, perhaps amounted to this one. Crossed swords, the Dosh Khaleen pronounced. The pronouncement was the same pronouncement. The stallion who mounts the world. The blood riders drank. The Khalasar drank. Mago drank. He came, late in the night, to the silver woman's tent, and he stood at a polite distance from the entrance, and he said in the rough Dothraki of his eastern country, Khaleesi. Mago. The land people of the third village we passed have sent a message by their priest. The priest asks to ride with the Khalasar to the next watering. The priest wishes to speak with the Khaleesi. The priest says he has read in the land people's stones that the silver woman's child will not, this generation, mount the world. She did not, in the cradle of the felt tent and the warmth of 3 dragons and the slow blood pounding of a child 2 moons old in her body, react. Tell the priest, she said, that the silver woman's child will not, in this generation or the next, mount the world. The world, by his mother's design, will not be mounted. The world, by his mother's design, will be governed. Tell the priest he has read the stones correctly. Tell the priest he is welcome in the Khalasar. Tell the priest the silver woman wishes to speak with him at the next watering. Mago looked at her for a long moment. Khaleesi. Mago. He inclined his head. He left. She lay in the dark with one hand on the small flat of her belly that was not yet, by any midwife's reckoning, swelling, and she said in high Valyrian, in the low private voice that the dragons answer to, Rego. I will not lose you to a witch. I will not lose you to a horse king's wound. I will not lose you to my own grief. I will, by every promise I have made the cream egg in the small courtyard with the dry fountain, keep you alive. You will, my son, govern. You will not mount. Drogon stirred under the felt. The candle of mutton fat went out in the wind that came under the flap of the tent. Crossed swords, the wound came in the 7th moon. It came not in a fight she had foreseen but in a fight she had not. A call of one of the lesser Khalasars, a man named Khal Pono, had ridden against Drogo's left flank in the second night of a ride toward Lazer, in the cold rain that ran across the steppe in the early autumn. Drogo took an arak in the meat of his left arm, above the elbow. The cut was clean. The cut was shallow. The cut was, in the first life and in this one, the cut that had killed him. Not the cut. The fever. The fever had come in the 3rd day, slow and thick, and the wound had begun to weep, and Miri Maz-Dur, in the first life, had been called, and she had cleaned the wound, and she had spoken her bad words over it, and the fever had taken him. In this life, she had been preparing for this hour for 7 moons. She had asked Illyrio, by raven, in the 1st moon of her ride, to send to her camp at the 7th moon's watering a maester. She had not specified the kind. She had sent a chest of silver to pay for whatever Maester Illyrio could bribe out of the citadel of Volantis. The maester had arrived in the 6th moon, riding a mule, with a small leather case of clean instruments and a fund of opinion regarding the Dothraki that he had been instructed, by Illyrio, in writing, to keep entirely to himself for the duration of his employment. The maester's name was Marwyn. She had not, in the first life, met Marwyn until her arrival in Volantis 15 years later. She had not, even then, known he had once been a maester of the citadel. He had told her, in their second meeting, in a small wine shop in Old Volantis, that he had walked out of the citadel for reasons he would not give her, and that he had taken, at some point in the long road between Old Town and Volantis, the title he gave himself thereafter, the Mage. She had bribed him out of the citadel 4 years too early. He arrived at her camp in the 6th moon in the gown of a citadel maester and the boots of a man who had been walking through other men's countries for 30 years. He looked at her with the eyes of a man who had been told, by Illyrio, that his employer was a girl of 13 and was finding, in the tent of his employer, that his employer was a creature for whom the word girl did not, in the strict sense, apply. Princess. Maester. I have been told that I am to attend you in the matter of a confinement that is 6 moons distant. You have been told a partial truth, Maester. You will attend me in the matter of a confinement that is 6 moons distant. You will also attend the Khal in the matter of a wound he will take, in the 7th moon, in the muscle of his left arm. The wound will be shallow. The wound will be clean. The wound will, if the wrong hands clean it, be the wound that kills him. I require, Maester, that the wound be cleaned by your hands and only by your hands. You will be paid the second half of your contract, in coin of the Iron Bank, on the morning of the 8th moon's first day, when the Khal walks unaided to his horse. Marwyn looked at her for a long count of breaths. Princess. I am a Maester of the Citadel. I have not, in 20 years of practice, been told the date and the location of a wound a man has not yet taken. Maester. You are a Maester of the Citadel who has taken Illyrio Mopatis's coin to ride to a Dothraki camp. You have not, in 20 years, been the kind of Maester who refuses an instruction merely because the instruction is unusual. You are, in fact, the kind of Maester whose curiosity is the principal lever by which I have moved you here. Will you attend the Khal? Princess. Marwyn. He had inclined his head, slowly, and had said, in the dry common of a man whose dryness she had once, in another life, found refreshing, I will attend the Khal. I will, Princess, also be asking you, in due course, certain questions. In due course, Marwyn. Not yet. After the Khal walks unaided to his horse. He had bowed. Crossed swords, the wound came on the 2nd night. Marwyn cleaned it. He cleaned it with boiling water that he had taught the Dothraki camp cooks to provide him in unending quantity, and with a spirit of wine he had distilled himself in his own travelling still, and with a cloth he had carried from Volantis and not let any other hand touch. He stitched the wound with horsehair he had himself boiled. He bound the arm with a bandage he had cut and recut to his own satisfaction. He sat by the Khal's bed for the first 3 days and 3 nights and changed the bandage twice each day and gave the Khal, in small sips, a tea of a bark he had brought from Et, the bark of which, he informed her in the dryness of the common she had loved in another life, had been called by the Maesters of the Citadel a fool's medicine and was, he believed, the most useful medicine in the world for fevers that had not yet decided to set. The fever did not set. Drogo woke on the 4th morning with his arm bound clean and his eyes clear. He looked at Marwyn. He looked at the silver woman who had sat the 4 nights at the foot of his bedroll without sleeping. He said, in the broken common he had begun to use with her in their private hours, moon of my life. I do not, this morning, die. She did not weep. She did not weep because she had spent 7 moons preparing for this morning and had spent the preparation believing she would, when it came, not weep, and the body had, in the event, complied with the preparation. The body had compiled. The body had remembered, somewhere in the small bones that had been the bones of a queen, what it had felt to lose this man, and the body had decided, before her mind had decided, that it would not lose him again. She had said, in Dothraki, sun and stars. You do not, this morning, die. You will, sun and stars, eat. You will, sun and stars, be told a thing. You will, sun and stars, be told that the woman you took to wife 11 moons ago has paid a Maester of the Citadel to ride 2,000 miles to be at your bedside in this hour, because the woman you took to wife knew, in advance, that you would take a wound that would, by ordinary handling, have killed you. The woman you took to wife will, in time, tell you how she knew. Not this morning. This morning, sun and stars, you will eat. Drogo looked at her. Drogo, the call of 40,000 riders, said in his own tongue, slow and quiet, Anha vasa kani moyer, Jalan atharari Annie. I will not, moon of my life, ask you how. She had, in the small dark space behind her ribs, found a thing she had thought she had used up in the first life. The thing was a kind of trust. She had spent the first life trusting her brother and her husband and her sons and her advisors and her dragons, and she had, by the end, been trusting only the dragons. The thing in this hour, in the felt tent, with the man she had loved in another life still alive and asking her, in restraint, the question he was choosing not to ask, the thing in this hour was, she found, trust still. She put her hand on Drogo's wrist. She kept it there. The maester slept, that night, on the mat outside the tent. Crossed swords, she delivered Rego in the third moon of the second year. The delivery was not the delivery of the first life. The delivery of the first life had been a screaming on a felt floor with Mirri Maz Dur over her with the bad words coming out of the witch's mouth and the smell of sulfur. The delivery of this life was a long slow afternoon in a stone-walled room in the small Dothraki way station of Khazad-dûm, with Marwyn at her shoulder and Doria holding her hand and Irri counting her breaths in Dothraki and Jiki pressing a cloth of cold water to her brow, and Mirri Maz Dur in a separate room 3 corridors away, where Daenerys had asked her, in courtesy, to remain. The pain was the pain. The body did not, this time, betray her. She had been 16, by Westerosi reckoning, on the day of the delivery. She had eaten well for 9 moons. She had ridden, daily, until the 7th. She had drunk Marwyn's tea of bark in the 8th and 9th, and Marwyn's tea of a different bark in the last 20 days, and she had walked, every night, a slow careful circuit of the camp's outer fires. Rego came into the world at the 2nd hour of full dark. He cried. She had, in the first life, never heard him cry. The midwife of the first life, Mirri Maz Dur, had taken him before the cry. She had been told, after, that there had been no cry to take. This Rego cried. He cried the long unending cry of an infant who had decided, in the half-second of being out of the womb, to inform the camp that he had arrived and was not, on present evidence, pleased about it. Marwyn, who had attended 100 births in the citadel of Volantis and the small private wards of his eccentric career, said in dry common, "Princess. The child is, by every measurement I am able to take of him in the candlelight, healthy. The child has both feet. The child has both lungs. The child is, in particular, employing both lungs. I will, by your leave, examine him in better light at first dawn." She had not the breath to answer him. She held the child to her chest. He stopped crying. She had, in the first life, never had this hour. She had had, instead, the hour after, in which she had walked into the smoke of a pyre with a stillborn son in the cradle of her arms. She had, in the second life, prepared for this hour for 19 months, and she had known what she would say to her son when he came, and she had rehearsed the saying of it. She did not say what she had rehearsed. She said, "Welcome." Drogo, who had been waiting outside the door in the way Dothraki calls waited outside the doors of their wives' confinements, came in. He looked at the child. He looked at the silver woman. He said, in Dothraki, in the low rumble that had once been the second best sound in the world, "Moon of my life. He is whole. He is whole, sun and stars. He is mine. He is, sun and stars, ours." Drogo took the child from her. He held the child the way Dothraki calls held their first sons, in the cradle of one arm, with the other arm free for the arak. He looked at the child for a long count. He said, in common, his name. "Rego. For the brother of yours. The dragon prince who died in the south. For the brother of mine." "Good," Drogo said. "His brother will not, in this life, ride with him. His mother will. His mother has, by all accounts I have heard, ridden well in too." She was too tired to follow the joke. She had been, in the closing breaths of the first life, the woman who had killed a city. She had been, in the closing weeks of this life's first arc, a girl of 16 who had given birth in a stone room in Khazad-dûm. The two of her, for 1/2 second, sat in the same body at the same time, and she did not, in the half-second, know which of them was the more tired. She slept. Crossed swords, she woke to Kaith. It was the second time. It was not the third or the fourth. She had not, between Pentos and Khazad-dûm, dreamed of Kaith. She had wondered, sometimes, whether her second life was the kind of second life that had a Kaith in it at all, or whether she had been dreaming on her last night in Pentos. The mask was at the foot of the bed. Daughter. Mother. The mask did not move. You have changed the song. I have. You said I would have to. I said you would. I did not say you would do it. There is a difference. The first is prophecy. The second is praise. She, who had lain awake in 20 different camps over the last 20 moons trying to decide whether she had been mad in the first life or merely furious, accepted the praise with the small private gratitude of a queen who had not been praised, in either life, more than she had earned. Kaith. The song is not yet rewritten. The verses to come are harder. They are. The lion is not yet on the field. The kraken is not yet in the water. The mummer's dragon is not yet in the cradle of the rose. You list them, mother, in the order you listed them once before. I did not, in that time, understand them. I understand them now. The lion is Tywin. The kraken is Euron. The mummer's dragon is Aegon of Volantis, who was not Aegon, the Blackfire. The rose is Tyrell. The shadow at the heart of all of them is Varys. He is the perfumed seneschal. You name them all in one breath, daughter. You did not, in the first life, name them in 20. I did not, mother, have the breath. I have the breath, this life. I will spend it on the naming. The mask, very slightly, inclined. There is one you have not named. Who is, daughter, the bear? She had not heard, in either life, this part of the prophecy. She thought. She thought of Jorah Mormont, kneeling in Illyrio's small audience chamber, with his sword across his palms. The bear is mine. The bear is yours, daughter. The bear has not yet, in either life, betrayed you in the way that may be undone. The bear is, in this life, your second most loyal subject. The bear, daughter, is also the man whose face the lion will recognize. She looked at the mask. You are giving me, mother, a gift. I am giving you, daughter, a question. The lion will recognize the bear. The lion has met the bear before. The bear is the only man in your service whose face has sat across from the lion at a long table. You will, daughter, decide what to do with this. I cannot, in this hour, advise. Mother. Yes, daughter. Will you come again? I will come once more, daughter, in the year the bear walks into the lion's hall. Not before. After that I will not, in either of your lives, come again. Then, mother, sleep, daughter. The boy will wake at dawn. The boy will be hungry. The boy is, by all the small accountings of my own old age and the seeing of the seeing glass, the most loved son of any mother in this country. Sleep. The mask was gone. She slept. Crossed swords, in the morning Rego cried. She nursed him. She had not, in the first life, ever nursed her son. She had, in this hour, the small unworded reward of a second life that the first life had not given her. The reward was not a victory. The reward was not a throne. The reward was a small heavy boy in the cradle of her arm with his mouth on her breast and his eyes, when he opened them, the dark blue of an infant's eyes that would, in 3 years, settle into the violet of his mother's house. Drogon came up onto the bed. The black dragon was the size of a cat now. He was the size of a cat with the wingspan of a heron, and he had, over the last 7 moons, learned to land on people's beds without setting fire to the linen, but only after Daenerys had repeated to him, in the high Valyrian he answered to, that this was a behavior she expected. He landed, this morning, on the foot of the bed. He looked at the small heavy boy with the mouth on the breast. He huffed. The huff was not fire. The huff was warm air. The huff smelled of soot and of the tea Marwyn had taught the Dothraki cooks to brew, and Drogon, in the sound of it, was, she thought, more or less laughing. She laughed back. It was the second laugh of her second life. It came up out of her chest like a thing she had not, until this hour, remembered the shape of. Once, she thought. Not again. The boy at her breast finished feeding. He fell asleep. The dragon at her feet curled up and went to sleep beside him. Outside the stone room of Khazad-dûm, the sun came up over the wall of an eastern country, and the Khalasar of Khal Drogo and Khaleesi Daenerys and the Prince Rhaego, the first Prince Rhaego in the histories of either of her two lives to live past the second hour of his birth, began to break camp for the morning ride. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Crown of Coin and Fire. She came to Astapor on the morning of her 17th name day with 3 dragons each the size of a hunting hound and 1 call of 40,000 riders and her bear and her maester and her mother of lambs and her Khaleesi of laser and 1 boy not yet 2 who was, in the considered judgment of every old woman in the Khalasar, the most loved child in the country between Pentos and the Bone Mountains. She also had a plan. The plan was this: she would not, in this life, let the cities of the Bay teach her the lesson she had learned in the first life over 4 wasted years. The lesson, in summary: the Bay cities were not problems to be solved. They were rooms to be walked through. A woman who paused in any of them would be eaten by their politics. A woman who walked through them would be, on her exit, a queen with the resources of 3 of them and the resentment of none. The plan, in detail, ran to 273 pages. She had written them, page by page, over the 7 moons of her pregnancy with Rhaego and the 11 moons after, in a leather-bound book Marwyn had carried for her in the inner pocket of his cloak. The book was, she suspected, the most valuable single object in the country. She kept it in a chest she had personally chained to the back of Drogon's harness, and she had instructed Drogon, in High Valyrian, to eat any man who tried to open the chest without her command. Drogon, in High Valyrian, had agreed. She rode into Astapor on the silver mare. The dragons rode harness-saddled on their own carts, 3 carts pulled by 12 horses, with leather hoods over the dragons' heads, because she had not yet decided to let the good masters of Astapor see the dragons' faces. The good masters were going to see, this morning, only the silver woman and her bear and her maester and the small cold-eyed call of 40,000 riders who was riding 2 paces behind her with his arak on his hip. The good masters had not, in their planning of this day, accounted for the small cold-eyed call. Their planning had been, a Westerosi princess, a Pentoshi widow, a Carthene exotic. They had been informed, by their factor in Pentos, that the silver woman who would ride into their city had 3 dragons, was rich, was 16, was widowed, incorrectly, of a Dothraki Khal who had died of a wound, incorrectly, in the 7th moon of her marriage, and was prepared to spend the entirety of her treasury on the purchase of an army. The good masters had been incorrectly informed. She had paid the factor, 6 moons ago, to incorrectly inform them. She came in with all the things she had been said not to have. She came in with the husband. She came in with the dragons. She came in with the sun. She came in with the bear. She came in with the maester. She came in, also, with a private fleet of 4 Volantene cogs anchored 2 miles off the harbour of Astapor, which she had, 6 moons ago, hired in Volantis on a 4-year contract paid in advance from the deposits Illyrio had been quietly transferring to the Iron Bank in her name since the day she had hatched the second dragon. The good masters did not know about the 4 cogs. They would, in the 3rd hour of the morning's negotiations, find out. Crossed swords. The Plaza of Pride was the same plaza of the same name with the same harpy statues and the same hot light off the same red stones. She let Krasny's Mo Naklas speak to her in the same manner. He stood in his ridiculous tokar before the silver woman and the small cold-eyed Khal and the ranks of the Unsullied behind him, and he insulted her in the High Valyrian he believed she did not understand, and he praised her in the Astapori his slave translator was rendering for him, and Missandei translated, and Daenerys nodded, very slightly, at every other line. She had not, this time, let the slave translator be a stranger. Missandei was already hers. Missandei had been hers for 9 moons. Missandei had been the prize of a small private negotiation conducted by Marwyn in the 2nd moon of the journey, between the chief slaver of a Yunkish caravan and a maester with a bag of silver and the discretion of a 30-year-old Iron Bank employee. Missandei was, in this hour, standing 2 paces behind Daenerys's left shoulder, in the gown of a Nothy free woman, with the bracelets of a freed servant on her wrists. Krasnys had not yet, in his planning, met Missandei. He would, in 20 minutes, meet Missandei. He insulted her. He insulted her parts. He insulted her teeth. He insulted her son, who was not in the plaza but whom he had heard about, and he insulted her hair, which he had not. Missandei rendered each insult into the polite Westerosi common of a free Nothy girl who had been given, by her new mistress, a 4-page primer on diplomacy. Daenerys, in the polite Westerosi common of the free Nothy girl's primer, replied to each insult with a question. The questions were small. The questions were technical. The questions were not, in the planning of Krasnys Mo Naklas, the questions a 16-year-old widow with a treasury was supposed to ask. She asked, in the first hour, the price per unsullied at 3 different ages of training. She asked the discount for bulk. She asked the cost of a year's grain for the 8,000. She asked the cost of replacing the spears, which she had, in the first life, learned were of poor quality. She asked the average mortality rate at the 3rd year of training. She asked the depreciation curve of an unsullied between the ages of 20 and 40. She asked, in passing, the names of the 7 good masters who jointly owned the largest barracks, and Krasnys, who had been answering each question with the easy contempt of a man dealing with an overprepared girl, paused on the 7th. The 7th question had not been the kind of question a buyer asked. The 7th question had been the kind of question a man asked who was preparing to buy not the soldiers but the city. Krasnys did not, in his face, react. He had been raised in the school of Astapori bargaining, and the school had, on the day of 7th questions, taught him to compose his face. He composed it. He answered. She asked the 8th question. The 8th question was about the mining concession on the Worm's southern bank, which was held, she had learned from her Volantine factor, by the 2nd cousin of one of the 7 good masters and was, by Astapori land law, transferable on the death of the holder. Krasnys did not answer the 8th. He turned, instead, to her right hand, where Drogo was standing with his arak untouched on his hip and the bored eyes of a man who had been listening to Common for 3 hours and had decided that Common was a tongue best left to merchants and women. Krasnys, in the easy contempt of a man with a translator and the privacy of his own High Valyrian, said, "She talks like a man, your wife. I would beat the Common out of her, if she were mine." Drogo did not move. Drogo, in the slow careful Common he had been learning from Marwyn for 19 moons, said, "She is not yours." Krasnys had the discipline of a good master. He kept his face. He had not, until this morning, been told that the call of 40,000 riders had come. Daenerys turned, very slightly, toward Krasnys. She said, in the High Valyrian of Old Valyria, in the dialect of the Valyrian freehold's old court, the dialect that the maesters of the citadel had told her, 2 lives ago, no one had spoken in 300 years, "Good master." The Common is the 2nd tongue of the Silver Woman's husband. The 1st tongue is Dothraki. The 3rd is Astapori. The 4th, which you have just heard, is the High Valyrian of the freehold, which the Silver Woman has been teaching her husband for 19 moons. The husband is not yet, in the High Valyrian, fluent. The wife is. Krasnys looked at her. He looked at her for 5 seconds. He had been told, by his factor in Pentos, many things about the Silver Woman. He had not been told that the Silver Woman spoke the Old Valyrian. He composed his face for one more line. The Silver Woman, he said, in the High Valyrian, has, perhaps, been at her studies. The Silver Woman, Daenerys said, in the same, has, perhaps, been at her plans. Will the good master walk into the shaded colonnade with the Silver Woman, and her husband, and her bear, and her translator, and discuss the 8,000? Without translators, this hour. The Silver Woman has decided that the bargain we conclude will not, by any later accounting, have been mistranslated. Krasny's walked into the shaded colonnade. Crossed swords, she did not, in the colonnade, give Krasny's the dragon. She had, in the first life, given Krasny's the dragon. She had given him Drogon in chains and had taken the 8,000 and had then said to Drogon, in High Valyrian, in the moment Krasny's had taken the chains and held them up and told the city of Astapor that the Silver Woman had betrayed her own creature, the word that meant fire. Drogon had burned Krasny's. The 8,000 had killed the rest of the good masters, on her command, and the slaves of Astapor had risen, and the city had fallen, and the city, under the leadership of a butcher named Cleon, had then unmade itself in the 4 years that followed. She did not, in the colonnade, give Krasny's the dragon. She had a different plan. She had, in the colonnade, an ordinary leather purse containing a single small object. She set the purse on the table between them. Good master. Silver Woman. There are 8,000 unsullied for sale in this city. There are also 4,000 unsullied at half training, and 2,000 at quarter training, and 1,700 boys in the first year of their breaking. I will buy them all. I will pay the price you would, on a strict reading of your ledgers, charge me for the 8,000 only. The half-trained, the quarter-trained, and the boys, you will give me without further charge. Krasny's looked at her. The Silver Woman is generous to herself. The price of the 8,000 alone, at our standard rate, is 600,000 silver honors. I have it. It is on a volantine cog 2 miles off your harbor. The cog will send the chests in by lighter, on my signal, in the second hour after our agreement. Do you wish to discuss the price, or shall we discuss the additional terms? The additional terms. The additional terms are these. The good masters of Astapor, all of them, by name and seal, will sign a writ of manumission for every slave in the city. Not only the soldiers. The household slaves. The bed slaves. The dock slaves. The mine slaves. All of them. The writ will be drawn by your own scribes, sealed by your own council, and read aloud in the Plaza of Pride at sundown 3 days hence, by the good master with the loudest voice. Following the reading, the writ will be carried by your council to the Temple of the Graces, and lodged there, with copies sent by the same hour to the Iron Bank, the Sealord of Bravos, the Magisters of Pentos, and the High Council of Volantis. There will be no possibility of the writ being ensigned. There will, in particular, be no possibility of the slaves of the city being re-enslaved, by you or any of your descendants, on any pretext. And in exchange, the good masters of Astapor, those of you who sign, will retain your homes, your estates, your concessions, your ships, your fleets, your lands, your silver, and your offices. You will pay your former slaves, henceforward, a wage. The wage will be fixed, in the first year, by my own council, at a rate that will not, in the first year, ruin you. The rate will be revised, in the second year, by a council that will include 3 of you, 3 of the freed, and 1 of mine. You will continue to govern Astapor. You will not, in the manner of cities I will not name, be torn apart in the streets. You will, in the manner of cities I have not yet seen, be the first city of the Bay to have made the transition without burning. You will be, in the histories that are being written from this morning forward, the wise. She watched his face. His face was the face of a man who had been told, in plain terms, that the bargain on the table was not the bargain he had been preparing to refuse. And the soldiers. The soldiers are mine. They will leave Astapor in 3 days. They will not return. They will not be replaced. The barracks will be closed. The trade in the breaking of boys will end in this city in this generation. You will, by the writ of the manumission, agree to this. You will swear, by the graces, not to begin a new barracks. That is, it is the 3rd great industry of the city. I am aware. I am also aware that the city has, in 3 generations, accumulated the capital to enter a 4th industry, and has not done so, because the 3rd was easier. The city will, in this generation, enter the fourth industry. I have a list of suggestions. The list includes the dye works of which Yunkai is jealous, the shipping concession that Volantis has been quietly trying to take from you for 15 years, and the silver mines on the Worm's south bank that are, by Astapori law, transferable on the death of the holder, and the holder of which is, by my best reckoning, 81. You will manage. I will leave with you, by way of unrequested but useful counsel, a volunteer factor of mine who has agreed to spend the next 3 years in your city advising your council on the transition. He is paid by me. He will not be in your debt. He will, in 3 years, have the city's books in better order than they have been since the founding. The good master looked at her. He had, she could see, gone through the bargain 4 times in his head and found, in each pass, fewer reasons to refuse than there had been the pass before. He had not yet, in the final pass, found the bottom. He looked at the purse on the table. And what, silver woman, is in the purse? In the purse, good master, is a small object. The object is, by my own examination, an iron key. The key is the master key to the mortuary chest of your council, in which are kept the seals of the 7 of you and the writ of the city's old debts. The chest is, by your charter, opened only with the consent of all 7 good masters. The key was, in the natural course of the affair, in the keeping of the eldest of you, who is, by my information, your second cousin by your mother's 3rd sister. He died, of a small fever, 4 nights ago. The key was, between the hour of his death and the hour of his funeral this morning, removed from his house by a person in the pay of a friend of mine in Volantis. The key is, by the small examination of a smith of my acquaintance, the genuine key. You may verify this. Take the key. I make you a gift of it. With the key in your hand and the silver in your treasury and my factor at your council's elbow, you will, by tomorrow morning, be the first of the 7. The other 6 will, by the agreement we have just discussed, sign before sundown. After their signing, you will preside over the council. You will read the writ in the Plaza of Pride. The histories will, in the readings of 3 centuries, name you the wise. Krasny's Mo Naklas, slaver of the 2nd city of the bay, lifted the purse from the table. He weighed it in his palm. He looked at the silver woman. He said, in the high Valyrian of the freehold, very quietly, silver woman. You have, in this hour, ridden into my city like a wolf into a lamb fold and have, by some private magic, persuaded the lambs to put themselves into your cart. I do not, silver woman, understand it. I will, in the long winter of my life, attempt to. In the meantime, by all the graces of this city, what have you done with the dragon? She, who had decided, in the colonnade, to give him a small further courtesy, said, good master. The dragon is on a cart in the plaza. The cart has a leather hood. The leather hood is hot. The dragon is, on present indications, in some small irritation. He will, when I uncover him at the writ reading, be very large in the Plaza of Pride. He will not, however, on this visit, eat anyone in your city. I will, good master, make this promise to you, as a gift in honor of our bargain. The dragon will eat no one in Astapor. You may, in your private estimation, count this as the most valuable clause of the contract. Krasny's Mo Naklas, on whom, in a different life, the same dragon had eaten, inclined his head. He signed the writ at sundown 3 days hence. He read it in the Plaza of Pride to the assembled city. The dragon, in the cart, did not eat him. The dragon was uncovered at the moment of the reading. The dragon stood up to his full not yet great height on the cart. The dragon spread his wings, in the slow careful unfurling of an animal who had been told, in high Valyrian, by the woman whose voice he had answered to since the first morning of his life, that this was a moment for spreading wings. The crowd in the Plaza of Pride saw the wings of a black dragon over their city, and they made a sound that was, by Marwan's later judgment, the sound of a city that had decided, in one half-breath, to belong to the woman with the dragons. The slaves were freed. The good masters kept their homes. The barracks were closed. The volatile factor stayed. The silver woman left Astapor in 5 days, with 8,000 unsullied, 4,000 half-trained, 2,000 quarter-trained, 1,700 boys at the first year of their training, and the books of the city in better order than they had been in 3 generations. Cleon the butcher remained in Astapor. Cleon the butcher did not, in this life, become king. The city had, by the writ, no king. Crossed swords, Yunkai resolved itself in 11 days. The wise masters of Yunkai sent a delegation to her camp at the edge of their walls on the 3rd day, in the small Yunkish hope that the woman who had, by reports, neither burned nor sacked the 2nd city of the bay would, by the same prudence, settle for a sum of gold and a token surrender and ride past the 3rd. She did not, this time, settle for the sum. She did not, this time, ride past. She had, in the 7 moons of her pregnancy and the 11 moons after, written a 6-page section of her 273-page book on what to do in Yunkai. The section's title was Do Not Burn. The section's first line was Negotiate with the Second Sons. She negotiated with the Second Sons. Dario Naharis was, in this life, 28. He had not yet grown out his beard. He had not yet dyed it the color he would, in the first life, have dyed it by 29. He came into her tent in the loose fine clothes of a Sellsword captain who had been told, in advance, that the silver woman appreciated cleanliness, and he attempted, in his first 3 minutes, to flatter her in the small Tyroshi flirtation he had practiced on princesses for 10 years. She listened to him for the 3 minutes. She said, at the end of the 3, Captain Naharis. My queen. You will not, in this hour or any other, lie with me. You will not court me. You will not speak to me as you have spoken in the last 3 minutes. You will be, from this hour, the captain of one of 3 companies of Sellswords I will, before nightfall, have under my service. You will be paid in good coin. You will be paid more than the wise masters have been paying you. You will be paid, in addition to your wages, a small percentage of every contract I take in the bay over the next 7 years. You will be paid, when I sit a certain throne, a manor in a part of Westeros to be determined by your choosing. You will not, in any of these arrangements, present yourself to me as a possible lover, husband, suitor, friend, drinking companion, or confidant. You will, captain, be a Sellsword in my service. The other 2 captains in your company, Marrow of Bravos and Prendel na Gezan, will, after this conversation, be brought into your tent by the call of 40,000 riders, and you will, captain, conduct in their hearing the small private business of voting that has been your custom in the Second Sons since their founding. You will vote, by the customs of your company, on whether to take my contract. You will vote, by the same customs, on which captain shall thereafter speak for the company. The call will not interfere. He will be present only as a witness. After the vote, captain, the captain who has been chosen, who will, by my best reading of your 2 associates, be you, will swear the company to me on the small black blade that is presented to him, which he will keep, with my compliments. The 2 who are not chosen, if either is unhappy with the outcome, may take their share of the company's last contract from the wise masters, and ride out of my camp in the morning, unmolested, in the directions of their choosing. Dario looked at her for a long moment. He had, she could see, been about to say something flirtatious. He had reconsidered. He was, in the slow recalibration of a Sellsword captain who had spent 15 years reading the faces of patrons, drafting a different opening. My queen. Captain. I accept, in advance, the terms you have laid out. I have already, in the small private estimation of my own arithmetic, concluded that the bargain is the best bargain any of us is likely to be offered in our remaining careers. I will, my queen, win the vote. I am, my queen, the only one of us 3 who has not in the last 3 weeks lost the company more money than he has earned us. I will swear on the small black blade. I will not, my queen, court you. I will not court you, in particular, because in the course of this conversation I have understood that the silver woman in front of me is a creature for whom the small Tyroshi flirtations of a captain of Sellswords are, on present evidence, an embarrassment to the captain. I will, in any private hour I am graced with for the rest of my service, be silent on the subject of my admiration. I will, by your leave, redirect the admiration into the discharge of my duties. She considered him. She had, in the first life, taken him to her bed. She had, in the first life, broken his jaw on a Saturday and broken his pride on a Sunday and broken him, in the end, into a man who was less than the man she had hoped he would be. She had, in the first life, loved him a little, in the way a woman loved a sword that was sharper than her hand and lighter than her arm. In this life she had decided, in the months of her pregnancy, that she would not love him at all. She would respect him. She would pay him. She would deploy him. She inclined her head. Captain Naharis. You will, in the discharge of your duties, exceed my expectations. You will be promoted. You will be enriched. You will, in time, marry a woman of your own choosing, preferably a woman with a small estate in the disputed lands, and you will, by the time of my coronation in Westeros, be the lord of a military order I will name in due season. He bowed. He bowed without flourish. He left the tent. In the morning, the gates of Yunkai opened from the inside. The wise masters were not, on the writ they signed, given the same survival the good masters of Astapor had been given. The wise masters of Yunkai had, on the eve of the Silver Woman's arrival, been engaged in a small private negotiation with the corsairs of the Basilisk Isles to reinforce the city. The negotiation had been, by Marwyn's intercepted correspondence, at an advanced stage. The wise masters who had signed the corsairs' contract, 16 of them, by name and seal, were, on the second morning of the Silver Woman's occupation, exiled to Lazer. The wise masters who had not signed the corsairs' contract, 23 of them, by name and seal, were, on the same morning, retained in their homes, their estates, their concessions, on the same terms as the good masters of Astapor. The slaves of Yunkai were freed by the writ of the city's surviving council. The corsairs of the Basilisk Isles, when they arrived in the third week, found the harbor of Yunkai under the 8,000 spears of the Silver Woman's unsullied and the 112 flying engines of war Marwyn had, in the first 8 days, commissioned out of the Yunkish dockyards from designs he had himself drawn from a book in the citadel of Volantis. The corsairs, after a small inconclusive engagement in the harbor mouth, withdrew. She moved on Meereen in the fourth moon. Crossed swords, she did not, in this life, make Meereen her seat. She had, in the first life, made it her seat for 3 years. She had, in those 3 years, learned every lesson the city had to teach her about the limits of conquest and had spent the lessons tuition in coin and time and political capital and personal grief and one of her dragon's mental health. She had, in the writing of the 273-page book, ruled out from the start the possibility of repeating the seat. The plan for Meereen was, take the city, install a council, leave inside 2 months. The plan worked. The plan worked because she had, in the first moon of her ride to Meereen, sent a single letter, addressed to a man in the Great Pyramid named Hisdar zo Lorak, in which she had outlined the bargain on the table for the city. The bargain had been the same bargain as Astapor, with 2 additional clauses, the closing of the fighting pits, and the appointment of Hisdar, by name, by the Silver Woman's writ, to the chair of the new council, with a small private allowance from the Silver Woman's purse, and the standing offer of marriage to one of the Silver Woman's cousins of state, to be determined in due course. Hisdar had, on receiving the letter, done his arithmetic. The Silver Woman's letter had reached the Great Pyramid 4 days before the Silver Woman herself had reached the gates of the city. In the 4 days, Hisdar had spoken privately with 12 of the great masters and had, by the end of the 4th day, been the leader of a small private faction of 9 of them who had decided that the bargain on the table was more attractive than the bargain on the floor of the pyramid. The great masters who refused the bargain, 26 of them, by name and seal, including the sons of the Harpy who had, in the first life, organized the long underground resistance against her rule, refused it loudly, in the council chamber, at the moment Hisdar presented it. She had, on Marwyn's advice, anticipated this. The sons of the Harpy were, on the morning Hisdar presented the bargain, already in the custody of Captain Naharis's second sons. They had been arrested in their homes the night before, in a careful sweep that Marwyn and Naharis had jointly planned over a series of moons of intercepted Harpy correspondence. The arrests were the discreet work of a city's small private police rather than the public work of a foreign army. The arrested were, in the morning, given two choices: exile to Lazer without their estates, or a public trial with the certain outcome of the headsman. 23 of the 26 chose exile. 3 chose the trial. The trials were public. The headsman was the headsman. The trials were attended by the Freed of Meereen, who had been, for 2 generations, the unconsulted audience of every public spectacle in the city, and who, on this occasion, had been invited by the Silver Woman's writ to be the audience again, this time of a spectacle in which the men they had been told for 2 generations they were not permitted to look in the eye were laid before them on the block. She did not preside at the trials. She preferred, on present accounting, that the freed preside. A panel of 7, drawn by lot from the freed and the surviving great masters, in the proportion of 5 to 2, was constituted by writ in the 2nd week. The panel sentenced the 3. The headsman did the work. She watched from a balcony of the pyramid with Drogon under her arm, and she did not, on this morning, weep, and she did not, on this morning, smile. She had, in the watching, the small private accounting of a queen who had, in another life, hanged 160 great masters on the road from Yunkai to Meereen and had, in the doing of it, lost her own color for a year afterward. The 3 on the block in this life were the 3 who had, by all the evidence Marwyn and Naharis had assembled in 7 moons, paid for the murder of 112 freed children in a private campaign of terror in the months before her arrival. They were the 3. They were not 160. The arithmetic, in the 2nd life, was a smaller arithmetic, and she had paid more attention to it. She left Meereen in the 7th week. Hisdar presided in the council. The Volantene Factor's brother, a younger, rougher man who had been, in the 1st life, a Tyrion Lannister at 50, and who in this life was a freed ledger-keeper of 43 with a quick eye and a sober mouth, sat at Hisdar's right hand. The slaves were freed. The great masters who had signed kept their homes. The fighting pits were closed. The dragons did not eat anyone in the city. She rode to the harbor on the foal she had named Patience, who was, by this hour, 3 years old and full-grown. Crossed swords, Tyrion arrived in the 8th moon. He had, by his own later account, taken 6 moons to make the journey from King's Landing to her camp. He arrived in a tent the Silver Woman had pitched on the shore of the Slavers' Bay, at the small fishing port of Mysa Lorak, which had been until the year before a Yunkish slave port and was, since the writ of Yunkai's manumission, a mid-sized free trading post under the joint protection of the Silver Woman's fleet and the Volantene Merchants' Guild. He arrived in the worse of 2 clothes Illyrio had bought him in Pentos, with the cloak of a hedged knight he had killed somewhere in the disputed lands and had taken for the cloak's hood. His hair was longer than she remembered. His scar, the one that had been given him by the mountain in the Battle of the Blackwater, was not yet on his face, because the Battle of the Blackwater, in this life, had not yet happened. His face was, instead, the face of a man who had killed his father and his lover and had been on the run, by sea and by road, for 173 days. He came into her tent under the escort of the captain of her unsullied and a translator she did not, by this hour, need. He bowed. He bowed wrong, because he was a Lannister and Lannisters bowed wrong on principle. She let him bow. Lord Tyrion. Princess. Please, sit. Sit on the silk if you like, the wood is for my Khal, who has a back, and prefers a chair. Wine. My queen, I have not yet been crowned, my lord. Your courtesy is appreciated. Sit. He sat. He sat on the silk. He looked at her with the careful eyes of a man who had been, until that morning, certain that the Silver Woman across the bay was a child of 16 for whom he had a small private stratagem prepared, and who had, in the 4 breaths of meeting the Silver Woman, recognized that the stratagem was no longer applicable. Lord Tyrion, you have come to me from King's Landing by way of Pentos. You have come, I am told, to offer me your service. You have, as your reasons, the murder of your father, the assault you have suffered at the hands of your sister, and the entirely justified suspicion that your nephew the king will, by writ or by knife, complete the work of murdering you that he has thus far merely initiated. You will, in the offering of your service, list also your considerable knowledge of the politics of the 7 kingdoms, the disposition of the great houses, the personal weaknesses of the chief lords, and the secret depths of the treasury at the Iron Bank. You will offer me, in particular, your familiarity with your father's military doctrine, your sister's political instincts, and your nephew's personal cruelty. You will then ask me, in the small careful voice of a man who has spent 6 moons preparing the question, whether I will accept the service. I will, before you ask, save you the question. Yes. I will accept the service. You are, from this hour, my hand in waiting. The post will be made formal on the day I land at Dragonstone. Tyrion Lannister, who had spent the last 173 days rehearsing a small private speech in his head about how he would persuade the mother of dragons to make use of him, sat very still on the silk in the Silver Woman's tent. He said, after a small private count of breaths, "My queen. I have not, in any of the 420 rehearsals of this conversation I have inflicted on a long-suffering captain on the journey, included an opening from you that prevents me from speaking. I find that I am, as a result, somewhat underprepared. Lord Tyrion, you are never underprepared. You will, in 2 breaths, have recovered. While you recover, I will advise you of the further small details of your appointment." He inclined his head. "My queen. You will not, in your tenure as my hand, drink before noon. You will not lie with prostitutes, for many reasons, the most important of which is that the prostitutes of certain courts are paid by the perfumed seneschal, and you, my lord, are at present the seneschal's most valuable target. You will not, in particular, lie with a woman named Shay. The woman named Shay is, by present indication, in Volantis. She has been waiting, for 9 moons, for the man who killed her last patron to make his way to her, by way of a Pentoshi factor in your father's pay. She is not in love with you. She is in the pay of your father's bannerman, Lord Lefford. She has been in his pay since you bought her with the moon coin in the Riverlands 4 years ago. She would have, in another life, been the witness who pronounced your guilt at your father's parley. I tell you this not to embarrass you, my lord, and not to mock your judgment. Your judgment on the woman was, given the information you had, sound. The information you had was insufficient. I tell you this because I will, in my service, not pay you in the false coin of secrets I keep from you. The other secrets I will keep from you, I will tell you the names of, so that you may know which I keep and which you have." Tyrion Lannister, who was the cleverest man in the 7 kingdoms and had been informed of this fact at considerable length by his wet nurse and by his eldest brother and by his own private estimation of his peers, said, "My queen. I am beginning to believe that I have, in your service, an opportunity to be the 2nd cleverest man in the room for the first time in my life. I find that the prospect is, contrary to all my prior expectations, pleasant. Lord Tyrion. The room is not yet so well stocked. There are days, I assure you, when I will be glad of your help to keep it merely above the cleverness of an inn." He laughed. It was the first laugh she had heard in his particular timbre in 9 years. She had not, in the planning, allowed herself to anticipate the laugh. The laugh was a small kindness her second life had decided, without consulting her, to give her. She inclined her head. She poured the wine. She had, in the 8 moons of her preparations, decided that on the day Tyrion Lannister arrived in her camp, she would, in honor of the laugh she had not yet earned but could hope for, drink 1 cup of Volantine red with him before the evening's council. She drank it. He drank it. He drank only the one. He did not, in this life, drink another before midnight, and would not, in any of the years that followed, drink another before midday. Crossed swords, she had, by the close of the 8th moon, the following, 3 dragons, each the size of a draft horse, each by high Valyrian command obedient to her, each with a name, each with a temperament her son could already, at 3, distinguish. A husband, The call of 40,000 riders, a man who had not been killed by his own wound, who walked at her left hand at every council, who had learned common to the level at which he could discomfit foreign dignitaries with a well-timed phrase, and who had begun, in the 5th moon, to read. A son, Rego, 3 years of age, who could already ride a small black gelding without falling off, and who could already speak Dothraki, common, and the rudiments of High Valyrian, and who had a temperament that combined the patience of his mother with the ferocity of his father in a configuration that pleased everyone in the camp who had ever, in their careers, had to manage a young heir. A hand-in-waiting, Tyrion Lannister, who had agreed not to drink before noon, not to whore, not to lie about anything, and to receive his pay in the form of a small estate in the Stormlands to be determined upon coronation. A bear, Jorah Mormont, who had, 11 moons before, in the small audience chamber of Illyrio's manse in Pentos, knelt with his sword on his palms. A maester, Marwyn, who had, in the years of her service, found the citadel he had walked out of half a lifetime ago to be increasingly less interesting than the woman to whom he had walked instead. A Khaleesi of Lazer, Miri Maz Dur, who had not, in this life, been given the chance to murder the Silver Woman's husband, and had, as a result of not being given the chance, become, in 8 moons, a useful and discreet advisor on the politics of the Lamb people. An unsullied army of, at full muster, 8,000 fully trained, with a further 7,000 at various stages of breaking, all of them bound to her by her writ of manumission and the small ongoing courtesy of being asked, at certain hours, what they wished their lives to be. A free general of the Unsullied, named Grey Worm, who had retained the name of his service and who had taken from the Silver Woman a small further courtesy, which had been the gift of a Volantene tutor of mathematics. 3 companies of Sellswords, the second sons under Captain Dario Naharis, the Storm Crows under a captain whose name she would, in due course, be compelled to memorize, and the brave companions under no captain, because the Silver Woman had, by her own writ, executed the captain on his 2nd day and had distributed the company to the other 2. A free city, Astapor, whose council was now headed by Krasny's Mo Naklas. A free city, Yunkai, whose council was now headed by a man named Marcelin the Freed, formerly the eunuch secretary of one of the exiled wise masters. A free city, Meereen, whose council was now headed by Hisdar Zo Lorak. A fleet of 117 ships, a third of them Volantene cogs on long-term contract, a third of them Yunkish galleys captured when the corsairs had withdrawn from the harbor, and a third of them Meereenese vessels paid for out of the silver of the freed city's first-year tribute. A treasury, in coin and in promissory notes, of just over 4 million silver honors. For ravens, in cages, that had been trained, by a maester in a small private ward in Volantis, to fly to 4 destinations in Westeros. The 4 destinations were, Riverrun, Winterfell, Dragonstone, and Casterly Rock. She had not, in the 8th moon, sent any of the 4. She would, in the 9th moon, send the 4th. The 9th moon was 3 weeks away. The Lion at 65, in his castle in the west, would receive, at the close of his 9th moon dinner on the appointed Wednesday, a small white envelope brought to him by a maester of Casterly Rock who had been bribed, 2 years ago, by a factor of the Silver Woman's, to ensure that the envelope reached the Lion's hand unopened. The envelope's contents would, by the Silver Woman's reckoning, occupy the Lion for approximately 1 hour. By the end of the hour, the Lion would, by the Silver Woman's reckoning, write back. The Silver Woman, in her tent on the shore of the Slavers' Bay, with 3 dragons and a husband and a son and a hand-in-waiting and an unsullied general and a bear and a maester and a mother of lambs and 4 cities and 4 million silver honors and 117 ships and 4 trained ravens, drank a cup of Volantene red on the morning of her 17th name day, and watched the sun come up over the harbor. Once, she thought. Not again. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Kaith and the Compass. The 3rd dream of Kaith came on the eve of the 4th raven. She had spent the 8th moon in the harbor at Mysa Lorak, and the 9th in the small private flagship of the new Targaryen fleet, the Balerian's Echo, a Volantene quinquereme she had bought outright in the 3rd week of her residence and had renamed, with the small private vanity of a queen who had once burned a city, after the largest of the dragons of her own house's history. The flagship was, on present accounting, the center of a moving capital. She had, in the 9th moon, the council of her advisors aboard her at all hours, Tyrion in a low chair on her left, Yora at her right, Marwyn at her elbow with his maps, Drogo at the prow with his arak propped on the rail, Missandei at the table with the inkwell, Grey Worm at the door of the cabin, Naharis on the deck above with the watch. She had, in addition, in the small private cabin at the stern, a chest of letters. The chest of letters was the thing she had spent the 9th moon writing. She had written them slowly, in 3 languages, with the help, at various hours, of all of her advisors. She had written them in her own hand and not the hand of a scribe, and she had used a wax of a small private formulation, which she had bought from a Volantine apothecary, that contained, suspended in the wax, a single grain of dragonglass. The grain of dragonglass would, by the small private property of the wax, mark the seal as hers in any later forensic examination by a maester of the citadel. The first of the letters was for Riverrun. It was addressed to Catelyn Tully. The letter contained a small private piece of information about the death of Jon Arryn, which had been told to Catelyn by Lysa in the first life and which Daenerys had spent some time, in the second life, deciding whether and how to convey. The letter contained, also, an offer of alliance. The second of the letters was for Winterfell. It was addressed to Robb Stark. The letter contained a small piece of advice on the disposition of his banner men and a small private warning regarding a man named Roose Bolton. The third of the letters was for Dragonstone. It was addressed to Stannis Baratheon. The letter contained a single sentence, in Westerosi Common, which was, "The daughter of Ares greets the brother of Robert and offers, in honor of the kinship the gods have given them by way of their fathers' marriages, a parley on the 2nd moon of next year, on a ship of the Lord of Light's choosing, on the salt water that lies between Dragonstone and the harbor at Driftmark, with a herald's truce binding both for the day of meeting and the day before and the day after." She had not been certain Stannis would meet her. She had been certain that, if Stannis met her, Stannis would, by the 2nd hour of the meeting, have decided either to pledge himself to her or to attempt to kill her, with no third option, and she had decided that either of those outcomes was a useful clarification she could afford in the 2nd moon of the next year. The fourth of the letters was for Casterly Rock. It was addressed to Lord Tywin Lannister. Crossed swords, she had drafted the fourth letter 27 times. The first draft had been the draft of a queen in exile to the hand of an enemy king. It had been formal. It had been polite. It had threatened, in the polite tongue of the diplomatic histories, the destruction of his house. She had read it once, set it aside, and not picked it up again. The second draft had been the draft of a 16-year-old. She had not, in the writing of the second, been pretending. She had let herself be the Daenerys who had hatched dragons in Pentos, and she had written what that Daenerys would have written. The draft was not bad. The draft would not have, by Tywin's accounting, given him pause. She had wanted to give him pause. The 3rd through the 24th drafts had been the drafts of a queen of 40 years writing, in the body of a queen of 17, to a lord hand of 65 years who was, at the present hour, sitting in his solar in Casterly Rock, drinking a cup of arbor gold, reading the small private dispatches of a war he had decided, 3 moons ago, was likely to end in his daughter's child being secure on the Iron Throne for at least the next 20 years. She had spent the 22nd draft staring at a wall. Tyrion had come into her cabin in the 11th hour of that night. He had not, by his own later admission, knocked. He had walked in with the small particular silence of a man who had long practiced the art of being underestimated, and he had set, on the small table by her elbow, a cup of wine and a single sheet of paper. The single sheet of paper had been blank. "My queen," he had said, "you are writing to my father." "I am, my lord." "You will, my queen, write the letter 20 more times, and the 23rd will be no closer to the letter you are looking for than the 22nd. You are writing the letter as if my father is a man who can be persuaded by a letter. He is not. He is a man who is persuaded by letters only in the moment after he has been informed, by a separate channel, that the writer of the letter is a person whose other communications have so far been accurate." She had looked at him. "You are advising me, my lord, to write a different kind of letter." I am advising you, my queen, to write 2 letters. The first letter is to my father. It is short. It is, in tone, the letter you have already written several times. It contains a single offer, and the offer is the offer that, in the small estimation of his own old age, my father will weigh for 1 hour and decide is worth weighing. The second letter, which you will send by an entirely different route, by an entirely different hand, to an entirely different destination, will arrive 2 days before the first letter, and will contain information of a kind he is not yet certain anyone has. Of a kind, my queen, that he is, at this moment, going to considerable expense to keep certain that no one has. She had nodded. She had sent, 2 weeks before sending the 4th raven, a separate letter, by way of a Pentoshi factor in the Iron Bank's pay, to a maester of Casterly Rock she had bribed 2 years ago, instructing the maester to, on the appointed morning, place a small unsigned report on Lord Tywin's desk, alongside the morning's other dispatches. The report contained 4 pieces of information. The first was the precise sum of gold that Lord Tywin had personally borrowed from the Iron Bank against the security of the Westerland silver mines for the funding of King Joffrey's recent military adventures. The second was the precise count of years Casterly Rock silver mines had remaining in the present veins, by the survey of the Master of Ore. The third was the name and present location of the boy Jenna Lannister had born in secret in the year before Tywin's marriage to Joanna, who was, by the maester's small old researches and a Volantine factor's confirmation, alive and in the small port of Sithorios, with 2 children and a wine shop. The fourth was the small private detail of the death of Tisha, the crofter's daughter, the young woman Tyrion had married at 13, including the specific clause of the dispensation Tywin had signed, in the year of the small private trial in Casterly Rock, a clause that recorded the marriage as having been valid, in the eyes of the faith and of the laws of the Westerlands, at the moment of its consummation. The 4th piece had been the most expensive piece of the 4 to obtain. It had cost her, by Marwyn's accounting, 11,000 silver honors, for moons of correspondence with 3 monasteries of the faith, and the small private bribery of a septon in the Westerlands who had, in his old age, become unhappy with his vows. The 4th piece had been the piece she had wanted Tywin to read first. The piece informed him that the Silver Woman had read the small private archives of his own house at a depth no foreign queen could reasonably have achieved. The piece informed him, further, that the Silver Woman knew the truth of Tisha, that the marriage had been valid, that Tyrion had been told a lie, that the lie had been the lever by which Tywin had broken his son. The piece informed him that this knowledge was, in the Silver Woman's possession, available to be used at any of several points and against any of several persons, including, in particular, Tyrion himself. She had not, in the second life, intended to use the knowledge against Tyrion. She had intended to use the knowledge against Tywin. The point of the report was the demonstration of capacity. Tywin Lannister, on reading it, would understand that the Silver Woman across the narrow sea was a creature whose intelligence gathering reached into the heart of his own house. He would understand, further, that the Silver Woman had chosen, in showing him the knowledge, to demonstrate restraint. The Silver Woman could have published the knowledge. The Silver Woman could have, by way of a single broadside in the streets of King's Landing, broken the marriage of Tyrion and ruined the political alliances by which the Lannisters held the Westerlands in their present configuration. The Silver Woman had chosen, in lieu, to inform Tywin. The Silver Woman had chosen, by extension, to inform Tywin that the next communication from the Silver Woman would be a letter that he would, by the small private logic of his own old age, take seriously. The 4th raven, with the Silver Woman's letter, would arrive at Casterly Rock 2 days after the unsigned report. Crossed swords, the 3rd dream of Kaith came on the eve of the 4th raven. She was in the small private cabin at the stern. She had been writing. She had, by the 3rd hour of the morning, finished. She had set her quill in the inkwell. She had laid her head, for 1/2 breath, on her arms on the small table. She had not intended to sleep. The mask was at the foot of her cot. Daughter. Mother. You are about to send the letter. I am, mother. You are about to begin the year in which you walk, by your own design, into the country of the lion. I am, mother. There are 3 things I will tell you in this hour. After this hour, daughter, I will not return to you in dream until the year of the lion's haul. Speak, mother. The mask did not move. The first thing. The Kraken comes. He has, in the 9th moon, taken the Iron Islands. He will, in the 11th, take the Reach. You have not, in either of your lives, paid him sufficient attention. You will, in the 2nd moon of next year, instruct your fleet to be in the Sunset Sea, off the coast of Lannisport, in a configuration that the Kraken will read as a threat to his own freedom of movement. The Kraken will, on reading the threat, redirect his fleet to the Stepstones. You will not, in this redirection, have engaged him. You will have only, by the small economy of your placement, persuaded him to engage someone else. He will, in the 3rd moon, fight a battle in the Stepstones with a Volantene fleet hired for the purpose by the Iron Bank, in a contract you will arrange, in the 2nd moon, by way of your factor in Volantis. The Kraken will lose the battle. He will not be killed in the battle. He will, however, lose his fleet. He will, on the loss of his fleet, retreat to the Iron Islands. He will not, in this life, sail to Slaver's Bay or to Meereen, because you are not, in this life, in either of those places. He will, instead, in the 4th moon, attempt a small private alliance with Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. The alliance will fail. Stannis will, in the small private estimation of his own honor, refuse it. The Kraken will, by the 5th moon, be the lord of an island fleet of no consequence. You will, daughter, take note of him only twice in the years that follow. The first time will be at his trial. The second will be at his execution. She, sitting in the small private cabin in the small private hour of the 3rd hour of the morning, made a note in the margin of the letter to Lord Tywin she had finished an hour ago. The note was a single sentence in High Valyrian, which was, redirect Volantene fleet, Stepstones, 2nd moon. Mother. The second thing. The second thing, daughter, is the bear. You spoke to me of the bear, mother, on the night of my son's birth. I did. I told you the bear would, in the year of the lion's haul, walk into the lion's hall. I did not tell you, daughter, what the bear would carry. I tell you now. The bear will carry, in the inner pocket of his cloak, a letter he has not, in this life, yet been given. The letter is a letter he was given, in the first life, by the lord hand of King Robert, on the road from Pentos in the 2nd moon of the 1st year of his espionage. The letter granted the bear a pardon, in the king's hand, contingent on the delivery of the silver woman's head to the king. The letter was, in the first life, the letter the bear burned in his fire on the day he chose you over the king. The bear has not, in the 2nd life, been given this letter, because King Robert has not, in this life, sent the bear any letters. The bear's pardon, in the 2nd life, is the pardon you yourself granted him in front of your council. You have, daughter, freed the bear of the burden of the letter. Then what, mother, will the bear carry into the lion's hall? The bear will carry, daughter, your seal. My seal. The bear will be, in the year of the lion's hall, your envoy. The bear is the man whose face the lion has met before. The bear is the man the lion will recognize. The bear is the man the lion will, by the small old logic of his own preparations, presume to have been turned by his own correspondence. The bear will, by the silver woman's design, be turned only by the silver woman. The bear will deliver the silver woman's terms in person, in the lion's hall, on the day the silver woman herself is in a different room with a different lion. The bear will not, in this delivery, be killed. The bear will, in the delivery, be the means by which the silver woman demonstrates to the lion that the silver woman's house has, in this life, the kind of agents who can walk into the lion's own hall and walk out of it. The lion will, by the small old logic, be impressed. She made a second note. Yora, Casterly Rock, 11th moon. With seal. Mother. The third. The third, daughter, is the question you are about to ask me about your brother. She had not yet articulated the question. She had been thinking, in the 7th moon of her ride, about her brother. She had been thinking, in the 8th, more often. She had been thinking, in the 9th, with a small private weight in her chest, about the date of his arrival in her camp, and what she would do with him. He had been, since Pentos, in the manse. He had, by all the reports of the small private letters Illyrio had been sending her, and the entirely separate small private letters Marwyn had been receiving from a clerk in Illyrio's household whom Marwyn had bribed in the 3rd moon of the journey, behaved. He had drunk less. He had read more. He had taken instruction in High Valyrian from a tutor he had at first hated and had, in the 6th moon, come to like. He had taken instruction in arms from a Pentoshi master he had at first refused to work with and had, in the 4th moon, come to admire. He had, in the 7th moon, with the Silver Woman's permission, taken a wife, a magister's daughter, a girl of 19, of a small old Pentoshi house with no political weight, who had, by the testimony of 3 sources, been unhappy with the husband her father had originally selected for her and had, on her own initiative and against her father's, written a letter of self-introduction to the Silver Woman's brother in the 5th moon. The marriage had been small. The marriage had been honest. The marriage had been, in the sealing, conducted under the Pentoshi rite and the faith of the 7 both, by way of a Volantine septon who had ridden up from the south for the purpose. The wife was, by the most recent letters, with child. Viserys had not, in this life, been killed. Viserys had not, in this life, asked to be made king. Viserys had, by his last letter to her, in the 8th moon, written, "Sister, I have begun, in a small way, to be useful. Illyrio's manse has, in your absence, become a kind of court. The court is mine. The court receives, in your name, the small private envoys of a number of houses that have, since the news of Astapor and Yunkai, decided to begin sending such envoys. I have, with the help of your factor, conducted small useful conversations with each of them. I have not, sister, promised any of them anything you have not first authorized by Raven. I have, however, listened, and I have remembered, and I have written down what I have heard, and the notes are in a chest I keep beside my bed and will, when you arrive in Pentos, hand to you. The wife sends her regards. The child is a girl, by the midwife's reading, which is a thing I should not, perhaps, be told this early, but which I have been told by the midwife after the wife has paid her 2 silver. The girl will be, on the wife's preference, named Riella. I tell you this because I would have, in another life, named the girl after our mother for a different reason. I named the girl after our mother in this life because I have, sister, begun to read books, and the books have informed me that our mother was a woman whose qualities I had previously known only as the shape of an absence, and I now wish to know as the shape of a presence. The wife is, in this respect, a teacher I did not, until last moon, have. I have decided that the daughter we are about to have will be raised on books and not on the small private resentments my own father raised me on. I have decided that, sister, with the wife's full agreement, and with the small private approval of the Pentoshi tutor who has been, in your absence, the only teacher of any kind of my adult life. I will, in this letter, sign as the man who is now signing himself, in his correspondence, your brother and your servant. I am no longer, sister, signing as the dragon. The dragons in this country are, by every report, 3. None of them is me. The mask, at the foot of the cot, did not move. Mother. You are telling me my brother is alive. He is, daughter. You are telling me the cream egg's promise, that he might, in 3 years, hold the egg if it had not yet hatched for me, was a promise I will not, in this life, need to fulfill. You will not, daughter, need to fulfill it. The cream dragon is yours. The brother is, daughter, his own. And the wife. The wife, daughter, is a woman the histories will, in due course, name as the founder of a line. The wife is, by the small private accounting of Illyrio Mopatis, a woman he did not select. The wife was selected, daughter, by the brother. The brother selected her on the small private criterion that she was the woman who had, in the 5th moon, written to her sister-in-law without first asking the brother for permission. The brother, in the selection, demonstrated that he had become a man who is glad of a wife who does not ask permission. You have, daughter, given your brother this kind of wife by giving your brother the 30 moons of a different life he had not, in either of your other counts, been given. The mask, very slightly, inclined. Daughter. Mother. I will say one further thing. It is the thing I have not, in either of your lives, said to you. It is the thing I am saying because the saying is a debt I owe you in the hour before I cease, in this life, to come. She waited. Daughter. You are not your father. The cabin, around her, was the cabin of a quinquereme rocking on the small swell of an autumn night in the Slaver's Bay, with the small private creak of timbers and the small private shifting of 3 dragons sleeping in 3 baskets in the corner, and the mask was a mask, and the woman in the mask was a woman who had been watching her for 3 lives, by some count of case that Daenerys did not, even now, fully understand. She had not known, in the first life, that she was not her father. She had spent, in the second life, every hour of every moon learning that she was not. She had decided to be merciful when fire would have been quicker. She had decided to negotiate when the Iraq would have been easier. She had decided, 27 times in the 9th moon, to write the letter to Tywin Lannister with a smaller threat and a larger offer. She had not been told, in the second life, by any voice she trusted, that she was not. The voice she trusted, in this hour, told her. She did not weep. The grief of the first life and the grief of the second had compacted under her ribs into a small dense thing that did not, often, answer to tears. It answered, in this hour, to a single very small breath that came up out of her and went, by some ordinary law of the bodies of women, into the small private hour of the cabin. Mother. Daughter. Thank you. You are welcome, daughter. I will not, in this life, return to you in dream until the year of the Lion's Hall. After that I will not return at all. You will, daughter, walk forward without me. You have walked, in this life, with greater wisdom than I have ever in my 400-year service been pleased to assist. You will, in the year of the Lion's Hall, sit a chair you have not, in either life, sat. You will not sit it as the daughter of Ares. You will sit it as the woman who was the moon of the call of 40,000 riders, the mother of the Prince Rego, the queen of 3 cities, the breaker of one chain that did not know it was a chain, the burner of no city, the sister of a brother who has, by the design of her second life, lived. You will sit it well. You will sit it for 67 years. You will sit it, in the end, as a woman who has, in the small private hour of her own old age, become the kind of grandmother whom the histories of the 7 kingdoms write of, in the small marginalia of the records of dynastic transition, as having been the queen who broke the wheel by refusing to ride it. The mask was gone. Crossed swords, the 4th raven flew at the 2nd hour of the next morning. She watched it from the deck of the Balerian's Echo. Marwyn stood at her elbow. Tyrion stood at her other elbow with a cup of small beer in his hand, because he had agreed not to drink wine before noon. The raven was a strong bird. The raven had been raised, in the small private ward of a maester in Volantis, on a diet of seed and meal that had been chosen, by the maester, for the long flight to the western coast of Westeros. The raven was, by the maester's small private estimation, the best bird that had ever been bred in Volantis, and the maester had charged her, for the bird, 12 times the going rate. She had paid the price. The raven went up off the deck and into the grey of the morning, and was, in 3 breaths, a black smudge on the grey, and was, in 7 breaths, gone. My queen. My lord. You have, in your letter, given my father, a choice, my lord. The choice he is best at making. The choice between 2 evils. Your father's particular gift, by your own previous testimony, is the recognition that the choice between 2 evils is more readily decided than the choice between 2 goods. I have given him 2 evils. The first is the public surrender of his daughter's children. The second is the private surrender of the Westerland silver mines for the funding of the war he will, in the alternative, have to fight against me. The evils are not, in his small private accounting, evenly weighted. The first is, in the long view, more honorable. The second is, in the long view, more expensive. He will, by the time he has finished his cup of arbor gold this evening, have decided in favor of the first. The decision will be the small private decision of his old age, and it will be the decision he will, by the small private logic of his own long career, present to me as if it had been the only possible decision. Tyrion looked at her sideways. My queen. My lord. You have, in the second moon of next year, scheduled the parley with my father in a place of his choosing. I have. You have, in this scheduling, given him the small advantage of selecting the ground. I have. You have, in the giving, ensured that he will, by the small old logic of his own long career, presume to have an advantage over the woman who has come to parley with him. You have, my queen, deliberately given him this presumption. I have, my lord. He sipped his small beer. My queen, when I am, in some appropriately distant year, an old man with a vineyard in the Stormlands and a small private collection of books on the long-dead dynasties of the free cities, I will, in my dotage, write a memoir. The memoir will, in the chapter on this morning, contain a paragraph about the moment I understood that the woman I had agreed to serve was, in the small private estimation of all the men who had previously served her, the cleverest person in the room by a margin so wide that the room had stopped attempting to measure it. She turned to him. My lord, you are a flatterer. My queen, I am not. I am a careful arithmetician. The arithmetic is the arithmetic. I am pointing it out. She, who had not been flattered by anyone in either of her lives in the way she had just been flattered, allowed herself, for one half-breath, to smile. The smile came up out of her face the way a leaf came up out of a stream when the stream's current had, for one moment, slackened. It was the third smile of her second life. She had been keeping count. Crossed swords, the second moon of the next year arrived in due course. In the second moon, she did the following. She instructed her fleet, by way of a volunteer captain in her pay, to position itself in the Sunset Sea, in the configuration Caith had described, off the coast of Lannisport. The Kraken, on receiving by his own scouts the report of the configuration, redirected his fleet to the Stepstones, where, in the third moon, he engaged a volunteer fleet hired by the Iron Bank for the purpose, and lost his ships, and retreated to the Iron Islands, and did not, in the years that followed, again attempt to sail beyond the Iron Islands' own coastal waters. She met Stannis Baratheon on a ship of the Lord of Light's choosing, on the salt water between Dragonstone and Driftmark, on the third day of the second moon. She brought Drogon with her. Stannis brought Melisandre with her. Melisandre, on seeing the dragon, made a small private sound, which Daenerys recognized, by the long catalogue of Marwyn's intelligence on the woman, as the sound of a red priestess seeing, in the flesh, what she had spent 20 years preparing the world for. Daenerys did not, in the first hour of the parley, address Melisandre. She addressed Stannis. She gave him three things. The first was the small particular knowledge that the boy on the Iron Throne was not his brother's son. The second was the writ of an alliance, drawn in his hand and hers. The third was the gift of a small dragonglass dagger, the same pattern as Drogo's and Maegor's, with a note attached in High Valyrian that read, "For the things that ride from the ice." Stannis looked at the dagger. Stannis was, by all the testimonies of his career, a man who understood the language of small private gifts. He inclined his head. Melisandre stood at his elbow and, in the second hour of the parley, said in her dry red common, "My queen. I have, in the fires of the Lord of Light, seen this hour. I had not, in the seeing, foreseen the dragon. Lady Melisandre. You are, on the question of the dragon, in good company. Many have not foreseen the dragon. The dragon does not, in the present hour, eat anyone in the room. He will, in some hours of the years to come, be a creature from whose presence you and your master will have reason to be glad. You will, by your own small private wisdom, decide whether the years to come are years in which you and your master are servants of the Silver Woman, or rivals of her. I will be, by the small private courtesy of the Silver Woman, willing to entertain either decision. I will not, by the small private warning of the Silver Woman, accept any third decision. The third decisions of Red Priestesses and unsuccessful claimants have, in the histories of my own house, tended to end in fire. Stannis swore to her in the 3rd hour. Melisandre swore in the 4th. The boy on the Iron Throne, 3 weeks later, on receiving the news, ordered the headsman. The headsman was, on the morning he was instructed to behead the messenger who had brought the news, beheaded by an entirely different headsman, in the small private intervention of a man named Sandor Clegane, who had, for reasons of his own, decided to leave his post at the king's side in the night and ride north, and who, on his way out of the Red Keep, had killed the headsman as a small private courtesy to the messenger, who was, by some coincidence, his old comrade. Sandor Clegane rode, in the days that followed, north. He arrived at Winterfell in the 4th moon of the year of the Lion's Hall. He was received, on Robb Stark's writ, as a brother of the men of the Stark service. He took the Black, in the 5th moon. He went to the Wall. He was, in the years that followed, the man who taught the Watch the use of dragonglass. The dragonglass had been, by the Silver Woman's writ, sent to the Wall in the 3rd moon, by way of the fleet she had inherited from Stannis, in the form of 3,000 small daggers and 7,000 arrowheads, each fashioned by the smiths she had, by her writ, brought from Astapor and Volantis to a private workshop in the small private port of Mysa Lorak. Crossed swords, Jorah Mormont walked into the Lion's Hall in the 11th moon. He walked in alone. He walked in unarmed. He walked in the cloak he had been given by the Silver Woman on the day of his pardon, with the small black dragon embroidered on the inside of the breast, in the small private arrangement that meant the cloak was, at any moment of his service, the inner garment of the Silver Woman's house and not merely the outer garment of a bear of Bear Island. He carried a single sealed letter in the inner pocket of the cloak. The seal of the letter was the seal of the Silver Woman's hand, with the single grain of dragonglass suspended in the wax. He was received by the Seneschal of Casterly Rock at the door of the hall. He was conducted, by the Seneschal, to the long table at which Lord Tywin Lannister had been waiting for him for the better part of an hour. Lord Tywin Lannister, at 66, was the man who had been Lord Tywin Lannister at 65, with the small private edition of one moon's reading. The moon's reading had, by the small private testimony of his maester, included a single short letter from a foreign queen and a single small unsigned report on his own house. He had, in the moon, drunk less than was his custom. He had, in the moon, written more than was his custom. He had not, in the moon, slept well. He looked at Jorah Mormont, at the door of the hall. He recognized the face. He had known the face. He had seen the face 4 times in his life, in the small private dispatches of the small private periods in which the bear had been a bannerman of the Stark service in the years of King Robert's first wars. The face, in the 4 small private occasions, had been the face of a Northman of no political weight. The face, in the present hour, was the face of a man who had walked, by the Silver Woman's writ, into Lord Tywin Lannister's hall as the Silver Woman's envoy. Lord Tywin Lannister inclined his head. It was the only inclination he gave the bear. It was, by the small old logic of Lord Tywin Lannister's career, the largest inclination he had given a foreign envoy in 15 years. Ser Jorah. Lord Tywin. You bring a letter from your queen. I bring, my lord, a letter from the queen in exile, who will be, by the small private agreements that are now to be discussed, no longer in exile by the 2nd moon of next year. Sit, Ser Jorah. I will stand, my lord, in courtesy of my queen. The letter is written in the standing voice. He produced the letter. He laid it on the long table. He stepped back the regulation 3 paces of a courier of an exiled house. Lord Tywin Lannister, at 66, broke the seal. He read. The letter was 4 lines. The 4 lines were, Lord Tywin. I have given your son the post you were preparing him for. He has accepted. He has been, in my service for 9 moons, the cleverest second cleverest man I have ever known. I will, in his honor, accept your daughter as the Lady of the Westerlands and your grandson as her Lord Heir Presumptive. You will, in honor of your own house, sit upon my small council as my master of coin until your retirement, and your retirement will be at the hour of your own choosing. We will speak in person at the second moon. Daenerys. Lord Tywin Lannister, who had spent 15 years of his maturity preparing, in his small private estimation, the marriage of his daughter to a king and the marriage of his grandson to a princess of a great house, set the letter on the table. He looked at the bear. Ser Jorah. My lord. Your queen, my lord. Is offering my house, as the price of its surrender, the same configuration my house has, in its small old plans, been spending 15 years to procure for itself by other means. My lord. She is offering, in addition, the post of Master of Coin. She is, my lord. She is offering, in addition, the small private courtesy of permitting my retirement at the hour of my own choosing. She is, my lord. Lord Tywin Lannister sat in his chair at the long table. He did not invite the bear to sit. The bear stood the regulation 3 paces from the table. The hall was the hall of Casterly Rock. The torches were the torches of Casterly Rock. The silence in the hall was the silence of a hall in which a 66-year-old man was, in the small private hour of his own old age, performing a small private accounting. The accounting did not, in the Silver Woman's reckoning, take an hour. It took, by the small private estimate of the bear, who was watching the eyes of Lord Tywin Lannister with the careful eyes of a Northman who had, in the years of his service, learned the small private signs by which a man's accounting reached its conclusion, 24 minutes. Ser Jorah. My lord. You will return to your queen with my reply. I will, my lord. My reply is, he reached for his cup of arbor gold and did not drink from it, that the queen and I will speak in the second moon. In a place of her choosing. Not mine. The bargain she offers is a bargain that requires, by her courtesy, the appearance of her concession. I will, in the small private estimation of the next 8 weeks, be drafting the form of the appearance. I will be ready, in the second moon, to discuss it with her. Jorah Mormont inclined his head. My lord. My queen has, in the eventuality of this reply, instructed me to extend, on her behalf, a small further courtesy. Speak, Ser Jorah. The place of her choosing for the second moon's parley is, at her invitation, and not mine, and not yours, my lord, a long table on the high terrace of Casterly Rock, the table at which, in the years of the kings of the Rock, the lords of the Westerlands swore their oaths to Lon the Clever. My queen has, in the small private courtesy of her own house's old histories, decided that the table will be the place at which she and you will speak. She has, in the choosing, given you the small private courtesy of meeting her at your own house's oldest negotiating stone. She offers this, my lord, in honor of her hope that the small private bargains of the second moon will be bargains that, in the long view, are remembered as having been transacted in good faith. Lord Tywin Lannister, at 66, sat in his chair in his hall in his castle and looked at the Northman who had, by the Silver Woman's writ, walked into the hall to deliver a small private courtesy that was, by the small old logic of his career, the largest single courtesy he had been offered in 20 years. He did not, in the looking, smile. He inclined his head. Ser Jorah. My lord. You will, in your return journey, accept the hospitality of Casterly Rock for the night. You will be lodged in the guest chamber of the South Tower. You will be supplied, by the seneschal, with hot water, with a fresh cloak, with a meal, and with a horse for the morning. You will, in your morning departure, carry to your queen one further item which my maester will, before sunrise, have prepared for you to carry. The item is a sealed copy of the small old writ of Lon the Clever, in the original parchment, with my own seal newly affixed beneath the seal of my fathers. The writ is, in our histories, the writ that established the rights of the Lords of the Rock to swear in good faith. The writ has not, in the histories, been carried out of this hall. It will be carried, in this morning, by you. It will be returned, by the Queen, in the second moon, to its place. It will, between this morning and the second moon, be in the Silver Woman's keeping. It will be, in her keeping, the small private surety I offer her of the seriousness of my intent to negotiate in good faith. Jorah Mormont, who had stood the regulation 3 paces from the table for the better part of a half-hour, inclined his head. My lord. My queen will, in the receiving, return your courtesy in the form she finds most fitting. I have no doubt, Ser Jorah, that your queen will. He looked at the bear. He looked at the bear for a long moment. Ser Jorah. My lord. I have known, in the small private accounting of my own career, men of your bearing. You are, of these men, the bearing nearest in shape to the bearing of my own younger son. My lord. The shape, Ser Jorah, was a shape my younger son lost, by my own design, in the year I instructed him, falsely, on the matter of his first marriage. My lord. I will not, in this hour, ask you whether the Silver Woman has informed you of this matter. I will, in the asking I am not asking, presume that she has. I will, by your queen's leave, request that you carry to her, in addition to the writ, my own private acknowledgment that, on the question of my younger son, the Silver Woman has, in her offer, done me a courtesy of which I have not, in the small private hour of my old age, been worthy. I will, in the second moon, attempt to be. Jorah Mormont, who had carried the Silver Woman's seal into the Lion's Hall, inclined his head. He left. He rode out of the gates of Casterly Rock at sunrise. In his saddlebag, the writ of Lon the Clever, sealed by the present Lord of the Rock under the seals of his fathers. In the inner pocket of his cloak, beside the seal of the Silver Woman's house, the small private acknowledgment. He came aboard the Balerian's Echo on the 7th day after his departure, off the small fishing port of Driftmark. She was waiting on the high deck. She received the writ. She received the acknowledgment. She read both. She set them, side by side, on the small table where the chest of letters lived. She looked at Jorah Mormont, the bear, the man whose face the lion had recognized. Ser Jorah. My queen. You have done, in this errand, the work of the second most loyal subject of my house. You have done it well. You have done it, in particular, without being killed. I have, my queen. You will be, in the second moon, at my left hand on the high terrace of Casterly Rock. I will, my queen. You will, after the second moon, be the warden of the West and North in my service, with the small private writ of joint command of the Westerlands and the North in matters of war. My queen, Ser Jorah. The post is offered. You will accept it. You will accept it because you will, in the small private accounting of your own old age, recognize that you have earned it. You have spent, my bear, the better part of 2 decades of your life learning, by the slow tutelage of your own mistakes, the shape of a man who is fit to hold it. You will hold it. You will hold it well. You will, by my reckoning, hold it for 31 years, until your retirement to a small estate in Bear Island, where you will live, on the small private courtesy of the Queen, until you are 93. Jorah Mormont looked at her. He did not, on the deck of the Balerian's Echo, weep. He had not, in either of his lives, wept in front of his queen. He inclined his head, slowly, in the slow careful manner of a bear of Bear Island. He, who had once, in the small private hour of his own grief, written letters about the Silver Woman to a king who had been the brother of the Silver Woman's enemy, did not, on this deck, in this hour, in the third life he had not been told he was living, find words. She inclined her head back. She did not, in this hour, require words. She had, in the small private estimation of her own old grief, learned that the words of men of his particular bearing were, on the largest occasions, the silences of his particular bearing. She let the silence stand. The wind from the south came up off the deck and went into her sleeve and woke Drogon. Once, she thought. Not again. The third dragon, on the foredeck, lifted his head and looked at the western horizon, where, by the small private reckonings of every chart on the Balerian's Echo, Casterly Rock was a small grey shape on the edge of the salt blue west. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Lion at 66 Dragonstone took her in the way an old hound took its mistress. She had not, in the first life, paid much attention to the island. She had walked it, briefly, in the 3rd year of her reign, and had walked off it with the uneasy feeling of a woman who had been spoken to by a thing she did not have the language to answer. The island had been, by every Targaryen tutor's account, the place where her house had begun. The island had been, by her own first life feeling, a quiet place that did not, on the evidence of her quiet, know what to do with her. In the second life she landed on a pier she had paid to have repaired, in the small private foresight of a queen who had decided that the gods of small private foresight were the gods worth keeping. She walked up the long basalt road to the keep with 3 dragons. Drogon flew above her, the size now of a small ship's mainsail at full spread. Regal walked at her right shoulder, the size of a courser horse, with his long green neck arched in the curiosity that had been his temper since the egg. Viserion walked at her left, the size of a stallion, with his cream and gold body close to the ground and his eyes on every door they passed, in the watchful posture that had been his temper since the egg. The small folk on Dragonstone were the small folk of a poor island. They had been told, by a runner sent ahead 3 weeks before, that the Silver Woman would arrive on the appointed morning, and that the Silver Woman was the daughter of Ares, and that the Silver Woman would, on her landing, conduct a small private ceremony of recognition with the elders of the island, and that the Silver Woman would not, on her landing or thereafter, raise their taxes. The 3rd clause had been the one that had mattered to them. The 3rd clause, by Tyrion's small private estimation, had been worth, in goodwill, the equivalent of an army. She conducted the ceremony of recognition in the small windswept courtyard of the keep. The elders of the island knelt. She did not require them to. They had not been kneelers in the years of the Baratheon stewardship. They had been a small private community of fishermen and salt-makers and a few stubborn old smallholders, and they had survived 2 civil wars by, in essence, ignoring all of them. They knelt, in this hour, because the Silver Woman had 3 dragons walking around her in the courtyard, and because the Silver Woman had, in the runner's private message to them, instructed them that they did not need to kneel and would not be punished for not kneeling. It was, Tyrion observed quietly, the most efficient mechanism for kneeling he had ever observed. "My lord, you flatter me. My queen, I am a careful arithmetician." She turned. She looked at the small windswept courtyard. She looked at the keep with the dragon sigils carved into the lintel of every door. She looked at the high tower of the chamber of the painted table, where she had, in the small private ceremonies of the runner's preparation, ordered a large fire to be laid for her arrival. She walked into the chamber of the painted table. She walked into it alone, because she had instructed her advisers that she would, on her first ascent, walk into the chamber alone. They had complied. Drogo had stood at the door of the chamber with his arak on his hip and his eyes on the corridor. Tyrion had stood at the bottom of the stair with a cup of small beer. Yora had stood at the door of the keep with the seal of the Silver Woman's house in the inner pocket of his cloak. Marwyn had been, by his own small private preference, in a different room with the maester of the keep, conducting a small private examination of the small private library. She walked into the chamber. The painted table was the painted table. She had, in the first life, never seen it lit by a dragon. She lit it, in the second. She put her hand on Drogon's shoulder. She walked Drogon to the far end of the chamber. She said, in High Valyrian, the small private command that meant fire on the painted table, "Lo." Drogon, who had been told that morning, in High Valyrian, that this was a moment for a low fire and not for a great fire, lit the painted table with a low and careful flame. The flame ran along the carved coast of Westeros from the high cliffs of the north to the salt marshes of Dorne, and back, and the table burned for the half-second the dragon's flame had been on it, and the flame went out, and the table was the table again, with the small new gilding of a fire that had run across all of Westeros at the breath of a Targaryen dragon. The painted table had not, in the histories of the 7 kingdoms, been so lit since Aegon the Conqueror. She had wanted, in this hour, to inform the table. She walked to the western edge of the table. She put her hand on the small carved relief of Casterly Rock. She looked at it for a long moment, and then she said, in common, with no one in the room to hear her save Drogon, Lord Tywin. We will speak in 3 weeks. You will, by every small old logic of your career, expect a queen who is 16, and the daughter of the man you killed, and the wife of a horse lord, and the mother of a child whose blood is, by your accounting, a blood that should not be in any chair you have agreed to sit beside. You will, by the time the 3 weeks are out, have expected each of these things in some quantity. You will not have expected, my lord, the queen who is, in the small private hour of her own old age, neither the daughter of Ares nor the wife of the horse lord nor the mother of any child you have not already met. You will, my lord, see only the dress and the silver hair and the small body of the 17-year-old. You will be in the small private ambush of your own preparations. Drogon, at her shoulder, huffed. The huff was warm air. The huff smelled of soot and of the tea Marwyn had been brewing for her on the Balerian's echo. The huff was, in the language she and the dragon had been working out for 9 years, the dragon's small private form of laughter. Crossed swords, the North sent its delegation in the 2nd week of her residence. Robb Stark did not come in person. Robb Stark was, by the small old logic of a warlord, in the field. He sent in lieu his mother, Catelyn Tully Stark, and his wife. The wife was not, in the second life, Jane Westerling. The wife was, in the second life, Margaery Tyrell. The marriage had been the small private design of Daenerys's third raven, sent in the 9th moon, by way of a volantine factor in Highgarden. The raven had been addressed to Olenna Tyrell. The raven had contained a small private offer, a marriage between Margaery and the king in the north, with the Silver Woman's seal on the contract, in the year before the Silver Woman's landing in Westeros. Olenna had, in the small private hour of her own old age, weighed the offer for one afternoon, had drunk 1 cup of Arbor Gold, and had agreed. Robb Stark and Margaery Tyrell had been wed in the 11th moon, in a small private ceremony at Highgarden, with the small private blessing of Walder Frey having been bought, by the Silver Woman's factor, in the form of a writ that recognized the twins as a small private barony in the Silver Woman's coming kingdom, with a small private subsidy on the river tolls. Walder Frey had not attended the wedding. Walder Frey had, in his solar at the twins, signed the writ instead, and had thereby ceased to be the kind of lord who, in the 3rd moon of next year, lays an ambush for a king at his daughter's wedding. He had become, in the signing, the kind of lord who sits with his clerks and his subsidies and discusses, with no political consequence to anyone, which of his daughters should marry the small heir of a small river house at the Trident. Catelyn Stark walked into the chamber of the painted table on the small windswept morning of her arrival on Dragonstone. She had her son's wife at her elbow. Margaery Tyrell, at 16, was the same Margaery Tyrell of the first life, with the same small private gift for charm. She had, by the small private testimony of Olenna's letters, conducted herself as a wife of the king in the north for 3 moons with a discipline that had pleased her grandmother. Daenerys received them in the chamber of the painted table. She had, on the painted table, the new gilding of Drogon's first flame. She had, in the chamber, Drogo at her right hand and Tyrion at her left and Yora at the door and Marwyn in the corner and her son Rhaego, 3 years old, in a small chair beside her, with a small wooden horse he had been carving with a small dull knife under Drogo's instruction. Catelyn Stark looked at the boy first. She had, in the small private estimation of her own grief, 3 sons of her own, one of whom, Bran, was at this hour learning to walk again at Winterfell with the help of the brace Marwyn had, in the 3rd moon of the previous year, sent up by ship. Catelyn looked at the small boy with the violet-black eyes of a Targaryen and the dark skin of a Dothraki, and she did not, in her face, betray the small private accounting of her own grief. She looked at Daenerys. "Your Grace. Lady Stark. My son sends, by way of myself and his wife, his greetings. Your son is, by every report I have, conducting a war of the kind I am preparing to put a stop to. I will, in the meeting we are having this morning, give you the small private terms by which the war is to be ended. You will, on receiving them, take them by the fastest horse to your son's camp. He will, by the morning of the 7th day from this morning, sign them. Catelyn Stark looked at her. She had not, in the small private preparation for the meeting, expected the meeting to begin with a writ. She had expected the meeting to begin with a small private negotiation of the parameters within which a writ might, in due course, be drafted. The silver woman in the chair across from her was, by the small private accounting of Catelyn's first hour in the chamber, a creature for whom the parameters had been drafted 6 moons before the meeting. The silver woman had, in this hour, the small private unhurried tone of a woman who had decided, in some country across the salt water, that the negotiation was over and was, in this room, conducting only the small private ceremony of ratification. Catelyn Stark inclined her head. "Your Grace. I will hear the terms." The terms were 5. The first, the king in the north would be the king in the north. The second, the kingdom of the north would, by writ, be a sovereign kingdom in alliance with the silver woman's restored Targaryen kingdom of the south, with the borders of the 2 kingdoms drawn at the neck. The third, the silver woman's kingdom would, by writ, recognize the right of the north small folk to the same legal protections as the small folk of the south, including the right not to be sold by their lords without the lord paying a writ of recompense to the silver woman's treasury, in the small private design by which the silver woman would, in the long view, end the practice of the sale of small folk in the years that followed. The fourth, the silver woman's kingdom and the kingdom of the north would maintain, by joint subscription, a permanent fleet for the defense of the eastern coasts against the Iron Islands, with the cost of the fleet borne in the proportion of 2/3 south to 1/3 north. The fifth, the silver woman would, on her coronation, send to Winterfell, as a wedding gift to the king in the north, the small private writ by which Theon Greyjoy was to be released from the custody of his sister and returned to Winterfell as a guest of the king's choosing. The release had been, 6 weeks before, agreed by Asha Greyjoy by way of a small private letter from the silver woman's factor. Asha had, in receiving the writ, and in the wake of the small private destruction of her uncle's fleet at the Stepstones, decided that the small private courtesy of returning her brother to the north was a courtesy she would, in the small private accounting of her own old age, prefer to extend in advance of the silver woman's landing rather than after it. Catelyn Stark, who had not in the first life been alive to read the terms of any treaty, sat in the chamber of the painted table and read the terms. She read them 3 times. She looked at the silver woman. She said, in the small private voice of a mother who had not, in the previous moon, been asked any questions whose answers she had been certain of, "Your Grace." "The terms, my lady. The terms are the terms my son has, in the small private councils of his own war, been hoping someone would offer him for 2 years. They are, my lady. I am offering them. Your Grace. My son will, on receiving them, sign. He will, my lady. And in exchange, my lady. Your son will not, on the day of my coronation, claim the Iron Throne. Your son will, in the year following, send a delegation of 3 of his sworn lords, at his own choosing, to my small council, to sit, on terms of my own choosing, in the small private capacity of permanent northern observers. Your son will not, in the years that follow, marry a second wife. Your son will not, in the years that follow, take the field against any house in the south except in defense of his own kingdom or in defense of mine. Your son will not, in particular, take the field against the Westerlands or the Crownlands or the Reach, save by my own writ. Your son will, in the small private design of the years that follow, be the king of an independent kingdom in honorable alliance with mine. He will be the first king in the north since Torrhen Stark to be so. He will not, in either of his lifetimes that I am aware of, regret it." Catelyn Stark, on the morning of the 2nd week of Daenerys's residence on Dragonstone, signed the writ. Crossed swords, she met Tywin Lannister in the 2nd moon. She met him on the high terrace of Casterly Rock, at the long table of Lon the Clever, in the small windless hour of a clear morning, with the salt blue sunset sea at the foot of the cliffs and the smell of salt and old stone in the air. She came in alone. She had instructed Drogo, Jorah, Tyrion, and Marwyn to remain on the deck of the Balerian's Echo, 200 yards offshore, with the dragons. She had instructed her son Rhaego, who was 3 and had been informed of his role with the seriousness of a small heir, to remain in the small private cabin with Missandei. She had brought with her only a single attendant. The attendant was Drogon. Drogon was the size, in his 9th year, of a small fishing cog at full mast. Drogon flew above the high terrace of Casterly Rock at a height of 200 feet, in slow careful circles, with the small private intent, by his mother's instruction, of being visible from every window of the keep without descending close enough to put the keep at any thermal risk. Tywin Lannister sat at the long table of Lon the Clever. He was, at 66, dressed in the small private red of his house, with the small private chain of the hand of his grandson around his neck, the chain he had not yet, in this life, set down, and the small private cup of arbor gold at his elbow, which he had not, on the morning of the meeting, drunk from. He stood up when she came onto the terrace. He had not, by the small private testimony of every man in his house's service, stood up for any visiting lord since the death of King Aerys. He stood, in this hour, for the daughter of King Aerys. Daenerys, who had been received standing only twice in her first life and had, in both occasions, been too young to register the courtesy, registered it. She inclined her head. "Lord Tywin. Your Grace." He gestured at the chair across the table. She sat. He sat. She had decided, in the long preparation of the second moon, that she would speak first, and would speak briefly, and would, in her brevity, place the entire weight of the negotiation on his subsequent reply. "Lord Tywin. Your son, my hand, is on the deck of my flagship. He will not, in the meeting of this morning, be brought ashore. He will be brought ashore in the 3rd hour after our agreement, when the writ has been signed. Your daughter Cersei is, at this hour, in the Red Keep, with the small private knowledge, conveyed by your own raven of yesterday morning, that her father has, in the small private design of his old age, agreed to the terms by which her son will be removed from the throne and her daughter will be married to my Khal's heir, which is to say, my son. Your grandson Joffrey, on receiving the morning's news, has, by the small private testimony of his uncle Jaime, attempted to take the head of the messenger. The head of the messenger has not been taken, on the small private intervention of your son Jaime, who has, on his own initiative, removed the king from the throne room and confined him to his apartments. Your daughter Myrcella, who is, by every report, the most stable mind in the family at the present hour, has been informed of the proposed marriage by her uncle Jaime and has, by his report, accepted it without alarm and with the small private grace of her grandmother. Your grandson Tommen, who is, by every report, the kindest mind in the family at the present hour, has been informed of the proposed retirement to the small private holdfast at Pendrick Hill in the Westerlands and has, by his uncle's report, accepted it with the small private gratitude of a child who has, in the small private hour of his own short life, been waiting for someone to remove him from the small private hell of his sister's nursery. The retirement of Tommen has, by your earlier raven, been agreed. The wedding of Myrcella has, by your earlier raven, been agreed. The retirement of Joffrey to the wall has, by your earlier raven, and on the small private condition I will discuss with you in the 2nd hour, been agreed. The post of Master of Coin, by the Silver Woman's offer of the 9th moon, is yours at your pleasure. The marriage of your son Jaime to the Lady Brienne of Tarth, on the small private letter of the lady's father at the Silver Woman's request, is at your pleasure. The wardenship of the West, in your son Jaime's hands following his vows being commuted, is at your pleasure. The small private acknowledgment you sent me by way of Ser Jorah, regarding your younger son Tyrion, is, in this hour, accepted. We are, in this hour, 4/5 of the way to a full bargain. The 5th is the 5th I will discuss with you in the 2nd hour. We will, in the 1st hour, discuss the small private courtesies by which the 4/5 I have outlined will, in the small private estimation of your own old age, be remembered by the histories as having been negotiated and not capitulated. I will, by your leave, listen. Lord Tywin Lannister, at 66, sat at the long table of Lon the Clever and did not, in his face, betray the small private accounting of the previous 20 seconds. The accounting had been, the Silver Woman, in 371 words, had laid out the entire bargain, including 4 pieces of information about his own household that had been, by the small private estimation of his maester, in the keeping of fewer than 3 persons each. He did not, in this hour, ask how she had obtained the 4 pieces. He had, in the small private estimation of the previous moon, decided not to ask. He inclined his head. "Your Grace. My lord. You have, in your address, included the small private acknowledgement that the bargain we are constructing is to be remembered by the histories as having been negotiated and not capitulated. I appreciate the courtesy. I will, by your leave, accept it. I will, in the first hour of our morning, contribute 3 small private alterations to the 4/5 you have outlined, which alterations are, in the small old logic of my own house's record-keeping, the alterations by which the histories will, in due course, find the 4/5 to have been the result of my own counsel. Speak, my lord. The first alteration. The marriage of my granddaughter Marcella to your son will be conducted, by the small private courtesy of both houses, on the deck of your own flagship, at the harbor of King's Landing, in the 7th moon of next year. The deck of the flagship will be, by both our agreements, neutral ground. The marriage will be officiated by the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven, with the small private participation of a Dosh Colleen of your husband's Khalasar, in honor of the joint customs of the houses. The marriage will be witnessed by my son Jaime in his capacity as the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, a capacity I will, by your leave, retain him in until the morning of the wedding, after which he will, by your earlier mentioned writ, be released from his vows. Agreed, my lord. The second alteration. The retirement of my grandson Tommen to the holdfast at Pendrick Hill will be accompanied by the small private courtesy of his being granted, by your writ, the title of Lord of Pendrick Hill, with the small private accompanying lordship of the 7 small villages of the surrounding holdings. The lordship is, in the small accounting of the West, of no political weight. It is, in the accounting of a child of 9, a kindness. Agreed, my lord. The third alteration. The retirement of my grandson Joffrey to the wall will be conducted, by the small private courtesy of both houses, in the form of the boy's own request. He will, by the small private writ I will draft this afternoon, be informed that the alternative is a public trial in which the testimony of his late grandfather, that is to say, of King Aerys's late Master of Whisperers, certain of whose papers came into my keeping in the year of the rebellion and remain in my keeping, would be presented in evidence regarding the boy's parentage. The boy is, by every testimony, a coward. He will, on the alternative being presented to him, request the wall. The request will be, by your writ and mine, granted. He will be received at the wall by the Lord Commander, who will be informed, in writing under both our seals, that the boy is to be assigned to the small private duties of the watch's record-keeping, and not to any duty involving arms, on the small old logic of the safety of the watch's other recruits. Agreed, my lord. He inclined his head. Your Grace. The 5/5. She looked at him. The salt blue of the sunset sea was below them. The silence of a clear morning on a high terrace of Casterly rock was around them. Drogon, on slow careful circles 200 feet overhead, was the small private notation by which the morning had become a morning that would be remembered. My lord. The 5/5 is your retirement. Your Grace. My lord. You will sit on my small council as my master of coin until your retirement, and your retirement will be at the hour of your own choosing. I have offered this. I will keep the offer. The 5/5 is the small private courtesy I will, in honor of your own old age, attach to the offer. The courtesy is this: I will, in the first year of my reign, request from you the names of 3 young men of your own naming, of your own household or of your own choosing, whom you wish to see, in the small private design of the years that follow, given the small private opportunities by which men of their kind become, in the long view, the kind of counselors I will need when you are no longer in the chair. You will, in giving me the names, hand me the small private continuity of your own counsel into a generation that will outlive you. You will, in giving them, perform the small private courtesy of trusting me with the future of the persons you yourself have invested in. I do not require you to do this. I will not, in any of my writs, compel you. I am offering you the small private opportunity. I make the offer, my lord, because I have decided, in the small private estimation of my own old grief, that the man I have come to negotiate with is a man whose counsel has, on present evidence, been better than I had been led to expect, and that the small private continuity of his counsel will, in the long view, serve me better than any small private satisfaction I might take in seeing his line ended. Tywin Lannister, at 66, sat in his chair at the long table of Lon the Clever. He looked at the silver woman across the table. He looked at her for a long count of breaths. He, who had not, in the small private estimation of any man in his house's service, smiled in 20 years, did not, in this hour, smile. He did, however, lift the cup of arbor gold at his elbow. He drank from it. He set it down. Your Grace. My lord. 3 names. By the small private courtesy of my own old age. In the first year of your reign. 3 names, my lord. I will, by your leave, give them now, for the writ to be drafted. Speak, my lord. He gave them. The first was a young man of his own household, the second cousin of Lancel Lannister, a boy of 17 with a quick eye and a small private gift for ledger-keeping who had been, by Tywin's small private intention, his designated heir of clerks since the boy had been 13. The second was a young man of the Crownlands, of no great house, who had served Tywin in 3 small private campaigns as a runner and had, by the boy's own small old talent, become Tywin's preferred field secretary. The third was a young woman. The third name was the small private surprise of the morning. Tywin Lannister, at 66, gave the silver woman the name of a young woman of 19, of the small old house of Plum of the Westlands, who had, by the testimony of her own 3 years in his service, been the cleverest clerk in his house's records room since the death of his own first cousin Jenna's husband. Daenerys, who had not, in the small private estimation of either of her 2 lives, been told by Tywin Lannister anything that had surprised her, was, for one half-breath, surprised. My lord. Your Grace. You give me a young woman of 19 as one of your 3 names. I do, your Grace. I have been, in the small private accounting of my own old age, more flexible than my reputation has, in the recent years, allowed for. The girl has the eye. She has the temper. She has, in particular, the small private discipline of mind that the work of a master of coin requires. I have known, in my career, 2 men of her ability and 3 men who thought they were of her ability and were not. The girl is the third name. She will, in the small private design of the years that follow, be the master of coin who succeeds me. She will, by my recommendation, be ready to do so in 8 years. She will, by your Grace's leave, be permitted to do so. She will, my lord. He inclined his head. He set the cup of arbor gold down with a small private finality. Your Grace. My lord. The bargain is, by the morning's work, complete. It is, my lord. The writ will be drafted by my maester this afternoon. The seals will be affixed by sunrise tomorrow. Your son and my son will, by the writ, sit beside each other on your Grace's small council from the day of the coronation. They will, my lord. He sat in his chair on the high terrace of Casterly Rock. He looked at the dragon overhead. He looked at the silver woman across the table. He, who had been told by his own father at 16 that the small private virtue of a Lannister was the inability to be embarrassed by the size of the bargains he made, said in the small dry voice that had not, in the years of his maturity, been heard outside his own bedroom, Your Grace. I have not, in any year of my career, been so completely outmaneuvered. I will, in the histories of my own house, take the small private comfort of having been outmaneuvered by the only adversary in 3 generations who had the small private courtesy to leave me my dignity in the writ. She, who had been planning the morning for 19 moons, allowed herself the 4th smile of her second life. My lord. Your Grace. The small private courtesy is the first of the courtesies I will, in the years that follow, extend to the persons I expect to outlive me. You are, my lord, the senior of these. You will, in the first year of my reign, be the man I rely on to teach my husband the small private mechanics of the small council, my hand the small private mechanics of the public finances, my son the small private mechanics of standing at the right shoulder of a master of coin. You will, my lord, be the small private bridge between the world I have ended this morning and the world I will, in the years that follow, build. You will be, in the small private accounting of my own old grief, a man I will be glad to have at my left hand. I will, my lord, in the small private hour of your eventual retirement, write the writ of your retirement myself, in my own hand, and I will sign it under the seal of my own house and the seal of my calls, in honor of the small private service you will have rendered both. Tywin Lannister, at 66, on the high terrace of Casterly Rock, on the long table of Lon the Clever, in the small windless hour of a clear morning, did not, in his face, betray the small private accounting of the previous 15 seconds. The accounting had been, the Silver Woman, in 310 words, had given him a kind of retirement no Lord Hand of the Seven Kingdoms had been given since the founding. He inclined his head. He did not, in the inclining, speak. The silence was, by the small private testimony of both parties, the most expensive silence either of them had ever been a party to. It was the silence of an old man in a hall of his father's being given, by a queen of 17, the small private permission to die in his bed at the time of his own choosing. She inclined her head. She rose. She walked to the railing of the high terrace. She lifted her arm. Drogon descended in a slow careful spiral. He landed, by her command, on the railing of the terrace, with his weight balanced on the talons of one foot and his left wing folded behind him, in the small private courtesy of a dragon who had been told, in High Valyrian, that this was a moment for being visible without being threatening. Tywin Lannister, at 66, looked at the dragon. The dragon looked at Tywin Lannister. After a half-second's appraisal, Drogon lowered his head, in the small private nod of a creature who had been instructed by the woman whose voice he answered to that the man at the table was, by the small private design of the morning, not to be eaten. Tywin Lannister, who had not in 20 years been afraid of any animal larger than a man, registered the nod and inclined his head, in the small private courtesy of the lord of a house to a guest of consequence, to the dragon. The dragon huffed. The huff was the small private form of the dragon's laugh, in the language Daenerys and Drogon had been working out for 9 years. Crossed swords, she walked into the throne room of the Red Keep on the 7th day of the 7th moon of the year of the Lion's Hull. She did not sit the Iron Throne. She had, in the long preparation of the moon, decided that the throne would be removed. The throne had been built, by Aegon the Conqueror, of 1,000 swords. The swords had been, by the small old accounting of the Conqueror's own dragonflame, the swords of the lords who had bent the knee to him on the field of the Reach. The throne was, in the small old logic of its founding, a memorial of the conquest that had founded the dynasty. She had decided, in the long preparation, that she did not, in the small private hour of her own old age, want to sit on a memorial of conquest. She had ordered, in the 3rd moon, the swords to be removed. She had ordered, in the 4th, the swords to be redistributed. Each of the 1,000 swords, by writ, was to be returned to the small private heirs of the lord whose sword it had originally been, where the heirs could be identified by Marwyn's small private research, or, where they could not, distributed to the men-at-arms of the kingdom who had distinguished themselves, in the long histories of the 7 kingdoms, by the small private courtesies of mercy on the field. The redistribution had been the work of the 4th, 5th, and 6th moons. In place of the throne, in the throne room, there now stood a small black chair. The small black chair was, by the small private design of the Silver Woman, made of Volantine oak, with no embellishment, on a low dais, with no canopy. Beside the chair stood a long carved bench, made of the same oak, with 7 small carved seals along the back of it, one for each of the kingdoms, and 7 small carved chairs along the front of it, for the 7 sworn lords of each kingdom who would, by the small private design of the years that followed, sit at the bench in advisory capacity to the queen. She did not, on the 7th day of the 7th moon, sit the small black chair either. She stood beside it. She read out, in her own voice, the writ of the new compact. The writ was 21 pages. The writ named, by line and seal, every lord of the 7 kingdoms, the rights and duties of each, the rights of the small folk under each, the rights of the queen over the lords and the lords over the queen, the manner of the queen's succession, and the manner by which any of the lords might, by writ of 3 of their peers, raise a small private grievance against the queen for the consideration of the small private bench of 7. The writ was, by Tyrion's small private testimony, the longest single legal document drafted by any single hand in the histories of the 7 kingdoms. It was, by Marwyn's small private testimony, the most carefully drafted. It was, by Tywin's small private testimony, the cleverest. It was, by Drogo's small private testimony, long. She read it out in 3 hours. She did not, on completing the reading, sit the small black chair. She walked to the long carved bench. She sat, in the small private courtesy of a queen who had decided to be the first to sit in the 7 small carved chairs along the front of the bench, in the small carved chair of the West. The chair of the West was, by the writ, the chair that would be sat by the small private representative of the lords of the Westerlands, for advisory consultation with the queen. She sat in the chair as a small private demonstration that the chair had a person in it. She vacated the chair after the small private demonstration. She walked to the small black chair. She turned to face the assembled lords. She, who had been informed by Kaith, in the 3rd dream, that she would sit a chair in this hour for 67 years, sat the small black chair. The lords of the kingdoms knelt. She did not require them to. She had, in the writ, expressly disclaimed the right to require them to. She had, by the writ, established that the small private courtesy of kneeling was a courtesy that a lord might, on his own small private initiative, extend to his queen, and that no queen of the new compact would, by writ, demand it. The lords knelt anyway. It was, Tyrion observed quietly at her elbow in the 2nd hour after, the most efficient mechanism for kneeling he had ever observed, and was, on present arithmetic, the 2nd time in the year of the Lion's Hall that he had observed the Silver Woman use it. My queen, you flatter me with the privilege of observing it twice. My lord, I am a careful arithmetician. Crossed swords, she received Cersei in the 8th hour of the 8th day. Cersei was brought into the small private chamber off the throne room by the captain of her unsullied. Cersei was not, in this hour, in chains. Cersei was, in this hour, dressed in the small private red of her house, with the small private chain of the Dowager Queen Mother of King Joffrey around her neck, which she had been told by her uncle Jaime that morning she would, in the small private courtesy of the Silver Woman, be permitted to retain. Cersei walked into the small private chamber with the small private composure of a queen who had decided, in the small private hour of her own grief, not to break in front of her enemy. Daenerys, who had decided, in the long preparation of the 7 moons of her residence on Dragonstone, that the small private hour of her meeting with Cersei would be the small private hour of the morning in which she was, in the histories of her own house, most tested for the kind of mercy she had failed to extend in the first life, sat in the small private chair of the small private chamber and looked at the woman across from her. Cersei was 34. Cersei had, in this life as in the first, lost her father's small private favor to the events of the previous moon. Cersei had, in this life as not in the first, kept her 3 children. Joffrey was at the Wall, as a record-keeper. Myrcella was at Pendrick Hill, with her younger brother, awaiting the wedding of the 7th moon of next year. Tommen was at Pendrick Hill with Myrcella, with his small private lordship of the 7 small villages and his small private pleasure in the company of the kittens his uncle Jaime had brought him as a moving-in gift. Cersei had not, in this life, been raped by her brother. Cersei had not, in this life, been beaten by her son. Cersei had not, in this life, been forced to walk naked through the streets of King's Landing under the bell of an old septa. Cersei had, in this life, been informed by her father, on the morning of the Lion's Hall, that the Silver Woman across the salt water was the cleverest negotiator he had ever faced, and that the small private course of his own old age would be to negotiate with her in good faith. Cersei had not, on receiving the news, screamed. Cersei had not, on receiving the news, drunk. Cersei had, on receiving the news, sat in her father's solar at Casterly Rock for 40 minutes in silence, and had, at the end of the 40 minutes, said, in the small dry voice of her own old grief, "Father. It is, perhaps, the right counsel. It is, certainly, the counsel I would not have given." She had agreed to be married to Viserys. She had not, in the agreement, been informed that Viserys was already married. Daenerys had decided, in the long preparation, that the small private courtesy of her meeting with Cersei would be the small private courtesy of personally informing her that the second marriage was no longer on the table. She informed her, in the second minute of the meeting. Cersei, who had not, in the small private estimation of her own old grief, been told yet, looked at Daenerys for a long count of breaths. She did not, in the looking, weep. She did not, in the looking, smile. She said, in the small dry voice of her own old grief, "Your Grace. You have, in the small private courtesy of your meeting, given me a piece of information that is, in the small private accounting of my own old age, the most useful piece of information I have been given in 2 years. I have, my lady. You will not, then, marry me to the brother. I will not. You will, then, I will, my lady, settle on you a small private estate of my own choosing, in the small private valley of the Upper Trident, with a small private holdfast of 7 rooms and a small private staff of 4. You will, my lady, retain the income of your dower lands. You will, my lady, retain your 2 younger children, who will, by the writs of the previous moon, divide their summers between Pendrick Hill and your holdfast on the Trident. You will, my lady, retain the title of Princess of the Rock. You will, my lady, not be required to attend my court except by your own initiative. You will, my lady, not be required to remarry." Cersei, who had spent 15 years of her maturity preparing, in the small private estimation of her own ambition, to be the Queen Regent or the Queen Mother of every dynasty she had been a party to, sat in the small private chamber off the throne room and looked at Daenerys. She inclined her head. It was the inclination of a woman who had been given, by an enemy, a kindness she had not, in the small private accounting of her own old age, been prepared to receive. "Your Grace. My lady. Why?" The question was the question Daenerys had been preparing the answer to for 19 moons. "My lady. I have, in another life, been the woman who walked into this castle with a dragon on her shoulder and burned every man, woman, and child in it. I will not, in this life, be that woman. The small private courtesy I extend to you in this hour is the small private courtesy I extend to myself. You are, in the small private accounting of my own old grief, the woman I am, by my own design, choosing not to become. Survive me, my lady. Live in your small private valley on the Trident. Raise your children. Do not, my lady, attempt to take this throne. The throne, my lady, will not, in this dynasty, be the kind of chair that any woman of our blood, including my own, would survive the taking of for long." Cersei looked at her. She, who had been preparing, in her own old grief, every conceivable insult and every conceivable threat, had not been preparing for the small private offer of survival. She inclined her head. She said the line that she would, in the small private histories of the years that followed, become known for. The line was, "Your Grace. Once. Not again." Daenerys looked at her sharply. The line had not, by any of her preparations, been a line Cersei could have known. Cersei looked at her with the small old eyes of a woman who had spent the previous moon reading, in her father's solar, the small private portion of the Silver Woman's correspondence that her father had, in the small private design of his own old age, allowed her to read. She had, by the reading, read the phrase. She had, by the reading, decided that the phrase was the phrase of a woman she could, in the small private estimation of her own old grief, agree not to fight. Daenerys, who had not anticipated being given her own line back, took it. "My lady. Once. Not again." The two women, in the small private chamber off the throne room, sat in silence. The silence was, by the small private testimony of the captain of the Unsullied at the door, the longest silence in the small private histories of the chamber since the death of King Aerys. It was, by the small private testimony of both women, the silence of two queens who had decided, by their own initiative and against the small private advice of every man who had ever counseled them, not to kill each other. Cersei rose. She inclined her head. She left the chamber, by the small private courtesy of the captain of the Unsullied, who escorted her, in the small private silence of the corridor, to her uncle Jaime, who escorted her, in the small private silence of the corridor, to the carriage that would take her, in the small private silence of the road, to the small private holdfast in the upper valley of the Trident. She lived there, by every record of the years that followed, until she was 68. She wrote, in those years, a small private memoir, the most quoted line of which would later be the line in which she acknowledged, in her own hand, that the Silver Woman had given her a place that was not a throne. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Wheel. The long night came in the 3rd year of her reign. It came on time. It came, by the small private accounting of every record she had retained from the first life, on the date she had projected, in the 3rd moon of the year of her 17th name day, on a sheet of paper in the small private cabin at the stern of the Balerian's Echo. The sheet of paper had said, "The dead come south in the 2nd moon of the 3rd year of the new compact." The dead came south on the 7th day of the 2nd moon. She had, in the 3 years between her coronation and the 7th day of the 2nd moon, prepared. The preparation had been long. The preparation had included, in summary, 30,000 dragonglass weapons, distributed by writ across the 8,000 sworn men of the Watch, the 11,000 sworn men of the North under the King in the North, the 4,000 sworn men of Stannis Baratheon's small private contingent at the Wall, the 18,000 Unsullied of her own service, the 7,000 Dothraki bloodriders of the Khal's Khalasar, the 12,000 sworn men of the Westerlands under the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, the 16,000 sworn men of the Reach under Margaery Tyrell's grandmother, and the small private 400-volume library Marwyn had assembled in the 3rd Tower of Winterfell on the subject of the others. The preparation had also included, in summary, 3 dragons. The dragons were now, in the 3rd year of her reign, the size of the dragons of her first life. Drogon was the size, by Marwyn's careful measurement, of a small ship. Rhaegal was the size of a large barge. Viserion was the size of a tall house. The dragons had been, in the 3 years of the preparation, taught to fly in formation, to land in concert, and, in the small private design of Marwyn, to breathe a fire of a particular intensity that the maesters of the Citadel had, in the small private archives of the Doom of Valyria, recorded as the only fire whose temperature was hot enough to consume the flesh of one of the dead. She had, in the 3rd year of her reign, given Drogon's command to herself, Rhaegal's command to her son Rhaego, and Viserion's command, by the small private agreement of the 3 of them, to her husband Khal Drogo. Rhaego was 6 years old. He had ridden Rhaegal, in the small private practice flights of the previous year, with the small private precision of an heir whose father had been the Khal of 40,000 riders and whose mother had been the queen of 3 dragons. Drogo was, in his 35th year, the small private warlord of the joint forces of the Targaryen Restoration. He had learned, in the 3 years of the preparation, the High Valyrian by which Viserion answered to him. He had learned, also, the small private precision of a dragon rider's seat. He had taken, in the 2nd year of his learning, a small private fall from Viserion's back at a height of 40 feet and had broken his left wrist on landing. The wrist had been set by Marwyn. The wrist had healed. He had not, on healing, asked to dismount the dragon. The 3 dragons, on the 7th day of the 2nd moon of the 3rd year of her reign, lifted from the high terrace of the keep at Winterfell at the 3rd hour of the morning, with the Silver Woman, the Prince Rhaego, and the Khal of 40,000 riders on their backs, and flew north. Crossed swords, the wall fell on the 3rd day of their flight. It did not fall to the others. It fell, in the small private design of Marwyn's preparations, to a small private detonation of 50 barrels of wildfire, planted by Marwyn's own apprentices in the foundations of the wall at the chosen point, 6 leagues east of Castle Black, in the small private valley known to the Watch as the Last Hearth's Last Hill. The detonation collapsed the wall, at that point, in a 4-mile section. The collapse opened a passage south. The others, who had been pressing, by Sandor Clegane's small private signal fires of the previous moon, against the wall at every point from the Shadow Tower to Eastwatch, redirected, on the morning of the collapse, their entire host through the 4-mile passage. The host of the others, by the small private estimate of Marwyn's apprentices on the high ridges that overlooked the passage, was, on the morning of the collapse, approximately 100,000 of the dead. The dead came through the passage. The dead came through the passage at the slow rate of a marching army. The dead came through the passage at the slow rate of a marching army, on the morning of the 3rd day, into the small private killing ground that the Silver Woman, the King in the North, the Lord of Storm's End, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, and the Khal of 40,000 riders had spent the previous moon preparing in the small private valley below the Last Hearth's Last Hill. The killing ground was a long flat valley, with a series of high ridges to the east and the west. On the high ridges to the east stood the 18,000 unsullied of the Silver Woman's service, with the 4,000 sworn men of Stannis Baratheon's contingent. On the high ridges to the west stood the 11,000 sworn men of the north under the King in the north, with the 8,000 sworn men of the Watch and the 7,000 Dothraki bloodriders of the Khal's Khalasar. At the south end of the valley, in a long line 3 deep, stood the 12,000 sworn men of the Westerlands under the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, in the small private courtesy that the Silver Woman had extended to her brother-in-arms Jaime Lannister at the council of the previous moon, when Jaime had, in his own small private voice, requested the post of forward anchor. At the north end of the valley, hovering at a height of 300 feet, stood the 3 dragons of the Silver Woman's house, with the Silver Woman on Drogon, the Prince Rhaego on Rhaegal, and the Khal of 40,000 riders on Viserion. The dead came into the valley at the 3rd hour of the morning. The dead came, in the small private estimate of every captain on the high ridges, into the valley at a marching pace. The dead were, by the small private estimate of every captain, an army of approximately 100,000. Crossed swords, she had decided, in the long preparation, that the small private intervention of the dragons would come at the precise hour at which the host of the dead was, by every measure, fully committed to the killing ground. The hour was the 7th hour of the morning. By the 7th hour, the host of the dead had filled, by the count of every captain, the floor of the long flat valley from the south end to the north end, in a body that was, by the small private estimate of Tyrion Lannister at her elbow on the deck of Drogon, approximately 92,000. The others, the small private commanders of the dead, in their pale bone-white armor with their long pale swords, stood on the high ridge at the north end of the valley, in a small private observation line of, by Tyrion's count, 12. The Night King, by every record of every history Marwyn had assembled in his 400-volume library, stood at the center of the line. She lifted her hand. The 3 dragons descended. Drogon, Rhaegal, Viserion, in the small private formation Marwyn had taught them, flew in a long slow line over the floor of the valley, from the south end to the north end, at a height of 100 feet, with the small private breath of Valyrian fire pouring from the throats of all 3 in a width that covered, by the small private design, the entire 92,000 of the dead. The Valyrian fire was the fire of the Citadel's record. The Valyrian fire was the fire that would, by every record, consume the flesh of the dead. The Valyrian fire ran along the floor of the valley. The dead burned. The dead, who had been at a marching pace, did not in the burning continue at a marching pace. The dead, in the burning, did not continue at any pace. The dead, in the burning, ceased to be the dead. The dead became, in the burning, the dust of the dead, and the dust, in the small private wind of the morning, was carried in long pale clouds up the slopes of the high ridges to the east and the west, where it settled on the helms of the Unsullied and the helms of the men of the north and the helms of the men of the Watch and the helms of the blood riders of the Khal's Khalasar, and where it was, in the years that followed, kept by the men under the helms in small private vials as the small private mementos of the morning the dead had stopped being the dead. The others, on the high ridge at the north end, did not burn. The others, by every record of Marwyn's library, did not burn at any temperature. The others, on the high ridge, drew their long pale swords. The 12 of them descended toward the killing ground. She had, in the long preparation, anticipated this. She gave the signal. Crossed swords. The signal was a single high note from a small private brass horn that Marwyn had, in the third moon of the previous year, commissioned from the smiths of Volantis, in the small private design of a horn whose note carried 4 miles in the cold of a winter air. The note went up the valley. The note was answered, on the high ridges to the east and the west, by the small private movements of 3,000 archers, of the Silver Woman's joint forces, who had been instructed, by the Silver Woman's writ of the previous moon, to direct, on the hearing of the high note, the entire weight of their fire on the small private observation line at the north end of the valley. The arrows of the 3,000 were dragonglass arrows. The arrows came down on the small private observation line at the 3rd second after the note. Of the 12 others on the high ridge, 11 fell to the dragonglass. The Night King did not fall. The Night King was, by every record, a creature whose flesh was not opened by dragonglass at any range or any angle. The Night King raised his pale sword. The sword pointed, by every record, at the Silver Woman on the back of the Black Dragon. The Night King had decided, in the small private logic of his 8,000-year career, that the Silver Woman was the small private threat that required his personal attention. She had anticipated this. She did not engage him. She had, in the long preparation, decided that the small private engagement of the Night King by the Silver Woman would be, on present arithmetic, the single highest risk event of the morning's plan. She had, in lieu, prepared a different small private intervention. The small private intervention was Jon Snow. Jon Snow had, in this life, never been killed. He had, in the 2nd year of the Silver Woman's reign, been received at Dragonstone by the Silver Woman's writ, on a ship of his half-brother Robb's choosing, in a small private meeting that had been observed by no man and recorded by no scribe. The meeting had been 4 hours. In the 4 hours, the Silver Woman had told Jon Snow, in her own voice and her own words, the small private secret that he was, by the small private records of the High Septon's archives in Oldtown, the legitimate son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, of a marriage performed by a Septon of the Faith of the Seven in the year of his birth. Jon Snow had, on hearing the secret, sat in the small private chamber of the Silver Woman's keep on Dragonstone for 3 minutes in silence. He had said, at the end of the 3 minutes, in the small dry voice of a man who had been told, in one small private hour, that the small private quest he had been given by his father at 15 was no longer a quest he was required to pursue, Your Grace. I have, in the small private accounting of my own old grief, been a bastard for 23 years. I will, by your leave, remain a bastard. I have made, in the 23 years, a small private peace with the bastard. I will not, in the small private hour of your reign, claim the throne. I will not, in particular, marry you. I will, by your leave, remain in the north in the service of the king in the north, who is, on present arithmetic, my brother by the customs in which I was raised. I will, by your leave, also serve, in the small private capacity of an instructor in the use of dragonglass and Valyrian steel, the joint forces of your reign and his. She had inclined her head. She had, in the inclining, allowed herself the 5th smile of her second life. Jon Snow, in the small private capacity of an instructor in the use of dragonglass and Valyrian steel, had, on the 7th day of the 2nd moon of the 3rd year of her reign, been positioned at the small private foot of the high ridge to the east of the killing ground, in a small private vantage point that had been, by the small private design of the previous moon, the small private vantage point from which the small private engagement of the Night King would be most readily executed. He had, on his hip, the Valyrian sword Longclaw. He had, in his other hand, an arrow of dragonglass. He had, on his back, the bow of his half-brother Robb, which was the bow of the small private forge of the Stark armory, with the small private design that the bow's draw was the heaviest of any bow in the Stark service. The Night King raised his pale sword and pointed at the Silver Woman. Jon Snow drew the bow. The Night King turned, in the small private half-second between the sword being raised and the sword being pointed, his pale eyes from the silver woman to the figure at the foot of the high ridge to the east. The Night King, in the small private logic of his 8,000-year career, had been told by the small private wisdom of his order that the small private threat that required his personal attention was the silver woman with the dragons. The Night King had not been told that the small private threat that required his personal attention was the man at the foot of the high ridge to the east. The man at the foot of the high ridge to the east was the man whose mother was a Stark and whose father was a Targaryen, and whose blood, by the small private records of every prophecy Marwyn had collated in his 400-volume library, was the blood that would, in the small private hour of the dawn, be the blood that ended the long night. Jon Snow loosed the arrow. The arrow flew the 400 yards from the foot of the high ridge to the high ridge at the north end of the valley, in the small private second and a half of its flight, in the small private wind of the morning that had carried the dust of the dead up the slopes. The arrow took the Night King in the small private notch between his pale armor and his pale jaw. The Night King fell. The Night King fell from the high ridge to the floor of the killing ground. The Night King, on hitting the floor of the killing ground, broke into the dust of the long winter, and the dust, in the wind, was carried up the slopes of the high ridges to the east and the west, and was settled, on the helms of the Unsullied and the helms of the men of the north and the helms of the men of the watch and the helms of the blood riders of the Khals Khalasar, in addition to the dust of the 92,000. The morning, on the high ridge at the north end of the valley, paused. The morning was, by the small private testimony of every captain on every ridge, the longest single morning of the 3rd year of the Silver Woman's reign. The morning ended at the 8th hour, when the dawn came up over the high ridge to the east and lit the valley with the small private red of a winter sun. The dawn lit, on the floor of the valley, no enemy. Crossed swords, the Silver Woman descended on Drogon to the floor of the killing ground. She walked, with Drogon at her shoulder, the half-mile from the south end of the valley to the small private place where the Night King had fallen. She knelt. She picked up, from the dust, the pale sword. The sword was, by the small private testimony of Marwyn at her elbow, an artifact older than any artifact in Marwyn's 400-volume library. She held the sword in her hand. She looked at it. She, who had decided in the long preparation that the small private courtesy of the morning would include the small private question of what to do with the sword of the man whose career was now ended, decided. She walked, with the sword in her hand, the half-mile back to the south end of the valley. She gave the sword to Jon Snow. Jon Snow, who had not in his life ever been given an artifact older than the artifacts in Marwyn's library, looked at her. He inclined his head. He took the sword. She, who had decided in the long preparation that the small private courtesy of the morning would also include the small private acknowledgement that the small private hour of the dawn had been won not by the Silver Woman's dragons but by the small private arrow of the Silver Woman's nephew, said in the small private voice of a queen who had spent the long preparation deciding to be the kind of queen who acknowledged, in the small private hour, the work of others, Lord Snow. Your Grace. You have, in this hour, ended the long night. Your Grace, the dragons burned the dead, Lord Snow. The dragons did not, in the burning, take the small private commander of the dead. The arrow took the small private commander. The arrow was your arrow. The bow was your bow. The hour, Lord Snow, was your hour. Jon Snow looked at her. He, who had not in either of his lives been told by a queen that the hour was his hour, did not, in the looking, weep. He inclined his head. Crossed swords, the call of 40,000 riders dismounted Viserion in the small private courtyard of Winterfell at the 11th hour of the morning. He came to her on the cold stones with his arak on his hip and the small private ash of the dust of the long winter on the shoulders of his leather. He did not, in this hour, kneel. He had not, in any of the years of their marriage, knelt to her. He had been, in the small private accounting of both of their small private prides, the only man in the 7 kingdoms who, by mutual agreement, was permitted not to kneel to the Silver Woman. He did not, in this hour, speak. He took her hand. He kissed her knuckles, once, in the small private manner of the wedding night in Pentos, when he had been the call of 40,000 riders and she had been the silver woman of 12, and they had agreed, in the small private felt of his tent, to wait. He had, in the years that followed, by every small private accounting of his own old grief, been glad of the waiting. He said, in the slow careful common he had been speaking, in the years of the new compact, with the small private discipline of a man who had decided, on the morning of his 35th year, to be a man whose common was not, by his wife's hearing, an embarrassment, moon of my life. The riders who are dead are not the riders we will be remembered for. The riders we will be remembered for are the ones in the saddles to the east, on the high ridge, who are not, in this hour, dead. There are 7,000 of them. They will, in the small private histories of the steppe, be the riders who rode with the Khaleesi of the dragons against the long winter and came home. The histories will be sung in the night fires of the eastern Khalasars for 10 generations. She, who had not, in any of the years of their marriage, been spoken to by Drogo in a public hour with the small private weight of his common, looked at him. She inclined her head. She said, in his Dothraki, the lines she had been preparing in the small private back of her mind for the moment, since the morning of their first meeting in Illyrio's courtyard, sun and stars. The night fires of the eastern Khalasars will sing of the Khal who waited. He laughed. The laugh was the laugh she had heard in Illyrio's courtyard. It was the laugh she had loved, in the first life, and had loved, in the second, more carefully. It was, in this hour, the small private laugh of a husband who had been, by the small private courtesy of his wife of 67 years, given a line he could carry into his own 68th. He inclined his head. He went, with the small private precision of a call of 40,000 riders, to oversee the small private dispositions of the Bloodriders' return. Crossed swords, the new compact, in the years that followed, held. The North remained the North. The South remained the South. The 7 small carved chairs at the long carved bench in the throne room of the Red Keep were sat, by writ, by 7 small private representatives of the 7 kingdoms, in the small private capacity of permanent advisers to the Queen. The chair of the West was sat, by writ, by a young woman of the small old house of Plum of the Westerlands, who was, on the morning of her first day in the chair, 22 years old, and who would, in the years that followed, become the small private master of coin of the Queen's reign at the age of 28, in the small private fulfillment of the third name Lord Tywin had given on the high terrace of Casterly Rock. Lord Tywin retired in the 7th year. He retired, by writ of the Queen, to a small private estate in the small private valley of the Tumblestone, with a small private staff of 7 and a small private library of 3,000 books and the small private writ of the Queen, written, by her own hand, in honor of the small private courtesy of his negotiation, that he might, at any moon of his retirement, return by writ to the chair of the Master of Coin for as long as he wished. He did not, in the years that followed, return. He died at 76 in the small private valley of the Tumblestone, in the small private bed of the small private holdfast, with the small private cup of arbor gold at his elbow, which he had, on the morning of his last day, drunk from. He was buried, by writ, at Casterly Rock, with the small private service of every lord of the West and the small private writ of his own Queen, written by her own hand, which read, in the small dry words of the histories of her reign, Lord Tywin Lannister, in his 76 years, was the small private adversary on the morning of whose 7th decade I was given the small private opportunity to outmaneuver. He was, in the negotiation, the most disciplined adversary I have, in either of my lives, faced. He was, in the years that followed, the most disciplined of my advisers. He was, by the small private accounting of my own old age, the kind of man whose retirement I was glad to be the Queen who wrote. Crossed swords, she did not, in any of the years that followed, sit the small black chair for long. She had, in the long preparation, decided that the small private chair of the new compact would be, on present arithmetic, the kind of chair that was sat for as little of the working hour as possible. She walked, in the years that followed, the long corridors of the Red Keep, in the small private courtesy of a Queen who had decided that the small private business of governance was, on present arithmetic, the kind of business that was best conducted in the small private rooms of the persons who were, in the small private hours of their own days, conducting it. She walked, in particular, into the small private rooms of her hand, her master of coin, her master of laws, her master of ships, her master of whisperers, and her lord commander of the King's Guard, in the small private rotation of the days of the week. She, in particular, walked, on Tuesdays, into the small private offices of the 7 sworn lords at the long carved bench, and she took, with each of them in turn, a small private cup of the tea of the bark of tea that Marwyn had taught the Red Keep's kitchens to brew, and she heard, from each of them in turn, the small private grievances of their kingdoms. She did, in the small private hours of the Tuesdays, more for the small private peace of the 7 kingdoms than any of her predecessors had done in the small private weight of their crowns on the small black throne. She, in particular, did so without a crown. She had, on the morning of the 7th day of the 7th moon of the year of her coronation, declined the small private crown that had been prepared for her by the goldsmiths of the Reach. She had, in lieu, taken, from the chest of letters at the stern of the Balerian's Echo, a small private circlet of 3 threads, one black, one green, one cream, woven by her own hand in the small private hour of her son's birth in the stone room at Kazatia. She had set the circlet, on the morning of the coronation, on her own head. The circlet was, by the small private testimony of every chronicler of the morning, the most modest crown ever worn by a queen of the 7 kingdoms. It was, by the small private testimony of the same chroniclers, the most expensive. The circlet's 3 threads had been, by the small private record of Marwyn, the discarded scales of the 3 dragons in the small private hour of their first hatchings, woven into the strands by the silver woman's hand on the morning of the Prince Rigo's first day. The circlet was, in the small private histories of the years that followed, kept on the queen's head until the day of her death. Crossed swords, she died at 83. She died in her own bed, in a small private chamber of the Red Keep, in the small private hour of a winter morning, with her son Rigo at her right hand, her grandson at her left, and her husband Drogo, who had, by the small private courtesy of his own old age, outlived her by no more than a fortnight, 3 rooms away, sleeping, on his last small private dotage of his own 90th year. She had, in the small private hour of the morning, summoned to her bed Caith. The mask had not, in 58 years, returned. The mask returned, in the small private hour of the morning, at the foot of her bed. Daughter. Mother. You have sat the chair, daughter, for 67 years. I have, mother. You have not, in the 67, sat it on the bones of the realm. I have not, mother. You have, daughter, broken the wheel by refusing to ride it. I have, mother. The wheel is, by the small private testimony of the Tuesdays of my reign, no longer a wheel. The wheel is a long carved bench with 7 small carved chairs. The chairs are sat, in turn, by the small private representatives of the 7 kingdoms, in the small private capacity of permanent advisors to the Queen. The bench is the kind of bench that does not, in the small private mechanics of its construction, turn. You have, daughter, also lived. I have, mother. I have lived, in this life, in the small private hours that I did not, in the first life, live. I have nursed my son. I have grown old with my husband. I have, in the small private hours of the Tuesdays of my reign, drunk tea with 7 sworn lords of 7 kingdoms. I have, in the small private hours of the Saturdays of my reign, walked in the small private gardens of the Red Keep with my brother, who has, by the small private design of my second life, lived. He is in his 65th year. He has, in his garden in Pentos, 3 children and 7 grandchildren. The eldest of the grandchildren is, by writ, a small private student in the citadel of Volantis, where she is, by the testimony of her tutors, the cleverest student in the year. She will, on her graduation, be received, by my own writ, in the small private chair of the 8th advisor at the long carved bench, which I have, in the small private design of my old age, added to the bench in honor of the small private kingdoms of the free cities. You have, daughter, also been merciful. I have, mother. I have been merciful, in particular, in the hours in which mercy was the harder choice. The other hours, the hours in which mercy was the easier choice, I have, also, been merciful. I have, in the small private accounting of my own old age, decided that the small private distinction was, on present arithmetic, less important than the consistency of the practice. The mask, very slightly, inclined. Daughter. Mother. You have done well. She closed her eyes. She opened them once more. She looked at the mask at the foot of the bed. Mother. I have, in the small private hour of my own old age, one further question. Speak, daughter. In the first life, mother, I burned a city. You did, daughter. In the second, I did not. You did not, daughter. Will the city, in the small private hour of the small private accounting of the small private gods, hold the burning against me? The mask, at the foot of the bed, did not move. Then, in a small private voice that was the voice the silver woman had not, in either of her lives, heard before, a voice that was, in the small private hour, the voice of an old woman who had been, by the small private design of her own 400-year service, the only person in this country who had been permitted to know what the gods, on the small private accounting of their small private decisions, kept and what they let go. The mask said, Daughter. The burning was the burning of a woman who is no longer, in any of the small private records of any of the small private gods, the woman in this bed. The woman in this bed is the woman who, by the small private courtesy of her own old age, sat in the chair of a small black throne for 67 years and did not burn a city. The woman in this bed is the woman who, by the small private courtesy of her own old age, refused, on the morning of the 7th day of the 7th moon of the year of her coronation, the small private crown of the goldsmiths of the Reach in lieu of a small private circlet of 3 threads. The woman in this bed is the woman who, by the small private courtesy of her own old age, drank tea on the Tuesdays of her reign with 7 sworn lords of 7 kingdoms. The woman in this bed is, daughter, the woman the gods will, in the small private hour of the small private accounting, remember. The woman in the first life is, daughter, a person they have, by the small private courtesy of having permitted you the second, agreed not to remember. She, who had been waiting 58 years to be told, by the only voice in this country that could tell her, that the burning had not been held against her, closed her eyes. Mother. Daughter. Thank you. You are welcome, daughter. Sleep, now. The boy is at your right hand. The boy is, by every measure I am able to take of him, a good king. He will, in the small private design of his 50 years, be a better king than any king of the Targaryens since Jaehaerys the Conciliator. He will be, by the small private design of his 81, the small private continuation of the chair you have, by the small private design of your own old age, made into a chair that is not, in the strict sense, a throne. The mask was gone. Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, third of her name, the queen who broke the wheel by refusing to ride it, the mother of 3 dragons, the mother of the Prince Rhaego, the sister of the brother who lived, the wife of the Khal of 40,000 riders, the daughter of Aerys the Mad and Rhaella the Loving, the last of the Targaryens of the first generation of the Restoration, closed her eyes. She did not, on closing them, weep. She had, in the small private hour, no tears left to weep. She had, in the small private hour, only the small private knowledge that she had, in the long preparation of 2 lives, walked the road she had been given, twice, and that the second walking had been, by the small private accounting of every record of every history of every reign, the kind of walking that the small private gods, in the small private hour of their small private accounting, had agreed to remember. The candle by the bed went out. In a courtyard outside the keep, a black dragon, the size of a small ship, lifted his head from his sleep on the cold stones of the small private courtyard, and made, in the language he and his mother had been working out for 68 years, the small private form of a sound that was not, in the strict sense, a roar. The sound was, by the small private testimony of every man and every woman within the half-league of the Red Keep, the sound of a dragon mourning. The sound was carried, by the wind off the salt blue of the eastern sea, into the small private histories of the years that followed. The sound was the sound of the mother of dragons being remembered, by the only creature in any country who had been her companion for the entire span of her second life, in the small private hour of the small private God's small private accounting. Once, she had thought. Not again. She had been right. Chapter 7 End.